Summary.
Please listen in order. After the death of someone important to them all, the group in keen manner has focused on healing the sickness in the kingdom. Griffa is plagued by dreams of losing Ansel, fearing their relationship may not be possible. The danger grows as the powers in Oromist, led by Philo, work to dispose of the queen as quickly as possible. Griffa's relationship with her protector will be tested as she is tempted to choose another to benefit the kingdom.
Prologue. Max and Keen walked out of the cover of the forest and into the large village of Oromist. It had been a long few days. He had gone to the small village of Amican to visit with the village leader Eaton. Nathan, the leader of Oromist, had sent Maxon to the village to see if all was well after a cure had been sent for the sickness. Maxon found everyone to have been healed. He was ready to leave when he was approached by Eaton. "Max and Keen, you are great friends with Nathan of the line of Adalwin, are you not?" asked Eaton. "I am. Our families have long been allies and friends. I served Nathan as his adviser." "I would like to speak with you if you have the time." "It is very important," replied Eaton. "I am willing to listen to what you have to say," said Maxim, wondering what Eaton could have to tell him that would be of importance. "Thank you. Please come into my home." Eaton took Maxim to a modest house made of logs in the middle of the village. Maxon bowed and greeted Eaton's wife as he was led through the small kitchen and sitting area into a bedroom. Eaton shut the door and offered Maxon a seat by the wall. Maxon sat and looked up at Eaton. "I am very grateful to Nathan for the curing of our village. I know without his help my wife and son would have perished quickly. I owe him a great debt," said Eaton. "He does not feel it so. Nathan is only doing what he knows is best for the lands and its folk. There has been too much suffering due to the sickness and the followers of the false gods. He wants to make everything right, and he is fighting to do so," replied Maxon. "And you are fighting by his side, aren't you?" asked Eaton. "Yes," said Maxon. "He is my greatest friend and a great man. I will follow him wherever he goes. I believe he can bring order and healing to the land." "I do as well," said Eaton. "I want to serve him." "You can serve him by continuing to lead your village well," said Maxon, shifting a little in his small chair. "He does not expect anything else from you." "He may not, but I want to give more. I know it will sound strange coming from one who is non-gifted, but I believe I have had a vision. I saw myself serving Nathan as a barrier against those who would harm him. I saw not only that, but my whole line intertwined with Nathan's line." Maxon looked up at Eaton with his mouth drawn to the side. "It could have just been a dream. You are grateful to Nathan for saving your village and family. It would be normal to have such a dream after such a stressful time." "I know what a dream feels like. This was different. If it was a dream, I could dismiss it easily. I cannot get this out of my head. I believe this is how I was meant to serve." Maxon paused. Eaton seemed very adamant. "How do you foresee your vision playing out?" "I am not sure. In my vision, I was able to protect Nathan from forces who would hurt him and the land. I saw my line always covering the line of Adalwin. I saw my line stretched before me, always at the side of Nathan's kin." Maxon wasn't sure what to say. Could he just dismiss this man? It didn't feel like he should. "I will go to our diviners and speak with them. If this is truly a vision, they will know what to do with it. Once I hear what they have to say, I will talk to Nathan about it. It will take a few days, but once I know more, I will contact you." "Will that meet your approval?" Maxon stood up. "Yes," said Eaton. "Can I have your word you will not push this aside? This is not something I can ignore. I feel it is important to the future of Nathan and the land." "Very well, you have my word," said Maxon, holding his hand out. "I will not push this aside. I will do as I have told you. I swear it on my family name." Eaton nodded and took Maxon's hand. Maxon quickly left the village and went to the diviners who lived in the forest of the great surrounding. He found their tree dwelling not far from his own. It was a very large, twisted tree with many branches, but no leaves. Maxon knocked loudly. The door opened, and Maxon walked into a large room. At the end was a fireplace where 3 women sat in large chairs. One was very old, with straight white hair falling down her shoulders. One was of Maxon's age, with black hair pulled up in a tight bun. The third was just a girl of no more than 10 years. Her light brown hair tumbled down her shoulders in loose curls. "Maxon Keen," said the old woman without looking at him. "What brings you for a visit today?" Maxon walked further into the room to stand by the 3 diviners. "I have heard of a vision by a non-gifted. I am here to present it to you to see if there is truth to it." The woman with black hair stared at Maxon as the young girl said, "Tell us then, Maxon Keen, and we will tell you the truth." Maxon nodded. "I have met with Eaton of the line of Rhea. He is the leader of the village of Amacon. His village and family were saved from the sickness by the cure found by Nathan of the blood of Adalwin. Eaton says he saw a vision where he served Nathan, protecting him from those who would harm him. He said he saw his family line stretched before him, always covering the line of Adalwin." The old woman nodded. She looked at the other two women, and they all three stood up. They took each other's hands, forming a small circle in front of the fireplace. Maxon shifted on his feet and waited in silence. Time passed slowly. Maxon stood as still as he could, waiting for the three women to say something to him. He became fidgety after a while, wanting to sit down, but he remained on his feet where he was. Eventually the three women let go of each other's hands. They sat down back in their seats by the fire. "We have seen the vision of Eaton of the line of Rhea," said the little girl. "It is true and it clear." "He must become bonded to the line of Adalwin for Nathan to unite the lands," said the old woman quietly. "He will be the protector of the line of Adalwin and the kingdom that will form. The line of Rhea will serve the line of Adalwin. We have seen Nathan ruling over a new kingdom, bringing the lands together, but only with Eaton by his side," said the little girl. "Without Eaton, the followers of the false gods will be victorious." "You will have to do this, Maxon Keen," whispered the black-haired woman. "You will have to do this quickly. The new kingdom must have a protector." The three women said no more. Maxon wanted to ask questions, but he had a feeling it would do no good. He turned to leave, wondering how he would do this, when the little girl walked over to him and took his hand. Maxon looked down at her. She squeezed his hand and looked into his eyes. Suddenly, Maxon knew what to do. He knew how to bond the line of Adalwin and the line of Rhea. The little girl smiled slightly and let go of Maxon's hand. She walked back over and sat down by the fire. Maxon turned and left the tree dwelling of the diviners. Now Maxon was entering Oromist. He went directly to the large home in the center of the city. He didn't even knock. He walked in and found Nathan sitting by the fire in a large chair. "You are back," said Nathan, looking at Maxon. "Come sit and tell me what you have found out." Maxon walked over and sat down by Nathan. "I have found out more than I thought possible." "How so?" asked Nathan, leaning forward. "Has the cure not worked in Amacon?" "All is well in Amacon, but I have something else to tell you." Maxon told Nathan of all he had learned. He told him of Rhea's vision and of the diviner's instructions. After he was done, Nathan sat back and looked at Maxon. "Do you think this is all necessary, Maxon? Do you think I should bind this man's line to my own?" "I wasn't sure at first, but after my visit with the diviners I have no doubt. If you want to unite the lands and defeat the followers of the false gods, we will have to do this." "And you can do it?" asked Nathan. "I can," replied Maxon. "I have seen how. I will need to prepare for a few days, but we can do it soon." "What will it entail?" "It will take blood magic. I will need blood from both you and Eaton. You will both have to swear oaths to each other to bind your lines together forever." Nathan nodded. "Then I suppose you better prepare what you need and go talk to Eaton." Maxon nodded. He stood up to go do what he needed to do. "Wait," said Nathan, looking up at Maxon. "Forever is a long time." Chapter 1. Griffa looked out at Oromist from a tower of the palace. The breeze blew back her wild, dark red hair. She looked below the city rings, gazing down on all of her people. Her dark blue eyes looking on them with benevolence. She wanted them to be safe. She would prosper and suffer as they did. As she was staring out, Ansel came up to her. She turned and smiled at him to see him looking at her sadly. His dark brown eyes looked to be red and irritated from no sleep. "What is wrong?" she asked. "I don't want it to be this way," he said. "To be what way?" she asked. "My queen, what do you command of me?" asked Ansel coldly. "What do you mean, Ansel?" "I am your protector." "What would you have me do?" he asked again, an edge to his voice. An understanding came to Griffa, and it made her blood run cold. She heard herself say, "Go to the king and tell him I am looking for him." "Yes, my queen." Ansel looked at Griffa. She saw a single tear run down his face. She wanted to comfort him, but knew she could not. He turned from her, and she looked out at her kingdom. She didn't want it to be this way either, but she was beholden to the kingdom. She could only do as it wished. She could hear footsteps behind her. Her king consort was coming. She felt a small smile come to her face as she felt her king's arms wrap around her. She sighed in contentment and turned around. Griffa blinked her eyes rapidly in the early morning light that filtered through the curtains in her bedroom. She took a breath and tried to rid her head of the dream she had just had. She sighed and stretched slightly as Ansel's arm around her tightened, pulling her to him. Griffa's eyes felt heavy. She sighed again and relaxed into the warmth of Ansel's embrace. It was only early fall, but the weather outside had already turned cold. It had been a long, hard summer. The loss of Issa settled over the house, making Keen Manor a quiet, somber place. Max spent most of his time alone reading, thinking, or helping Griffa make potion for the sick folk of the kingdom. They couldn't seem to make enough potion to cure the folk in kingdom. They had sent the potion everywhere in the great surrounding. The sickness was abating there, but in other parts of the kingdom it was just getting started. Griffa had spent most of the summer in the lakelands tending to those who were sick. She knew they would have to visit the river valley soon, as the sickness was said to be spreading fast there. They would have to find a way to increase the number of potions they could make each day. Griffa fought off sleep. She needed to get out of bed. She needed to get dressed and go downstairs to relieve Talon. He had been watching the kettles in the parlor and cellar throughout the night. Those batches should be almost done and ready to bottle. Griffa stretched one more time and moved to scoot out of bed. Ansel's arm around her tightened again. "Where are you going, Griffa?" asked Ansel sleepily. "I have to go see to the potions. Talon's been up half the night with them." "You came to bed very late. He can watch them a little longer. You need to sleep more." "I have had enough sleep to get me through. I need to bottle this batch and make one more before we go to the river valley in a couple of days." Ansel pulled her until she rolled over to look at him. She leaned forward and brushed his lips with her own. He smiled and pulled her into him, wrapping his arms around her. "You have put too much on yourself. You told me you would let others help you," said Ansel as he kissed her forehead. "I have been. Max worked most of the day on the potion yesterday. Talon stayed up last night to finish it." "Yes, but you sat with Max most of the day and half the night with Talon. You have to rest while others are helping you, Griffa." Griffa looked up at Ansel. "It's very hard for me to just sit back. I am constantly reminded of the suffering of the folk. If I am working to help them, the feelings aren't so bad. I may sleep less, but I rest better." Ansel sighed and looked down at her. "I thought your nightmares of the kingdom have been better. I haven't sensed you having any feelings of dread or sickness lately." Griffa looked down from Ansel. She tried to turn, but he wouldn't let her. "You've been shielding me from your feelings, haven't you?" he asked. "Yes," said Griffa quietly. "Why?" asked Ansel. He sounded irritated. Griffa looked up at him and touched his cheek. "I can't stand making you suffer because of me. You have lost so much sleep due to my stress. I won't watch you live in constant worry and dread because of me." Griffa pushed her way out of Ansel's embrace and sat up. She turned to get out of bed when Ansel caught her arm. "Don't leave," he said. "Not yet." Griffa huffed, but nodded. She laid back down in the bed, and Ansel pulled her to him tightly. She snuggled against his chest. "Please don't block me out, Griffa. I need to feel what you are feeling. I can help you. Put down your shield, at least for a moment." Griffa took a deep breath. She released the barrier she had put up between them, letting him feel her feelings. She was sure he could feel her anxiousness and worry. He could feel her sadness and grief. He could feel the weight of the kingdom on her shoulders. She still hid a few things from him, including her dream of him. Ansel held her tight and shuddered. "You don't have to do this alone. You have way too many things pressing down on you. You will not be able to go on like this." Griffa closed her eyes as she could feel his protector magic wash over her. She felt the knot in her stomach untie, and the tightness in her chest lessened. She gave a contented sigh against Ansel. "You can't shut me out," said Ansel. "Let me help you. As your protector, it is my duty to see to your well-being. As the man who loves you, I want to share these burdens with you." Griffa understood what he was saying, but she didn't know if she could always let down her shield. She needed to protect him from some of her feelings. There were a few he didn't need to know. It would do no good for him to know them. It would only hurt and worry him. "Griffa, please hear what I am saying." "I do," said Griffa, pushing away from him gently and looking up. "I understand. I will let you know when I am overwhelmed." Griffa reached up and kissed him. "I do love you, Ansel." He smiled down at her. "Will you sleep for a little longer, my love?" Griffa nodded, and he pulled her back to him as Griffa closed her eyes. She dozed off as she felt his breaths become even. When she woke up, she could tell not much time had passed, but she felt more refreshed. She gently pulled back from Ansel and rolled out of bed. She dressed quickly and quietly, making her way out of the room and downstairs. She walked into the parlor to find Talon sleeping on the sofa. He was laying on his side with his arm dangling off the edge. Griffa smiled and walked over to sit in a chair next to him. She watched him for a moment while he slept. His dark hair had gotten longer than he usually kept it. She gently moved a bit of his that had fallen into his eyes. She touched the light scar on his cheek he had received from the battle in Clarton. She knew she should wake him up and send him to bed, but she couldn't help but watch him sleep for a moment longer. She loved him. He would never be Ansel. She would always have to choose Ansel, but she loved Talon. She had no doubts about her love for him. She wished she didn't love him so much. There was so much history between them. She had guarded her heart so long from Talon when they were younger, and she knew his wild ways, but it hadn't seemed to do any good. She knew now she had loved him for a long while. This was one of the things she would keep shielded from Ansel. He didn't need to know the depths of her feelings for Talon. She wanted Talon to be happy. She wanted him to find someone who could love him as he deserved. Griffa loved him very much, but she could never have him. She could never give him what he wanted from her. She had given away her heart to Ansel, and she could not gain it back at this point. Talon was brave, wise, and wonderful. He deserved someone who would cherish him, be devoted to him. Hopefully after the war he could find someone who deserved him. As much as it pained her to think of him with someone else, she knew she would be happy to see him in love with someone who could love him as he should be loved. Talon stirred, and Griffa took her hand away from his face. He blinked his eyes and looked up at her as he slowly smiled. "Good morning," he said as he slowly sat up and stretched, looking around. "What time is it?" "It's early. Breakfast is not for a few hours yet," answered Griffa. "Why are you up?" he asked. "You should still be asleep." "I couldn't sleep any more," replied Griffa. "Is the potion ready?" "I left it to cool a few hours ago. It should be ready to bottle before long," said Talon. "Why don't you go up to bed?" asked Griffa. "What will you do?" "I'll start measuring the ingredients for the next batch so we can start it as soon as this one is bottled," answered Griffa, standing up. "I shall help you then," said Talon, standing up as well. "You should really go to bed." "You've been up all night," said Griffa. "I dozed off and on. I'd say I got more sleep than you. Come on, let me help you." "Talon," said Griffa with exasperation. "I am adamant," said Talon, taking Griffa's hand and dragging towards the cellar. "If we work together, we can get everything ready before we have to bottle this current batch." Griffa let Talon drag her through the entry hall and kitchen and down the cellar stairs. He opened the door of the cellar and let her pass. She sat down at a table on the far wall. The table had many different ingredients, scales and vials strewn across it. Talon pulled up a stool next to her. "When do you go to the valley next?" asked Griffa as she measured out some herbs. "I've been needing to go check in with the council for a while. I suppose I shall have to journey there soon," replied Talon, holding up a vial for Griffa. "We could deliver this batch to the river valley 2 days from now and go on up to the valley after. We could stay the night, meet with the council, and come back the next evening." "You sure you're up for that?" asked Talon. "You've been working non-stop through summer. You could let me take this batch for you."
"No, I've been thinking for a while that I needed to go to the valley. I should speak with your council. I am their queen as well. I want them to know I care about their concerns as well as absconds."
"The valley is firmly on your side, Griffa. You don't have to worry about it. Clara and Cillian sing your praises, and I'm a little enthusiastic about you myself," said Talon, smiling slightly. "I still want the people of the valley to know their queen cares about them. It will only be 1 night away, and it might do me some good. Max can work on the potion while we are gone. Kedden can stay here with him." "You think Ansel will be all right with this plan?" asked Talon as he poured some liquid into a small glass vial. "He will. He understands I need to see to my people. Besides, it will keep me from working for 1 night, and he will like that." "Will you stay with me in Wendell House or your own home in the valley?" asked Talon. "If you will have us, we will stay with you," answered Griffa as she crushed some small leaves with a pestle. Talon turned and grinned at Griffa. "You are always welcome in my home." They worked together for a while, measuring and cutting ingredients. Soon they had everything ready for the next 2 batches of potion. Griffa propped her elbow on the table, putting her head in her hand. Her eyes felt heavy. Perhaps she should have slept a bit longer this morning. Griffa got up and stretched her back. She was sore from being on the stool. She walked over to her cot at the end of the room and sat down heavily. Griffa rubbed her face and shook her head. She really didn't want to fall asleep. When she slept, it wasn't often very peaceful. Sometimes she would dream of her time in Ormust. She would imagine she was still in her cell being tortured by Philo. Other times she would dream of Issa's death. Griffa would try to save her, but not be able to help. She would watch Issa die over and over again. Sometimes she would dream of the kingdom, but lately her dreams had been mostly of Ansel. They left her with a sense of dread. She did not want to ever give him up, but she lived in constant fear that she couldn't keep him. Talon walked over and sat next to her. "What is wrong, Griffa?" he asked, looking at her. "Why do you ask?" Griffa stretched and leaned her head back against the wall. "I know when you are worried about something. I can see it on your face and how you hold yourself. Now, tell me what is wrong, please." "I've had trouble sleeping lately. I've had strange dreams, dreams that are different than before." "What do you dream about?" asked Talon quietly. "I don't want to say it would make it seem more real," answered Griffa. She felt tears come to her eyes, but she held them back, trying not to cry. Talon took her hand. "They are not real. They are just dreams. They can't really hurt you." Griffa leaned her head against Talon's shoulder. "If only that were true," she whispered. "I am scared, Talon." Talon leaned his head on hers. "Can you tell me what you are scared of?" Griffa didn't know how to answer. She was terrified of so many things. She was scared of hurting Talon. She was scared of failing her kingdom and folk. She was scared that Max would never recover from losing Issa. She was terrified that she would lose Ansel for good. "I'm scared of losing everything. I'm afraid of being alone." Talon gripped her hand. "No matter what, you will never lose me. I will never leave you, Griffa." Griffa felt tears fall from her eyes. "Ansel will never leave you either. You will always have him. He loves you." Griffa felt herself shake from crying. Talon looked at her startled. He took her in his arms, and she lay on him as she cried. "Is something wrong with you and Ansel?" asked Talon. "Has he said something or done something to hurt you?" "No, not at all. He's been wonderful," said Griffa, shaking her head. "But you know who he is, and who I am. We shouldn't be together. It shouldn't be possible. What if I have to give him up? What if for the line of protectors and the line of Adalwin to go on I have to let him go?" Talon rubbed her back. "I don't know, Griffa. I don't know how all that works. Do you?" "No," she said, "but I've had dreams and feelings. I'm afraid it won't work. I don't think he can be my protector and my consort." "You don't know that. Don't think like that unless you know for sure. Besides, as stubborn as you both are, I am sure you can figure out something." Griffa sat up and pushed away from Talon. "I shouldn't be talking about this with you. It isn't right." "I don't mind, not really. I want you to be happy, Griffa." "I want you to be happy as well. It isn't fair that I burden you with this," said Griffa, wiping her eyes with her hands. "You are my friend and my queen. If I can help you in any way, I want to do it," said Talon. "Have you told Ansel about these dreams?" "No," said Griffa. "I'm afraid to say anything." "You should tell him, and you two can figure it out together. He would want to know and help you." Griffa sighed. "I don't know. I will think on it." She yawned and closed her eyes. "You are tired. You need to rest." "I don't want the dreams to come," said Griffa quietly. "I couldn't handle it now." Talon grabbed her and laid her against him. "Please try to rest. I will stay here with you. I am no protector who can comfort you, but if you need something, I will be here." Griffa was so tired. It was so warm in the little cellar against Talon. She nodded and snuggled against him. "Thank you, Talon," she said sleepily. As she drifted off, she felt Talon kiss her head and heard him say, "Sleep well, dearest." After a couple of hours of sleep and breakfast, Griffa sat in the parlor alone with Ansel. She had just bottled up all the potion with Talon and Max. Talon had gone up to sleep, and Max went to the conservatory to sit with Nora and read. Griffa sat by Ansel on the couch. "Do you mind going to the valley with me?" she asked. "Not at all," said Ansel. "I think it is a good thing for you to meet with the council of the valley. I also like the idea of you taking one night off from working." Griffa smiled at Ansel. "Where is Kedden this morning?" asked Griffa. "I think he is still in bed. Talon checked on him earlier. He said Kitten had not slept well last night and would be down later." Griffa frowned. "I hope he is not becoming ill. I don't like him going out into the kingdom with us during this sickness." "You gave him that pendant that should protect him. I'm sure he is fine. If he is not up in a while, I will check on him for you." There was a knock on the door, and Ansel got up to answer it. He left the parlor and came back in with Malcolm Delis. Griffa stood and received him. "This is a surprise, Malcolm. I have not heard from you since the ring meeting a few months ago," said Griffa, sitting down and gesturing to a nearby chair for Malcolm to sit down. "I know, and I apologize. I had much to think on," said Malcolm, sitting down. "I have thought over your offer." "Have you?" said Griffa. Ansel sat down next to her. "Yes, you are right, Griffon. My family's disgrace and abscond does bother me. I can never change what happened, but I would like to start again for the Delis family amongst our folk. I have talked to my wife, and she agrees. We are willing to come live in abscond to serve on your ring, if your offer still stands." Griffa smiled slightly. "It still stands, Malcolm. You are aware that when I win the throne, the ring will relocate to Oromist." "I am. I will be willing to travel to Oromist whenever you need me, but I would like for my children to grow up here in Abscon." "I'm glad to hear it. Have you spoken to your father about your decision?" "Yes," said Malcolm. "I have let him know my feelings towards his behavior and that of my mother and sister. He seems to think my sister will be settling down soon to start her own family." Griffa looked surprised and glanced at Ansel. "Is Desmona betrothed to someone?" "My father did not say she was. I didn't pry any further," replied Malcolm. "I hope, whatever she chooses, that she is very happy." "We shall see," said Malcolm. "Where will you live in Abscon? I imagine you will not want to move into Deli's house." "No," said Malcolm. "I have purchased a suitable home for us. We will move within the next 2 weeks." "Good," said Griffa. "If there is any way I can help make things easier on you, please let me know. Would you like any refreshment?" "No," said Malcolm, standing up. "I should get back to the Lakelands. There is much to do. I am glad to serve you, Griffon. I thank you for this chance to re-establish my family name." Griffa stood up, as did Ansel. "I am happy to have you on my ring, Malcolm. I look forward to serving the kingdom with you. I look forward to meeting your wife and children." Ansel saw Malcolm out as Griffa sat back down on the couch. Ansel came back in and sat next to her. "Well, only one chair to go, and I shall have a full ring. Do you have any ideas who should fill the last seat?" "None," said Griffa. "You can wait for a while, maybe even wait until the war is over." Griffa played with her hair and fretted about what would happen when the war was over. If she was on the throne, would Ansel be by her side as her consort? Would she be forced to choose someone else? "Griffa, what are you worrying about?" asked Ansel, taking her hand from her hair. He held her it and looked at her. "It's nothing, Ansel," answered Griffa. "You should know by now you can't lie to me. I know something has been bothering you for a while. Is it just the war, or is it something else?" Griffa looked at him. "What do you think will happen with us? Will we be able to carry on the line of Adawan and the line of protectors?" Ansel looked taken aback. "I don't see why not. Why, have you read something that says differently?" "No," answered Griffa. "But what if we can't? What will we do?" Ansel took her other hand and pulled her close. "We will figure it out. I told you I would not give you up for anything. I meant it." Griffa nodded. "I don't want to lose you. I don't think I could handle it." "You will never lose me. You are the only woman I will ever love, Griffa. I know that for certain. You believe me, don't you?" Griffa nodded. "I choose you, Griffa. Whatever I have to do to be by your side forever, I will do it." Griffa smiled at him and leaned forward, kissing Ansel gently. He grabbed her and kissed her more forcefully, causing Griffa to make a small noise against his lips. He kissed her again, and she responded with fervor. She loved him so much. She kissed him over and over. She could not imagine a life not loving him forever. Her dreams came back to her, and she felt tears come to her eyes. He moved to kissing her neck. "Do you want to go upstairs?" he whispered in her ear. "Yes," she answered. "Please." He stood up and offered her his hand. She took it, and he pulled her up and to him, kissing her. She felt tears fall from her eyes as she kissed him, causing him to pull back. "Are you all right?" he asked. He wiped her tears away with his thumbs. "Yes, I of you," she whispered. I want to be with you." She took his hand and led him upstairs. She needed to be with him. She needed to be reminded of the strength of their love. When they got to their room, Ansel grabbed her and held her to him. "Whatever happens, I need you to know I love you more than anything in this kingdom and beyond. Nothing will ever stop me from loving you. I need you to always believe that." "I do, Ansel. I never doubt your love," replied Griffa. As she kissed him and loved him, she tried to put all her fears and doubts away, but she had a feeling a time was coming when even their love might not be enough. Chapter 2. Ansel watched Griffa closely as she moved through the sick folk in a small village of the river valley. It was the 4th village they had stopped in, and it would be their last stop of the day before heading to the valley. They had run into no trouble, but Ansel was still ready to be in the safety of the valley. "We should leave soon," said Talon, standing by Ansel, looking at Griffa. "She is getting tired. She won't quit until we make her." "I'll let her finish with a young woman she is speaking with, then we will go," said Ansel. Talon nodded. "She is very dedicated to the kingdom and her people. She won't ever agree, but she is an extraordinary queen. I believe she will be much loved when she takes her throne." "I have no doubt of that," said Ansel. "To think all of those small-minded imbeciles on the ring who wanted to keep her from her rightful place. How could they not see what a strong, kind queen she would be?" said Talon fiercely. Ansel agreed. He never could understand how the powers in Abscon could ever think Griffa would not have been an excellent queen. She had every qualification. She was intelligent, kind, caring, and a gifted magical user. She was also beautiful and charming. Everyone she met felt drawn to her. Ansel knew some of that allure was due to her position, but much of it was because of who Griffa was. Ansel smiled as she comforted the young woman she sat before. He was very proud of his queen. He had known her his whole life. She had always fascinated him, even as a child. By the time she became a woman, he had never been more enchanted by anyone or anything. Sometimes he couldn't believe he denied loving her for as long as he did. Talon had called Ansel a fool and an idiot at the time, and Ansel agreed with him. He had been an idiot to ever think he could not love Griffa. Griffa kissed the young woman on the forehead as the woman slept. She stood up and looked at Ansel, and he motioned with his head that they should go. Griffa nodded and walked over to him. "I am ready," she said. She held her staff in one hand and took Ansel's arm in another. They walked away from the village and into the hilly area just outside the village. "We will have to travel to the mountain pass and walk together to Wendell House," said Talon, standing close to them. Griffa nodded. Talon put his hand on her shoulder as Ansel took her hand, and they all closed their eyes. Ansel felt himself travel. His feet hit the ground, and he felt Griffa stumble slightly. Talon caught her and steadied her on her feet. "Careful, Griffa. I think you have worn yourself out today. Let's get you home so you can have dinner and go to bed early," Talon said as he held out his arm. Griffa smiled up at him and took it, leaving Ansel to follow behind. Ansel watched Griffa and Talon talk and laugh together as they walked. They were so comfortable together. Griffa leaned on Talon, and he whispered something to her. Ansel felt a moment of jealousy, but he pushed it away. He was sure of Griffa's love. He knew she was very fond of Talon. He suspected Talon was at least a little in love with her, but Ansel couldn't blame Talon for it. He also trusted Talon. He had proven himself to be trustworthy, and Ansel knew he owed Griffa's life to Talon. Kedden may have saved her from Philo's curse in Clarton, but Talon had fought to keep her from harm until that point. They got to Wendell House to eat a small dinner. After dinner, they sat by the fireplace in the large parlor. Ansel and Griffa sat on a sofa, while Talon sat in a chair close to them. He handed both of them a glass of wine. "What can we expect at the council meeting tomorrow?" asked Griffa, looking at Talon and taking a sip of wine. "The council members will give updates on their contacts in area magical communities and where they stand to joining our side. We will also discuss the sickness and where it is spreading in the area. They will want a report on the latest meeting of the ring. I think you might want to address them in some way, Griffa. Let them know our next steps towards taking Oromist." Griffa nodded as she sipped her wine. "Do you expect any trouble in the meeting?" "No," said Talon. "You have at least 2 very loyal council members in Cillian and Clara. Clara's daughter is actually on the council now, so you shouldn't have a problem there either. She is training to take Clara's spot, since Clara is now on the ring." "Do I know her? It seems like I should," said Griffa. "Adelaide Vin is her name. She is called Addie. She has always been very quiet. She is nice enough, I suppose. I think I do remember her. I believe I might have shocked her with my behavior when we were children. I don't blame her if I did. I was rather wild, said Griffa with a smile. Talon laughed. I don't think you shocked her. I think she might have been in awe of you. She is now, at least. She talks about you as if you were a goddess. I'll be able to knock that idea out of her head quickly when she meets me tomorrow, said Griffa, yawning. She leaned on Ansel. Do you want to go to bed? Asked Ansel, looking down at Griffa. She did look very tired. She shook her head. Not yet. You will go with us to the meeting tomorrow, won't you, Ansel? Asked Talon. Yes, where my queen goes, so do I, answered Ansel. I'm interested to see what the council says as well. I am glad we have come. They sat in silence for a few moments as Ansel sipped his wine, looking into the fire. Talon made a soft noise and nodded towards Griffa. She had slumped down on Ansel with her eyes closed. She appeared to be fast asleep. Ansel shifted so she was in a more comfortable position as he wrapped his arm around her. I knew she was wore out from today, said Talon softly. I don't think she has slept well lately either. No, and I am ashamed to say I wasn't aware until recently, said Ansel, staring down at Griffa. She's been shielding me from her feelings. I thought her nightmares had abated. I should have known better. You shouldn't be so hard on yourself. She didn't want you to know. Has she talked to you about what's been plaguing her? Asked Talon. Ansel looked up at Talon. I'm not sure. Has she said something to you? Talon sat back and took a drink of his wine, taking a deep breath. Please, Talon, has she said anything that will help me know how to help her? Talon looked at Ansel like he was thinking on what to say. You and Griffa have a very unique relationship. There has never been another one like it that we know of. How do you think it will work with you being her protector and her consort? So she has been fretting about that, said Ansel. She has talked of this to you. Just a little. She says she's been having dreams that frighten her. I think they are about you. Do you know what happens in these dreams? Whispered Ansel urgently. I know you don't want to break her confidence, but I need to know. She didn't give me any specifics. She only said she is scared she might have to let you go. She's afraid she will have to give you up. Ansel held Griffa tighter. He looked down at her and then back up at Talon. I will never let that happen. I will do whatever it takes to be by her side. I can't give her up. That isn't an option. Talon nodded. I understand. We need to find out more about protectors and their relationship with their sovereigns. We need to know everything we can. We need to find out how the bond was first formed and why. You would help with this? Asked Ansel, surprised. Why would you think any differently? Asked Talon. Of course I want to help. Ansel shrugged slightly. I just thought maybe Griffa not being with me might not be the worst thing for you. Talon smiled tightly. My only concern is Griffa's safety and happiness. She loves you and she needs you. I don't know what would happen to her if she lost you. Believe it or not, I find that I like you as well. I want you both to be happy. Thank you, Talon, said Ansel quietly. I think I should get her to bed. When we get back to Abscon, we can start looking for more information on protectors. I will ask Max to help. Ansel got up slowly and then picked up Griffa off the couch. Good night, Talon. Ansel turned to go to the bedroom Talon had shown them earlier. He turned back before he left the room. Thank you for caring for Griffa so much. If something ever did happen to me. Talon cut him off. Please, Ansel, you don't need to say more. Just know that whatever happens, and in whatever way she needs me, I will always be there for her. Ansel nodded and walked from the room. The next day after breakfast, they made their way to the meeting hall. Talon escorted Griffa inside as Ansel stood behind her. As they walked into the meeting room, all other 5 members of the council were sitting around the table. They stood as they entered. My queen, said Clara, coming up to Griffa, we are so happy to receive you in the valley. Griffa took Clara's hand and squeezed it while smiling. I am very happy to be here. I am sorry I haven't come sooner. You have been busy, and Talon and I have been able to report back regularly. I believe you know my daughter? Asked Clara as a pretty light brown-haired young witch with green eyes came forward. Well, I do remember you, Addie. I hope it is all right if I call you Addie, said Griffa, smiling at the young woman. Of course, my queen. I am glad to see you again. Do you know my protector, Ansel? Asked Griffa, moving slightly so Ansel could come forward. I have met him, but I doubt he remembers, said Addie, blushing. Ansel smiled at her as Griffa said, "Don't take offense if he doesn't. It has nothing to do with you. He is not a social creature." "We probably have that in common," said Addie quietly. Talon came over to collect Griffa. "If you are ready, Griffa, we should start the meeting." Talon took Griffa's hand as he nodded politely at Addie. Griffa walked over with Talon to sit to his right, and there was a chair next to Griffa for Ansel to sit in. Talon called the meeting to order. The first half was the council members checking in on their progress with magical communities scattered throughout the mountains. Next came a report on the sickness. Ansel was concerned to hear it was spreading at an extraordinary rate. He could feel Griffa's anxiety grow. Ansel took her hand under the table to comfort her. "We have found a potion that works well on curing it," said Griffa. "If given in enough time, it is very effective. I can give you the directions for it. It will take someone skilled in potions to make it, but it can be done overnight." Cillian nodded. "Thank you, my queen. We have several skilled potion masters in the village. If you will forward me the directions, I will make sure they get right on it." Griffa nodded. "If that is all, I would like to say a few words, if you don't mind, Talon." "Of course not, my queen. The council is yours." Griffa stood up. "I know that Abscon and the valley have not had the best relationship in recent years. When my father was leading the ring, he always valued the valley. After his death, I'm afraid the ring did not do its duty by all of you that it should. I would like to apologize. I want you to know, as the head of the ring and your queen, I value the valley very highly. I have added Clara to my ring, and she is a very wise and capable voice of reason. Your leader, Talon Wendell, is one of the finest men I have ever known. I know the valley is full of good, honest folk who want what is right for this kingdom. If we are going to defeat the evil forces that would destroy Regventus, the valley must be forefront in our ranks. I came here before I was queen and asked you to go to war. I do so again with even more urgency. I have seen the evilness that is ruining our kingdom. I have experienced it firsthand in the palace. I can tell you these powers of Oromist go against everything our gods stand for. If we do not act, they will destroy us and the whole kingdom. We are still developing our plans to fight and take back Regventus. Our priority at the moment is to stop the sickness. We are also working on contacts within Oromist. As the ring develops our plan, you will be kept informed. If you, as the Council of the Valley, comes up with anything you believe is helpful, I hope you will let us know." Griffa raised her sleeve on her cloak. "I lost a bracelet that was given to me by you during my time in Oromist, but I have had your leader give me a new one. I have made one for all of you. I give it to you today. If the valley is ever in need of the support of me or Abscon, you can call, and we will come." Talon passed bracelets around the table. "Now, if there are any questions about my legitimacy as queen or the plans of the ring, please ask them now. I will answer any with complete honesty." The council was silent, and Griffa looked around and smiled. "My queen," said Addie quietly, "you have my support and my devotion. I will fight for you when the time comes." Griffa smiled at Addie kindly and nodded. "You have mine as well," said Clara, patting her daughter's hand. "You know I support you fully, my queen," said Cillian. The rest of the council members pledged their devotion to their queen. Talon stood up and took Griffa's hand and kissed it. "You are our queen. You are my queen. I have already pledged my life to you, but I will do so again as the leader of this village." Griffa looked around the council. "I thank you all. It will take all of us to save the kingdom. I look forward to building a better Regventus with all of you." Griffa sat down and looked at Talon. "If there is not anything else, I think we will adjourn. I will be traveling back to Abscon with Ansel and the Queen, but you can contact me at any time." "Talon, I have something I need to say," said Cillian. Talon nodded. "I will be absent for a few weeks. I have some good news. I am to be married, and rather quickly." Ansel snapped his head to look at Cillian and noticed Griffa had a shocked look on her face. Cillian smiled at Griffa. "I hope you will forgive Nora, my queen, but I asked her yesterday, and she said yes. She wanted to tell you herself, but I knew I would have to say something during this council meeting." Griffa gave Cillian a wide smile. "I am very happy for you both." "Yes, Cillian, this is very good news. We will, of course, excuse you from council business for a few weeks while you spend time with your new bride. When will you be married?" asked Talon. "The week after next from Abscon, if I can arrange it with the temple. I will go there this afternoon and see." "Very good," said Talon. If that is all, we will adjourn so you can get to it, Cillian." Everyone got up and congratulated Cillian. Griffa hugged him, and Ansel shook his hand. Before they left the meeting hall, Addie came over to say goodbye to Griffa. "I appreciate your support, Addie," said Griffa, smiling at the woman. "I hope you can join your mother in Abscon sometime." "Thank you, my queen. I would like that," said Addie. "You do have to promise to call me Griffa when we are not in a meeting, though. We have known each other for quite some time." Addie smiled before following her mother out of the room. Talon came up to Griffa and Ansel. "Are we ready to head back to Abscon?" "Yes," said Griffa. She took Ansel's arm, and they left the meeting hall. They walked towards the edge of town to travel. "That went rather well," said Talon, walking by Griffa's side. "I think so," said Griffa. "You did very well, my queen," said Ansel, turning to look at her. "You did, Griffa. Like I said once before, I do like it when you are being all queenly. It is quite a sight." Griffa rolled her eyes and looked at Ansel. "He's not wrong, you know," said Ansel. He bent down to half-whisper in her ear. "It rather reminds me when you pull rank with me in certain situations." Griffa turned very red, while Talon chuckled slightly. Griffa let go of Ansel's arm and walked ahead of both him and Talon. When they got outside of town, she faced them. "I think I'd like to travel alone," said Griffa, looking at both of them sternly. "In fact, a nice long walk by myself through Abscon sounds rather lovely." "Protector," said Griffa in a commanding voice, "see that the leader of the valley arrives safely in Abscon. Talon, try to stay out of trouble tonight. I have a feeling I won't have time to oversee any of your activities." She gave Ansel a smirk, and then turned, and she was gone. Talon looked at Ansel with one eyebrow raised. "I'd say you are in for it, but I think you might be a rather lucky man." Ansel put his hand on Talon's shoulder and smiled. "I'd say you have no idea, but I know that's not true." Ansel closed his eyes, and they traveled. Chapter 3. Kedden walked by Griffa on their way to a ring of 9 meeting with Talon, Ansel, and Max walking behind them. Griffa looked at him and gave him a small smile as they turned from the pathway of Keen Manor towards the center of town. Kedden looked down at her. He had been concerned about Griffa. She looked pale and tried, and she had not been herself lately. She had been quiet and a little withdrawn. He noticed at meals she hardly seemed to eat. Kedden knew Griffa had been working extremely hard. She seemed to be brewing potions day and night. Max and Talon would help her, but she would often sit with them instead of resting. She would visit different villages in the kingdom each week, bringing the potion and her comfort. Kedden wondered when she found time to actually sleep at all, and she must have been constantly tired. Still, Kedden wondered if something else was bothering her. Kedden knew he probably didn't look much better than Griffa. He had not been sleeping well. He worried continuously for his child, and, if he was honest, Turin as well, he was still angry at her for what she had done, but he could not dismiss the feelings he still had for her. At night, when he was alone, he would miss her. He would miss holding her. He would miss the sound of her voice and her light laugh. Kedden had been corresponding with his mother. While she wouldn't divulge much of Golnar's plans, she did tell Kedden she was concerned. Some new magic users in the city were having trouble with their magic. A few had even become somewhat ill. Camellia had been at work in the 4th and 3rd rings of the city all summer, but she had found ways to stall the use of the potion. She was worried what it was doing to the citizens of Oromist. She assured Kedden that she and Turin were doing well. "Kedden," said Griffa as they walked, "have you heard from your mother lately?" "It's been a few weeks," replied Kedden. "I haven't checked at the mail house in the East Village in a while." "We should go later this afternoon," said Griffa, nodding at a person who passed by them. "You don't have to go with me, Griffa. I'm sure Talon would take me." "I should like to go," said Griffa. "I want to see how things are in the East Village. I need to get out in the kingdom." "Are you sure it is wise?" asked Kedden with concern. "Ansel will go with us. I have learned from my past mistakes, and Ansel will not leave my side. There should be no danger." "You seem tired, Griffa. Perhaps you should rest this afternoon. Let Max work on the potion. Talon and I can run to the East Village." Griffa smiled. "I feel quite well today. You, on the other hand, look like you haven't slept in a month. What is worrying you? Is it your wife and child?" "And my mother," said Kedden as they neared the town center. "The last letter said new magic users were becoming weak and sick. I worry what will happen to my mother, Turin, and my child. Also, I think my mother in turn may be interfering with Golanner's plans. I worry what will happen when he figures it out." Griffa gave out a loud breath. "We will have to find a way to help them soon," Griffa said as she stopped close to the front of the statue of the gods. She looked at Kedden and took his hand. "We will get all of them out of Oromist soon, Kedden. I promise I will find a way to save them for you." Kedden squeezed her hand and nodded. "Please trust me, Kedden. I will think of something," said Griffa with conviction, still holding his hand. "I do trust you, my queen," said Kedden. "But I don't want anything to happen to you either. Whatever you plan, you must keep that in mind." "Come, Kedden," said Griffa, holding his hand and walking with him to the statue of the gods. "Let us pray for their safety." Kedden watched as Griffa gave a bow in King Nathan's direction and then put her hand on the foot of the statue of the sister. She held on to Kedden's hand and closed her eyes. Kedden felt her hand warm under his as he closed his eyes and felt Griffa's magic run up his arm. He could feel her concern for him and those he loved. He could feel the power she held within herself. He opened his eyes and looked at her as she prayed. He felt pulled towards her as his queen. He knew there was nothing he would not do for her, and he knew there was nothing she would not do for him or the kingdom. Talon, Ansel, and Max had come close to them, watching Griffa. Max turned and looked at Kedden. Max's eyes unfocused for a moment, and then he stared hard at Kedden as thought he was trying to figure something out. Griffa opened her eyes and took her hand off of the statue. She gave Kedden's hand one more squeeze and let go before walking over to stand between Ansel and Talon. "Are we ready for the meeting?" asked Griffa, smiling at them all. They all nodded. Griffa walked between Ansel and Talon to enter the building as Kedden and Max walked behind her. They entered the meeting room to find Clara, Malcolm, and Sidora already in their chairs. Griffa stood in front of her chair, while everyone else found their place to sit. Griffa smiled and called the meeting to order before she sat down. "I am pleased to welcome Malcolm Delis to our ring officially. I have no doubt he will serve his kingdom and his queen well. I am committed to do all I can to help Regventus and serve you, my queen," said Malcolm solemnly. "Very good," said Griffa. "Today I want to discuss the situation with the sickness around the kingdom and what we know is happening in Oromist. I know we have to continue to fight the sickness in our kingdom, but our ultimate goal is to take the kingdom back from those who would destroy it. The Lakelands are doing much better since you visited this summer. They have a stockpile of the potion you have made," said Malcolm. "You also caused quite a stir amongst the non-gifted in the area. They weren't sure what to make of you. Some thought you might have been a god coming to visit them. There was talk you might be the sister come to life. I think you might have unintentionally sparked a return to the old true gods of Regventus in the Lakelands." Griffa smiled slightly. "I do not wish to parade around as a false god, but the results of a return to the true gods is not one I want to argue with." "You need to be more intentionally of saying who you are," said Talon. "You are the queen of Regventus, and you should be announced when we visit. We aren't hiding any more from the powers of Oromist. Let the people know you are their true queen that sees to their well-being." "What of those who might be Oromist loyalists in the villages?" asked Kedden. "I would hate to put our queen in a dangerous situation." "As long as she is near Ansel, she is safe. When we are out, he must never leave her side," replied Talon. "Ansel, what is your opinion?" asked Griffa, looking at her protector. "If we are going to take back this kingdom, you will need non-gifted folk on your side. As much as I hate to put any additional targets on you, I agree with Talon. I think you need to start declaring who you are to the people." "You need to look like a queen," said Madame Sidora. "You need something people can look at and see and know for sure." "What do you suggest?" asked Griffa. "A crown," said Sidora. "The crown of Regventus can only be taken in Oromist," said Griffa. "I know we have it here, but I can only claim it in Oromist." "We have others," said Sidora. "One's worn by the princes and princess of Regventus. I have one in mind for you." Sidora stood up and walked to the wall on the far side of the room. She touched the wall, and a small door appeared and opened. She walked in and disappeared for a few moments as everyone around the ring looked at each other. Sidora eventually reappeared. She walked over to Griffa, holding in her hand a thin golden groan. It was round and smooth. In the middle was a small sun with a single red gem in the middle. "This was the crown of the princess of the blood of Adawan. I believe Mylin Keen was the last to wear it on her wedding day. It has been kept with the crown of Regventus and others in the secret room. It is yours, my queen. I believe you should wear it." Griffa nodded and lowered her head. Sedora slipped the crown over Griffa's head, and it rested on her forehead. The sun perched just below her hairline. It fit her perfectly. Griffa looked up and around the circle. Kedden gasped as the air around them changed. He looked at Griffa, and her pull as his queen was undeniable. Kedden looked around at the others. Ansel was staring at her intensely, as though awaiting her to give him an order. Max was smiling slightly as he looked at Griffa. Malcolm and Clara seemed to sit up straighter, and Kedden thought Talon looked at Griffa as though she was the most wondrous thing he had ever beheld. "I don't believe you will even have to announce yourself now, my queen," said Sedora, sitting down. "Anyone who takes one look at you won't be able to deny who you are." Griffa looked around, and everyone nodded. "If you think it is necessary, Sedora, I will do as you recommend. Now let's talk about Oromist. Kedden, you had some news a few weeks ago."
"Yes,"
said Kedden, shaking his head lightly to focus. "My mother has been corresponding with me. She says some new magic users are losing their ability to do magic, and a few have fallen ill. She isn't sure if they are connected. We shall have to watch it closely. If the folk of the city suffer, I cannot ignore it for long," said Griffa. "You will not go into the city until we have a plan of taking it for good," said Talon, looking at Griffa. "If my people suffer, it will be hard to stay away," answered Griffa, looking at Talon. "He knows that, my queen," said Ansel. Griffa turned to look at him. "But the best way to help your people is to find a way to take back the kingdom. You must look at your larger responsibility. You must be safe during this war. You must sit on the throne of Oromist." "I can't promise anything," said Griffa, looking around the ring, "but I will listen to all of your counsel." "And you will not leave Abscon without your protector," said Talon. "Of course not," said Griffa. The rest of the meeting they talked of the forces they were collecting to take Oromist. Many magical communities had come to their side. Griffa talked of visiting more communities in the near future, and they adjourned at lunchtime. "Ansel," said Griffa as they left, "I plan to go to the East Village today with Kedden so he can check for messages and see how the village is doing. You will accompany me, won't you?" Ansel took Griffa's hand. "Of course I go where you go." "I can go as well," said Talon, coming up to Griffa's other side. "No, I need you to stay here and help Max with the next batch of the cure. We will not be gone long." Talon looked like he would argue, but Griffa walked away from him to walk by Max. She took Max's arm, and they walked ahead, talking to one another. "I know she needs to be out in the kingdom, but I hate her being so vulnerable outside of Abscon," said Talon, walking with Kedden and Ansel. "I will be with her," said Ansel. "I will keep her safe." "I don't doubt you, Ansel, but sometimes Griffa has ideas of her own. If she orders you away from her, there isn't much you can do," said Talon with concern. "I wish she would let me go with you." "I will watch over her, Talon," said Kedden as he watched Griffa walk with Max. She turned for a second and smiled back at them all, her golden groan catching the fall sun. "I know, Kedden. The truth is I don't like being away from her," said Talon. He walked faster to catch up to Griffa and Max. Kedden cut his eyes over to look at Ansel to see Ansel's eyes were slightly narrowed, watching Talon walk up to Griffa's side. Kedden wondered what Ansel's thoughts were at the moment, but thought it would be better not to ask. Chapter 4. Max sat in front of the large fireplace in the parlor of Keen Manor on a small stool. He looked at the potion bubbling in the pot and adjusted the fire. Once the potion seemed to be settled, Max got up and walked to a chair close by. Sitting down, he took a deep breath and watched the fire. It had not been an easy time for Max. He still felt the grief from Issa's death. Sometimes he could put it away for a few hours and enjoy himself with others, but it would come back and hit him hard when he was alone. Her memory followed him around the manor and its grounds. He could still see her curled up in a chair in the conservatory. He could see her smiling and shooting arrows in the backyard. He could imagine her in his room, kizing him. Max poured himself into the work of the cure and finding ways to keep Griffa safe. He felt most at peace when he was working or when he was in Griffa's presence. In the early days of Issa's passing, Griffa and Nora would spend hours with Max. Griffa could always tell when he was feeling particularly low, and she would take his hand and hold it, letting him feel her magic, strength, and love. Lately, she had pulled away from Max. She still checked on him. She would listen to him talk about Issa, but she wouldn't take his hand as often. She wouldn't share her own feelings, and Max felt that she was keeping her feelings from him for a reason. Max worried about Griffa as she seemed tired and lethargic, even though she tried to carry on as normal. He knew something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out with the distance she was keeping. Max remembered the visions he had last spring. He had seen Griffa as queen twice, each with a different king by her side. He knew both Ansel and Talon loved her. Max had thought Griffa would always pick Ansel, but he wasn't as sure anymore. Either of those visions would be better than the other two he had seen. He still couldn't shake the feeling that Griffa might have to sacrifice herself to save the kingdom. He had a feeling no matter what, she would have to give up something to make sure things were made right. Talon came into the room and sat next to Max. "The potion in the cellar should be fine for a while. It is brewing nicely," said Talon. "This one should be done by tomorrow morning," said Max as he saw Talon looking at the clock on the mantel. "I thought the others would be back by now. I hope nothing has happened." "I'm sure they are fine. You know how Griffa is." "She is probably visiting with folk all over the village," said Max. "I'm sure you are right," said Talon, not sounding convinced. "If they are not back by dinner, we can go check," said Max. "The potions should be fine by themselves for a while." Talon sighed and leaned forward in his chair, looking at the fire as Max watched him. "She's fine, Talon," said Max soothingly. "She has Ansel with her, and he will keep her safe." Talon looked at Max and flopped back in his chair. "I know you are right." "You don't like being away from her," said Max. "You love her." "Am I that obvious?" asked Talon. "Yes, but also I've seen things. I know how you feel about her, and I have seen some of the bond you share with her. I won't do anything to hurt her or Ansel. You don't need to worry about that," said Talon. "I believe you," said Max. "What about you, though? Doesn't it bother you to see them together?" "I can't lie and say it's easy, but to see her happy is all I want. If I can help see her safely to the throne with Ansel by her side, I will be satisfied." Max nodded, and they sat in silence for a few moments before Talon spoke. "Max, you have studied about Protector's magic this past year, haven't you?" "I have," answered Max. "How do you think it will work with Ansel being her protector and her consort?" asked Talon. "I'm not sure. It has never been done before. It shouldn't be possible she would want him by her side in that way, but she does. Why do you want to know?" "Griffa and Ansel have both talked to me about it. I told Ansel I would help him do some research. I believe Griffa is having nightmares about losing Ansel." Max felt a sickness in his stomach at this news. "Griffa is having nightmares about losing Ansel?" "Yes, I guess she hadn't told you?" "No," whispered Max. He wondered if this was why she had withdrawn from Max. Was she scared that he might know something? If Griffa was dreaming about losing Ansel, it could mean something. The kingdom could be trying to tell her something. "Do you know where we might start looking for something that could help them? Are there any books you have read?" "None of the books I have read have much that will be helpful with their situation. We will need to find information on the first few protectors. Maybe find out more on how and why the first protector was made. I know it was blood magic, but I'm not sure how it was done or why the line of Rhea was chosen," said Max. "Can you help with this? I know you are working hard on the potion, and I know this hasn't been an easy time for you." "I will help," said Max quickly. "Griffa is one of the most important people to me in this kingdom. I will do anything to ensure she is safe and happy." The front door opened, and Talon jumped out of his chair. He walked over to meet Griffa, Ansel, and Kedden as they entered the parlor. "Did everything go well?" asked Talon quickly, taking Griffa's hand and leading her to the fireplace. "Yes, it was fine," said Griffa, taking her hand from Talon and looking at the potion in the kettle. She rubbed her hands to warm them by the fire. "It is my fault we are so late. I visited with several people, and I made Ansel and Kedden accompany me in the forest, so I could gather a few ingredients we were running low on." Max saw Ansel put a small basket on the low table. He stood by Griffa as Kedden sat in the chair Talon had just vacated. "Did you have any messages from your mother?" asked Talon to Kedden. "No, there was nothing," said Kedden sadly. "I'm sure Turin and your child are fine, Kedden," said Griffa sympathetically. "She probably just hasn't had any news to write, or maybe she hasn't had time. We will check again in a week." Kedden nodded. "Come on, Griffa," said Ansel, taking her hand. "I bet Maybelle has dinner ready, and you need to eat." Griffa let herself be led away by Ansel, and Kedden got up and followed them. Max stood up and looked at Talon. "We can go to the library of Ebscan tomorrow to see what books we can find." Talon nodded. "What will happen if they can't carry on the line of Adalwan and Rhea?" "I'm not sure," said Max. The lines were integral to the kingdom for 1,000 years. I believe they are both needed to bring the kingdom back to order, and I don't know what would happen if one or both of the lines couldn't go on." "Let's hope this is not a problem," said Talon as he walked to the dining room. Max watched him go as he felt dread sneak its way through his body. He hoped it wouldn't be a problem, but he doubted it. The next day Max and Talon went to the library in Abscon. They spent a couple of hours finding all the books they could on protectors of the kingdom, and they came back to the manor carrying many books each. They entered the parlor to find Griffa alone. She looked at them with wide eyes. "What are you planning on doing with all of those?" she asked. "We are researching about protectors," said Talon, sitting a large pile of books down. "We are going to find out everything we can to see if we can help you and Ansel better understand your relationship." Griffa looked at Talon shocked. "You want to help with this?" "Of course I want you to be happy. Now, are you going to help us?" asked Talon, smiling as he held out a book to her. She smiled and took it, and they all settled in to read. They read through most of the morning, though Griffa stopped at one point to bottle up the potion that was done cooling. Talon and Griffa read off and on throughout the day, but Max would not stop. He liked having purpose. This felt like another riddle he needed to figure out, and he would not be at peace until he did. By the next day, Ansel had figured out what they were doing, and he joined in. Kidden even picked up a few books to read. By the end of the second day, they had found nothing. After dinner, Max went to the conservatory to read by himself. He settled down in Issa's favorite chair with a large old book on Protector's magic. He read for hours, though it didn't seem that long. Max read the stories of the first Protectors. He read their attributes and their adventures, but he could find nothing about how the line of Rhea was chosen. He could find nothing about the blood magic that sealed the line of Rhea into Adalwin's fate. "Max," said Griffa as she came into the conservatory, sitting down next to Max, "you need to go to bed soon." "I will, Griffa," said Max, not looking up. "I just want to read for a little while longer." "No," said Griffa as she grabbed the book out of his hand. "It is very late, and you should sleep. These books will be here tomorrow." Max gave an angry breath and looked at Griffa as she stared back at him. "Have you found anything?" asked Griffa as she put the book to her side.
"No,"
said Max as he continued to stare at Griffa. "I am beginning to think it is hopeless we will find anything. Why would we? Our situation is not one that has happened before." "It isn't," said Max with trepidation. "Griffa, I think there might be a reason it has never happened before." "What?" said Griffa. "Do you know something?" A strange feeling came over him, and he grabbed her hand forcefully. "Max," said Griffa, startled, "what is wrong?" Max held her hand tighter as he felt their magic come together. He felt the blood of Adalwin in her veins, and he felt his own blood flowing through him. He looked in Griffa's eyes and saw the history of their family. She opened her mouth slightly and stared back as the history of their kingdom flashed before Max. He saw everything. He saw their triumphs and their defeats. He saw King Nathan standing proudly with his protector at his back. He saw Queen Agatha fleeing from the palace with her protector. Max blinked, and he saw the future, or at least different versions of the future. They went by so fast Max only got glimpses. He saw Griffa. He saw Talon. He saw Ansel. He saw so many faces. He saw those that would come after them. He saw kings, queens, and protectors. Max also saw Regventus be a desolate place, a place where life struggled to happen. It looked like a place that was cursed, and then Max knew. He knew for Griffa to marry her protector was impossible. She could not, as it would not work. The lines could not be joined together in that way. Max gripped Griffa's hand and looked at her as he saw tears fall from her eyes. She shook her head. "No," she whispered, "it can't be this way. It can't." "Griffa," said Max as he felt tears come to his own eyes. He felt her deep love for Ansel and her dependence on him. He felt her despair and her heartache. "I'm so sorry." Griffa ripped her hand from Max before she stood up ran. Max stood up to follow her, but what could he do? What could he say? There was nothing to be done. Griffa would have to give Ansel up. There was no way she could be with her protector. Max walked slowly from the conservatory into parlor and sat down on a chair. He didn't know what to do. He sat in silence, grieving for Griffa. He could still feel the depth of her heartache. "Max," said Ansel, walking into the parlor, "have you seen Griffa?" Max felt tears spill from his eyes. He looked up at Ansel, not knowing what to say. "Max," said Ansel worriedly, "what is wrong? Is it Griffa?" "Yes," said Max. Is she all right?" "No," answered Max. "She is not." "Where is she?" "What is happening?" asked Ansel, frantic. "Ansel, I'm very sorry. I wish it wasn't like this." Ansel looked at Max. "What do you mean?" Max wasn't sure what to say. He stood up and walked to the fireplace, looking at the low fire there. "Max, what is going on?" asked Ansel. "Where is Griffa?" "I don't know." She ran when she realized the truth. "What truth?" asked Ansel. His voice was laced with dread. "She cannot marry her protector. The lines of Adalwin and Rhea cannot be joined in their current bond." Ansel took 2 steps back from Max. "How do you know this? Did you read this?" "No, but I know it is true, and so does Griffa." "I'm sorry, Ansel, but you will have to give her up for the lines to go on. You will have to let her go if Regventus is going to survive." "No," said Ansel, shaking his head. "I don't believe you. There is something that can be done." "There is nothing. Your fates were sealed long ago. You cannot be he protector and love her as you do. It will not work." Ansel looked at Max, leaning on the back of a chair. "No, this isn't the only way. There has to be another. Everything within me tells me this is not true. I will do something to fix this. I will not live this life without her by my side. I cannot love anyone but her. I have to go find her." Ansel walked quickly for the room. Max sat down in a close chair and covered his face with his hands. He didn't know what Ansel could do to fix this, as there was now to fix for this. Max cried quietly and wondered how Griffa would ever truly be able to let Ansel go. Chapter 5. Golnar sat in his room with his head against a chair, feeling more tired than he ever had in his life. He wanted peace, but he could find none. His dreams were always haunted by her, and she never failed to come to him each night. She would taunt him with her goodness. She would tempt him with mercy and forgiveness. He didn't need anything from her. He only needed her to leave him be. Golnar wondered if his dreams would stop if Griffon Keen was killed. Would she come from the grave to torment him? He didn't know, but he wanted to find out. Golnar knew as long as this queen drew breath, he would never see Regventus as he knew it needed to be. He could never put the magical-blooded folk in their right place of power. He could never get rid of all the non-gifted folk he needed to as long as Griffon Keen lived. They had tried to kill her. Philo had assured Golnar he could do it, but Philo had failed. They held her in their clutches for 2 months, yet they let her live and escape. Golnar didn't know who she truly was at the time. If he had, he would have killed her himself immediately. Golnar wished he could be the one to kill her personally now. He wished he could stand over her, watching the life go out of her dark blue eyes. He wished he could watch her blood drain out of her. He wanted to witness her last breath. He wanted himself to be the last person she saw as she left this kingdom. Golnar knew that was impossible. What chance did he have against her? He had no use over his magic. He had no power. He could only stay in the palace and plan. He could only make potions and hope those he sent out did their job. He would have to trust that Philo would not fail this time. There was a knock at the door, and Philo entered before Golnar could say anything. He came over and sat next to Golnar, looking at him. "Still not sleeping well?" asked Philo. "No, not really," replied Golnar, sitting up straight in his chair. "There are things you could take to help you sleep," said Philo. "Falling asleep isn't the issue," said Golnar. "It's what happens once I'm asleep." Philo smirked. "She's still coming to you each night?" "Yes," said Golnar angrily. "Hopefully when she is dead, this will stop." "I have some good news on that front. After killing the first 2 guards, I believe the 3rd will help us. He has a betrothed in Abscon, and I have assured her safety for his cooperation. I think he will take us through the gates." "What is your plan once you get there? If the protector is with the queen, what use will it be to go?" asked Golnar. "None. We will have to find a way to see that Ansel is out of the village and away from Griffon. I can send all the shadows I have to patrol the forest. It won't guarantee that we will see every move the protector or the queen make, but it will be better than nothing. I have a way to know when she is truly alone. I've had an old friend contact me. He has a score to settle with Griffon. He is staying in the forest somewhere. I can have him keep watch as well. If Ansel leaves the village, we will know. I will be ready to strike at any time." "Do you know how you will kill the queen once you get to Abscon?" asked Golnar. "I have a few ideas. I have spent a fair amount of time thinking on how to kill Griffon. Some are more satisfying than others, but what matter is efficiency. She is a gifted magic user, even when her protector isn't around. I am determined the best way to kill her is to do something she doesn't expect. I will have to find a way to lure her into feeling safe." "What would that be?" asked Golnar. Philo smiled. "You let me worry about it." Golnar would have liked to hear his plan. He would like Philo to go into great detail on how he would kill Griffon Keene, but Golnar could wait until she was dead. He could wait for the details once they had been done. "You will see to it yourself, though, won't you? I want to be sure she is dead." "Trust me, I will be one of the last things she sees. Killing off the last of the Keenes has long been a dream of mine. To see that family destroyed is one of my greatest desires. They have ruled over Abscon and the magical folk for too long. They've always been weak." "What do you think will happen once she is dead? Will they pick someone else to lead?" "I imagine they will have the young king take his place again. He doesn't seem much for leading, but he has the full blood of a Dalwyn in him. I don't believe they will be as strong. We will face the wrath of a few of Griffon's closer friends, including her protector, but I imagine they will lose support of much of the magical community. I can see the rest of the magical folk falling in line with us to keep the peace." "Good," said Golnar. "Go do what you need to prepare. Keep me informed of when you will go. Tell me when the task is done immediately." Philo stood. "Very good. Our deal still stands. I will be regent, and my family line will be the first adviser to the king." "Yes, yes," said Golnar quickly. "You will get whatever you want. I will see to it with the ancient council. No go, I am tired. Hopefully with this news I can sleep in peace." Philo nodded and walked out the door. Golnar leaned back in his chair and smiled. Soon Griffon Keene would be out of the kingdom for good. Golnar would never have to face her again. Golnar's eyes felt heavy. He felt content. He let them close and did not fight sleep. He was behind the castle. He walked towards the cliffs that overlooked the great river. He saw her standing there looking over the cliffs. Golnar wished he could turn around and go back to the castle, but he was drawn to her. She was standing with her back to him. Her red curls were flying in the wind. She was dressed in a simple black dress, and she held her staff. Golnar walked up and stood beside her, looking out over the river with her. "You think you have it figured out, don't you?" said Griffon, not looking at him. "I believe so. Soon you will not be a problem for me." "You seem pleased. I think you will find if you do this, it will hurt you more than you know." "You think I will regret ordering your death?" asked Golnar with a cold laugh. "I know it for certain," said Griffon. She turned to look at Golnar. "I am your queen. You can't help but love me." "I don't," said Golnar emphatically. "I despise you." Griffon laughed. "Oh, Golnar, you do love to lie to yourself." "I am not lying to myself. I will be glad when you are gone. You are everything that is holding me back from getting what I want." Griffon smiled at him kindly. "You don't know what you want. You were hurt as a child. You suffered a great loss. You are a man who is lost and full of fear. Killing me will not fix that. You will still have to deal with the demons that torment you." Golnar looked away from Griffon. He turned slightly. He felt sad, scared, and small. He felt so powerless. He turned and looked at Griffon. She was back to looking over the river. Golnar wanted to push her off the cliff. He wanted to watch her fall to her death and smack against the rocks below. Instead, he walked closer to her, standing by her side. "Are you not scared of anything?" asked Golnar. "I have plenty of fears. Everyone is scared of something," said Griffon. "They are not fears for myself. I have fears for those I love. I have fears for my folk. I am scared for you, Golnar." "Me? Why would you have fears for me? I want you dead." "You are of my folk. I have seen what will happen to you if you do not change your course. I have seen the rest of your short life. I have seen how you will spend eternity. If you do not choose peace soon, you never will," said Griffon. She turned to look at Golnar. "I do not want that for you. I want you to find peace. I want you to let go of this fear and hurt that makes you act so evil." "Do you not think I might just be evil?" asked Golnar. He had never thought of himself as evil. He wasn't sure why he was asking this question. "No, you are not evil, not really. You have done many evil things, but you were not born this way. You were made by the gods. You were made to do good. You could still choose to do good." "I think our definitions of good might not match," said Golnar. "If I kill you, will I be rid of you?" Griffon smiled at him. "You can't kill me, Golnar. If you try, you will only hurt yourself. I can and will kill you. There is already a plan in place. You will be dead soon. I know you will." Griffon smiled at him. She looked behind him at something coming from the palace. "Kedden," said Griffon, "come with me. We need to go do what we came for." Golnar looked behind him to see Kedden walking up to them. He looked at Golnar as he settled at Griffon's side. "Kedden, why do you serve this queen? I made you a king. I gave you everything you ever wanted." Kedden smiled and took Griffon's hand. "You entrapped me with lies. You put me in a gilded cage of pretty words and false love. My queen has set me free. I serve her now and always." He raised Griffon's hand to his lips and kissed it reverently. "Kedden, we need to go do what needs to be done," said Griffon. They turned together to walk back towards the castle. "I will see you soon, Golnar." Golnar felt rage grow within him. He lunged for Griffon. Kedden let go of Griffon and caught him. "You will not touch my queen, Golnar," said Kedden. He pulled Golnar to the edge of the cliff and threw him over. Golnar felt himself falling. He closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Just as he knew the rocks were coming up, Golnar bolted awake in his chair. He sat up, breathing fast. His heart beat so fast he thought it would escape his chest. Griffon Keen had to die, and soon. Golnar would not be able to survive much longer in the kingdom if she lived. Chapter 6. Hansel looked everywhere in Keen Manor. He had to find Griffa. He had to make her understand that no matter what, he would never give her up. He could not give her up. It was impossible. His love for her had connected her to him in a way he could not separate himself. It would kill him to lose her. Hansel finally went outside on the back lawn. The night was still and cold. In the moonlight he saw her sitting by a tree. She wore no cloak, and she was slumped forward shaking. He knew she was crying, and his heart broke. He walked quickly over to her, sat down, and took her into his arms. "Griffa," said Hansel, "you cannot believe this. It can't be true." She cried harder as he held her to him. "I will not let it be true. I will figure this out." "There is nothing to figure out," said Griffa hoarsely. "There is nothing that can be done. I cannot have you. It is not fair, but it is the way it is. The lines of Adalwan and Rhea cannot be joined together in this way. They must remain separate for the Protector's line to go on." "Then the Protector's line will end with me," said Hansel emphatically. "I will let it die with me. Losing you is not worth it for it to go on." "I would never let you give up who you are, but even if I would, it does not work like that. For the kingdom to go on as it should, there must be a protector. The line of Adalwan and the line of Rhea need each other. You will have to let me go. You will have to love another, and I will have to find a way to carry on the line of Adalwan without you." Hansel pulled Griffa up on his lap. He moved her so she was looking at him, and he took her face into his hands. "I could never love anyone else but you. There will be no one else for me. The line of Rhea will die with me either way. Let me be with you, Griffa." He kissed her, and she responded, holding on to him tightly. "This feels right, doesn't it? You and I have always felt right." Griffa leaned back and shook her head. "You resisted loving me for so long. I should have known you had a real reason. Your magic was trying to protect you. You were never meant to love me." "No," said Hansel. "I loved you even when I was resisting. I loved you when I first kissed you at the spring festival. I wouldn't admit it to myself, but I loved you then. You have always been the one thing that I have never wanted to lose. I think I have loved you your whole life. That love changed and grew, and now there is no way back. You are a part of me, Griffa. If I lose you, I will die." Griffa laughed slightly. "Those are pretty words, but you know they aren't true. You will go on, and you will live without me. You will find a way forward. One day you will meet someone you can love. It might be different than the way you love me, but you can be happy." "No," said Hansel. "None of that is true. Can you put our love away so easily? Will you be happy with another?" "I don't know, Hansel. Right now, I would say no. I have always only really wanted you, but it seems we aren't right. We will have to find a way to go on. We will have to envision a new future for ourselves. If we can't be together, why would the gods make us miserable for the rest of our lives? I can't believe they would let us be tormented forever. It's because we are right together. Our love is right and good. I will find a way to make it right. I will do anything to make it right. Griffa, you have always said love is the most important thing. You said there wasn't anything you wouldn't do for those you love. You love me, don't you?" "Yes," she whispered. "I love you above everything in this kingdom and beyond." "Then don't give up on us, please. Trust me when I say I will find a way for us." Griffa shook her head. She stood up and wiped the tears from her eyes. Ansel stood up and took her hands. "Griffa, please, please say we will try," said Ansel desperately as he felt tears fall from his eyes. He looked at Griffa pleadingly. He could not lose her. "I do love you, Ansel. I will always love you. If I could change things, I would. If I could run away with you, I would. But the kingdom would never let me go. I have to let you go. This is bigger than you and me, and I have a responsibility to my people. I have love for them. This is not what I want, and I need you to know that. If I had any choice, I would choose you over everything, but I have no choice. I have to send you away from me." "No, Griffa, please don't do this." Griffa swallowed and threw her hands away from Ansel. She stumbled backwards as fresh tears formed in her eyes. "Protector, you will need to leave. You need to go away. I will call you when you are needed." Ansel felt himself compelled to do as she asked. He shook and grabbed Griffa's hand. "I'm begging you, Griffa, don't send me away." "If I don't do it now, I will never be able to. Nothing has ever hurt me like this. If I wait any longer, it will kill me," whispered Griffa. She took a deep breath and said in a commanding voice, "I am your queen, Protector. You will do as I ask. You must leave my presence and my home. I will call you when I need your service." Ansel let go of Griffa's hand and covered his face as his tears fell. He could not leave her. He could not. He needed to fight for her. He needed to stay until she understood he would never give up on her, but his protector's magic would not let him stay. He had to leave. Ansel straightened up and looked at Griffa. "I will go, my queen," he said. He started to walk off, but he forced himself to turn towards her. She had to know. Through gritted teeth he said, "I am not giving up on us, Griffa. I will find a way. Do not give up on me." As he walked away, he heard Griffa break down into sobs. He wanted to run to her. He wanted to take her into his arms and love her, but he could not. Everything in him told him to run back to her, but he was not allowed to do it. He walked into the house and through the parlor towards the front door. Talon was standing at the fireplace with a glass of wine. "Ansel," said Talon, gaping at him, "what has happened?" Ansel walked past him to the entry hall, and Talon followed him. Ansel grabbed his hat and cloak, putting them on. "Where are you going?" asked Talon, staring at Ansel with concern. "I am going to my home. My queen has ordered me away. She will let me know when she needs my service." "What on earth are you talking about?" asked Talon. "You cannot leave her." "I must," said Ansel. He felt fresh tears fall from his eyes. Ansel closed his eyes and shuddered. He fought against the urge to leave immediately. He opened his eyes and struggled to get the words out. "She is on the back lawn, Talon. She cannot be alone. You must go to her. Do whatever is needed to keep her safe, while I will find a way to fix this." Talon looked at Ansel with wide eyes and nodded. Ansel opened the door and walked out, going toward the home he had grown up in. He would find a way to be with Griffa. He would never love anyone else. He would be with her, no matter what it took. The next few days were agony for Ansel. He could barely sleep. He ate little. He sat and worried about Griffa as he missed her at every moment. He read all the books he could on protectors of the kingdom. At night he felt cold and alone. During the day he thought of a million things he wanted to tell her. He missed holding her in his arms. He missed her smile. He even missed the way her eyes went dark when she was angry. In the afternoon, after the night he left, Max and Kedden came to see him. Max brought him some more books on protector's magic. They all three sat in Ansel's little parlor. "How is she?" asked Ansel as soon as they all sat down. "She is quiet," said Max. "She cries a lot. We have all tried to make her eat and sleep, but I don't think she has done either since you left. Talon hasn't left her side." "What about you, Ansel?" asked Kedden. "How are you holding up?" Ansel looked at Kedden and shook his head. "I cannot stand to be apart from her. For one, my protector's magic searches for her constantly. More than that, I love her. The thought of never being with her again is agony." "What is your plan, then?" asked Kedden. "I assume you won't just let her go." "I will find a way to make this right. There has to be a way, doesn't there?" asked Ansel, looking at Max. "I don't know, Ansel," said Max sadly. "You are her protector? There is no changing that?" Ansel looked at Max. A thought ran through his head. "Are you sure there is no changing it? Is there no way to break this bond between Griffa and me?" "Without destroying the whole kingdom? I don't think so." There has to be a protector and a sovereign. It was made into the kingdom when King Nathan united the lands and formed Regventus. Why does Ansel have to be the protector? Asked Kedden. He is the only folk of the line of Rhea alive in the kingdom. The line of Rhea is bonded to the line of Adalwan, said Max. Ansel knew this. He had been taught this all his life. He was the protector of the kingdom and the protector of the true ruler of Regventus. It was who he was, or at least he always thought it was who he was. Now he wasn't so sure. He would gladly give up anything to be with Griffa. Who he was now was wrapped up completely in her. He wanted to be her husband. He wanted to be her king. Being the protector didn't mean to him what it once did. The bond was made with King Nathan and the first protector, said Ansel. Could it not be remade into someone else now? Could a new line be made? I don't know, said Max. Even if it can, are you sure you want to do that? You would be taking away this duty from your line. Your future heirs would not carry the line of protectors any more. It does not matter to me. If I am not with Griffa, there will be no future heirs for me. I will not have anyone else, said Ansel with conviction. Do you think it could be possible, Max? Max closed his eyes and took deep breaths. Yes, said Max, I do think it could be possible. In one of my visions, I do see you with Griffa as her consort. There is someone else with her as her protector, but Ansel, this has all just happened. Do you not want to wait a while and see how you feel? If you take the line of protectors from your line, you cannot get it back. You should take some time first. No, said Ansel, I will not waste one moment. If there is a way for me to be with Griffa, I will do it. I need your help, Max. You have to help me find a way to transfer my line. Max sighed. I want to help you, Ansel, but who would you even transfer the line to? It is a big responsibility, one that will affect not just one person, but a whole family line. Who would take on such a thing? I will find someone. I will find someone I can trust, and I will make it happen. You just find a way to do it. Please, Max, I cannot lose her. Max smiled sadly. I know what it is to lose the person you love most in this world. If I can spare you and Griffa from that pain, I will do whatever I can. You start with these books. I will find more. When I find a way to do this, I will let you know. Max stood up as Kedden and Ansel stood as well. Ansel walked them to the door. Kedden patted Ansel on the shoulder and smiled at him as he walked by. Max stopped and looked at Ansel. I should tell you, I have also seen a vision where Talon is at Griffa's side. I don't know what will happen, but I can't guarantee, even if you find a way to make this work, that she won't choose him over you giving up your line's duty. I understand, said Ansel. I have to try, Max. I have to try and trust in our love. Will you still come to Nora's wedding? She told me to make sure you knew you were still welcomed. It is in 2 days in the afternoon. She would like it if you could come. Tell her I will be there, said Ansel. Good, said Max. I will see you soon. I will keep you informed of what I find out. Take care of Griffa when you can, Max. I know how much you mean to each other. Max smiled and walked out the door. In 2 days, Ansel walked to the temple after lunch. As he approached, he saw Max and Kedden walking into the temple, followed by Talon with Griffa on his arm. They turned and paused as Cillian greeted them. Ansel watched as Griffa smiled slightly at Cillian, offering her congratulations. She went to walk into the temple when Ansel caught her eye. She stopped and stared at him. Ansel looked back, unable to breathe. Everything in him told him to go over and take her into his arms. Instead, he gave her a small smile. She looked like she might cry, but she only nodded. She let Talon lead her into the temple, and Ansel approached Cillian. I am glad you are here, Ansel, said Cillian. I have heard a bit of what has happened. I am very sorry. It is only temporary, said Ansel. I will find a way to be back at her side. Today I am happy to celebrate with you. Nora is a fine woman. You are very lucky. I know that for certain. I do wish you much happiness, Ansel, wherever you might find that happiness. Ansel nodded and walked into the temple. He would only find happiness with one woman. Ansel looked for a place to sit when Talon waved him over. Griffa and Max had gone to be with Nora, leaving Talon sitting with Kedden. Sit with us, Ansel, said Talon, scooting over. I'm not sure that is wise, said Ansel. I don't want to cause any distress. There will be distress wherever you sit. We are all still friends. There are no sides here. Sit with us and celebrate Nora and Cillian. Ansel nodded and sat down next to Talon. How is she? Asked Ansel as soon as he was settled. "You know the answer to that without asking," said Talon. "She is not well. I'm not sure she sleeps. She won't go to her bed. We have all offered to switch with her, but she will not do it. If she is not working on potions, she spends her nights mostly in the chairs in the study by the fire. Sometimes I can get her to doze on the sofa." Ansel felt his heart break all over again, thinking of Griffa sitting in the old chairs in the study staring at the fire. How many nights had they sat together in that room reading and arguing over something? "You don't let her be alone, do you?" asked Ansel. "She is scared to be alone for too long." Talon looked at Ansel. "I would never leave her side if she did not make me sometimes. Even when she makes me, I still keep her within my watch." "Good," said Ansel. "She still loves you very much, you know," said Talon quietly. "She didn't want to send you away. I think it was the hardest thing she ever did. When she does sleep, she calls out for you frequently. It's sad. You're the one person who probably has the ability to comfort her, but she cannot ask you to do it." "I am going to find a way for us," said Ansel. "Max is working on it as well. I will not lose her." "I know," said Talon. "If I can help, let me know." Ansel couldn't say more as Cillian, a man Ansel didn't know, and Griffa walked up in the front of the temple to take their places. Nora had asked Griffa to be her witness. Max escorted Nora to Cillian. Ansel glanced and saw that Nora looked very pretty in her light blue gown, but he stared mostly at Griffa. She was so beautiful it hurt for Ansel to look at her. She wore a dark blue gown with a son of a Dawan stitched on the skirt in silver. Her hair was up in braids with a few of her curls coming down to rest on her neck. She wore her crown on her forehead. She smiled sweetly at Nora as Max escorted her to Cillian. Cillian and Nora pledged their lives to one another. The promise to love, respect, and cherish one another. They joined hands, and the cleric bonded them together magically. They swore to live this life together as one, and they vowed to find each other in the next life to journey together forever. Ansel stared at Griffa the whole time. He silently pledged to Griffa to love no one but her. He vowed to find a way to be at her side and to never leave it. One day, when he passed to the next journey, he would find adventure after adventure with her. Griffa had said he would find someone else, but Ansel knew that was not true. Even if Max's vision of Talon and Griffa came true, Ansel would serve her as her protector. He would take no wife. He would serve her, keep her safe, and pass on his protector's line to someone else. The wedding ceremony ended, and Cillian left the temple with Nora as his wife. As everyone found their way out of the temple, Ansel walked out to find Talon congratulating Cillian. He looked and saw Griffa on the other side of the statue of the gods away from everyone else. Ansel couldn't help it. He went to her. His magic tried to pull him away, but he fought through it. Griffa looked at him as he approached. She nodded her head and said, "Protector." Ansel walked up quickly and grabbed her hand. He dragged her over to the side of the temple away from everyone else. "What are you doing?" asked Griffa. "I have to talk to you," said Ansel, pulling her close. "Please do not send me away." "Very well, Protector. What do you have to say?" she asked, looking up at him. Her mouth was set in a hard line, and tears were in her eyes. "I need you to understand that I am not giving up on us. I think I have found a way for us to be together." Griffa frowned and looked confused. "What do you mean?" "Max has seen a vision where we are together. I am your king, and someone else is your protector. I think I can transfer the protector's line to someone else." "I could never let you do that," said Griffa, stepping away from Ansel. "Your whole life is about being the protector of the kingdom. The line of Rhea has carried the duties of the protector since the beginning. I can't let you give that up." "You will because it is what I want. The protector's line means nothing to me compared to you. I want only to be by your side." Griffa turned and shook her head. "Do you love me, Griffa?" Griffa looked at him, tears falling from her eyes. "You know I do. You don't think I would forget our love so soon, do you? I will always love you. I love you too much to let you do anything to betray who you really are. You are a protector of the kingdom and the line of a Dawan. It is who you are. How could I ask you to give that up?" "You aren't asking. I am telling you that is what I will do. You will not stop me." "I will. You know I can. I have that power," said Griffa angrily. "I will not see you throw away everything you are because of me." Ansel grabbed both of her hands and brought her close. "I will not let you throw away what we are for some notion that I don't know what I want. I want you, Griffa. I need you. I will never have anyone else." Either way, I will give the protector's line to someone else, because I will not have anyone to pass it on to if I am not with you." Griffa looked up at Ansel. She took her hand and brought it up to his face and stroked his cheek. "You say that now, but you don't know what will happen in the future. I do love you, and I want you to be happy. We both have a duty to our kingdom. If you can't do what you were meant to do, I don't know if you can be truly happy." Ansel grabbed her hand and kissed it slowly and tenderly. He brought it down and held it. "Will you at least consider that I might want and need you more than any stupid legacy and duty? Please tell me you won't give up on us." Griffa sighed and kissed Ansel gently. He held her close. "I don't see how this will work. Who would even take on such a thing?" "I will find someone. I will do it as soon as you are safe on the throne," said Ansel. He kissed both of her cheeks, holding her tightly. "Then I guess we will see," said Griffa as she stepped away from him. "Until then, I think it is best if we stay apart when possible. I couldn't take having you in my bed every night, loving you, only to send you away again." Ansel closed his eyes and nodded. "I understand, but say you have hope for us. Please tell me you have hope." Griffa smiled slightly. "I might be a fool, but I can't help but have at least a little hope." "That is enough," said Ansel with a smile. "You will send for me if you need me, won't you? Please don't leave Abscon without me." Griffa nodded. They both turned as they heard Talon calling her name. "We should go," said Griffa. She went to walk past Ansel, but he caught her hand and pulled her to him. He kissed her, holding her to him tight. He felt her tears on her cheeks as she kissed him. He pulled back and held her. "I'm sorry," said Ansel, breathing heavily. "I had to kiss you one more time. I won't kiss you again until I know how to change things for us." Griffa reached up and kissed him one more time. "Don't be sorry, but be sure with what you want. If you change your mind and you can't give up your line's duty, I will understand." Griffa walked out of his arms as Talon came around the corner to find her. She took Talon's arm and looked back at Ansel one more time. Ansel would not change his mind. A way would be found for him to give up his protector's line, and he would be with Griffa. Chapter 7. Griffa stirred the potion in the kettle over the fire in the cellar, checking its consistency. Satisfied, she put the stick against the wall and sat back on her stool. She blinked her eyes and rubbed her neck. She was so tired. It had been almost 2 weeks since she had last seen Ansel. She wanted badly to see him, to talk to him, but she knew it was best if she didn't. If she saw him, she would want to kiss him and be held by him. She would want to never leave him. She wanted to believe he would find a way for them to be together, but she knew it couldn't really happen. Even if he found a way to relieve his bloodline from the line of protectors, could she let him? She wasn't sure. She loved him very much, and she didn't want to hurt him or cause him any regret. If she had to give him up for good, so he could be happy carrying on his duty to the next generation, she would do it. She knew that meant she would have to marry someone else someday, but she didn't want to think about it. She couldn't face it, not yet. She still had a small sliver of hope that maybe she could be with Ansel. Maybe he would find a way, and maybe she would let him give up his line's duty so they could be together. She had told him she had a little hope. She wouldn't give up until she had no hope. Griffa closed her eyes and swayed on her stool, blinking rapidly. She needed sleep, but she wasn't sure how to find it. She would doze in her favorite chair in the study. She would remember the time she spent there with Ansel. Sometimes she would fall asleep next to Talon on the sofa, and often she would dream of Ansel. As much as she knew what she was doing was right, it felt all wrong. Talon had been so wonderful with her. She did not deserve Talon's love or care. He loved her. He loved her, expecting nothing in return. All she did was cry and sit silently while he held her hand or talked to her. She felt like a burden on him. She wished she could send him away like she did Ansel, but she did not have that power over him. Even if she did, she wasn't sure she could actually do it. She had all but lost Ansel. Could she survive losing Talon as well? Griffa looked at the potion, seeing that it seemed to have settled in nicely. It should be all right by itself for a while, and she knew she should go get cleaned up and sleep. She needed real sleep in a bed, but she could not lay down in her bed. She had tried, but it felt wrong without Ansel beside her. She could not lay there without wanting his arms around her. She could not lay there facing the empty side of his bed. Griffa felt tears come to her eyes once again, and she tried to blink them away. She was tired of crying. Her face felt raw from all the crying she had done. She needed to be strong, as she had much to do. There were people-folk all over the kingdom. This next batch of potion would need to go to the lowlands. Naracha, who had sent Kedden to them, had reached out asking for help in the forest there. They would need to send a cure to the people there soon. Griffa planned to go in 2 days. This meant she would have to send for Ansel. Griffa audibly sighed thinking about it. IT would be difficult, but she would have to get through it. If Ansel could not find a way to give up his duty, she would face a lifetime of seeing him at her side as her protector. She would have to find a way to put aside her feelings for him. It seemed impossible, but it would have to be done. The door to the cellar opened, and Griffa looked up. "She's here, Maybelle," called Talon behind him before he turned to look at Griffa. "Come on, you are going to go get a bath and go to bed. Maybelle is hysterical over you." Griffa stood up. "I will bathe, but I cannot sleep in that bed. I have tried, but I cannot do it." "Then you can come sleep in mine," said Talon. Seeing her expression, Talon quickly added, "I can sleep on the sofa or in your bed, of course." Griffa shook her head. "I'm not sure I could even sleep in there. It's hard for me to be alone." "We will figure something out. Come start with a bath," said Talon, holding out his hand. Griffa took it and let Talon take her up the stairs. Griffa stopped as Maybelle fretted over her in the kitchen. "My dear girl, you look so tired and thin. Go clean up, and I will send up some food." "Then you must rest," said Maybelle. Griffa nodded as Maybelle hugged her. "I know this is very hard for you, Griffa. I don't have anything to say to make it easier." "I know, Maybelle. There is nothing you can say or do. I appreciate you caring for me. I will try to take better care of myself." Griffa walked with Talon out of the kitchen and up to her room. "I'll be right outside the door," said Talon. "You don't have to do this," said Griffa. "Do what?" asked Talon. "Take care of me all the time. I know there are other things you would rather do. I'll be fine, Talon." Talon took Griffa's hands and pulled her close. "This is what I want to be doing, Griffa. I cannot see you suffer and not help you in some way. If I were hurting, could you say you would not do the same for me?"
Griffa looked up at him and smiled slightly.
"Now go take a bath, get ready for bed, and we will find a way for you to rest," said Talon, kissing her forehead before he left the room. Griffa bathed and put on a heavy nightgown. She put a charm through her hair to dry it. She turned and looked at her bed, thinking of all the nights she had spent there with Ansel. She wanted him so badly. She wanted to go to him and tell him that she would not give him up. She wanted to throw herself into his arms and never leave, but she knew that would not be wise. There was a good chance nothing would change. She couldn't send him away from her again. She did not have the strength. Griffa turned from the bed and quickly fled the room. Talon was waiting for her in the hall, and he grabbed her hand. "Are you all right?" he asked, looking at her. "Yes," she said. "It's just hard to be in there alone." Talon frowned at her. "You need to rest. You will feel better if you actually sleep in a bed instead of dozing off and on in a chair." Talon pulled her down the hallway to the end. He opened his door and brought her into this room. Griffa looked at the bed and stared at it. "Are you hungry? Maybelle left some food for you."
"No," said Griffa. "I am just very tired."
"Go on and lay down," said Talon. Griffa hesitated, but then walked over and pulled back the covers. She laid down and pulled the covers over her, looking at Talon as he stood at the foot of the bed. "Do you need anything before I leave?" asked Talon. Griffa looked at him. She didn't want to be alone. She couldn't stand it, but could she really ask him to stay? She started breathing fast, and tears came to her eyes. Talon walked over and sat on the bed next to her. "Do you want me to stay?" asked Talon quietly. "Yes," she whispered. "I hate to ask it, but I don't want you to leave me." Talon smiled as he walked over to the other side of the bed. He took off his boots and laid on top of the covers. Griffa turned to look at him, and he turned to her and smiled at her. "Why are you so wonderful?" she asked, yawning. "I just am," said Talon smugly. "Go to sleep, Griffa. I will not leave you." Griffa held out her hand, and Talon took it. He kissed it softly and held on it too as Griffa felt her eyes grow heavy.
"Good night, Talon,"
she whispered. She felt him squeeze her hand as he said, "Good night, Griffa." Griffa slept better than she had in a while. She spent the next day bottling potions with Max and Talon. "We will need to go to the lowlands tomorrow," said Griffa. "I will need to call my protector to come." Talon looked at her. Griffa knew she had tears in her eyes, but she could not help it. She had slept better, but she was still tired. She still could not eat much, and she felt weak. "Griffa, why don't you let me handle this? I can take Ansel in your stead. You aren't up for this. You can rest here, and when we take the next batch you can come." Griffa thought to argue, but it meant she could avoid Ansel for another few days. She couldn't face him, not yet. Griffa nodded. "Yes, I do not feel well, and I will stay in Abscon. You should take Max with you. He is of age now. He has not been out in a while, and I think it would do him some good." Max looked at Talon, and Talon shrugged. "Would you like to go, Max?" "Yes," said Max happily. Talon seemed pleased. He sent a message to Ansel to let him know the plan. Griffa spent another night in Talon's bed. For the first time in a while she dreamed of the palace in Ormust. She was in her cell in the dark. She could feel the cold stone floor underneath her. She felt sick and tired, and as though she could not move. All she could do was lay there and stare at the wall she could barely see. Philo came in and taunted her. He laughed at her weakness and pain. He pushed his hand out, and Griffa felt nothing but agony. She sat up in Talon's bed, crying and breathing hard. "What is it, Griffa?" asked Talon as he quickly sat up. "It's nothing, just a dream," said Griffa, wiping away her tears as she tried to slow her breathing. She could feel herself shaking. "Go back to sleep, Talon." Talon looked at her and then opened his arms. Griffa hesitated for one moment before she fell into them as he gently laid down with her. He held her tight as she cried against him. "It's okay, Griffa," said Talon soothingly. "You are safe. I will keep you safe." Griffa felt herself settle as she let the warmth and safety of Talon's arms cover her. She felt guilt creep upon her, but she pushed it away and let herself be comforted by him. She fell asleep with his arms around her. The next day Max and Talon left after breakfast. They said they would be back in the afternoon as Griffa hugged Max goodbye. Talon hugged her, and she kissed him on the cheek, telling him to be careful. He lingered for a moment. "You will stay in the manor, won't you?" asked Talon. "You will stay close to Kedden?" "Yes," said Griffa. "I have no plans but to maybe start a new batch of potion." Talon nodded. He didn't seem to want to leave as he looked at Griffa closely. "You need to go, or you will be late to meet Ansel," said Griffa. Talon touched her cheek and looked at her. "We will be back as soon as we can." He then walked out the door and closed it. Griffa took a deep breath and walked to the parlor to join Kedden. They spent the morning together reading before they ate lunch together with Maybelle, Jonthon, and Wallace. After lunch, Kedden went back into the parlor, and Griffa decided to go down and work on another batch of the cure. She had just entered the kitchen when she heard something outside. It sounded like people screaming. Griffa ran to a window and looked out to see a group of Ormust soldiers running down the path towards the house. Several more stood on the road, fighting with people from the village. Griffa turned to Maybelle. "Go down to the cellar now, Maybelle. Lock yourself in. Do not come out for any reason until I or someone from the house comes and gets you." "Griffa, what is happening?" "There are Ormust soldiers coming towards the manor. I don't know how they got here. Go lock yourself in the cellar now." "What will you do?" asked Maybelle. "I will fight," said Griffa as she touched the bracelet on her arm, asking for aid from the valley and alerting Talon. "Go now, Maybelle." Maybelle stalled, but then nodded. She ran down the cellar stairs as Griffa raised her hand and closed her eyes, taking down the wards around Abscon. She hoped Talon, Ansel, or Max would sense it and travel directly to the village. Griffa ran to the parlor and met Kedden, who was coming in from the entry hall. "How did they get here?" asked Kedden. "I don't know," said Griffa as she held out her hand. Kedden's sword flew to her. She handed it to him. She held out her hand again, and her staff flew to her. There was a loud noise against the door, and Kedden moved slightly ahead of Griffa with his sword out. "Kedden, stay close to me," said Griffa urgently. "I will try to put a shield around us. I alerted the valley and Talon with my bracelet. I hope Talon and Ansel will arrive soon. We just need to fight until they arrive." Kedden nodded as another loud noise hit the door. Griffa held her staff ready as there was another loud noise, and the door broke down. 3 soldiers ran into the parlor, and Griffa pushed out her staff, sending them hard against the wall. She pushed down her hand, and they did not move again. More soldiers piled in from the entry hall. Griffa grabbed Kedden, and they moved further into the room. She slammed down her staff and put a shield around them. She moved her staff, sending soldiers flying. She pushed out her hand, sending a large bookcase on one soldier, crushing him. Kedden moved his sword around, deflecting curses where he could, taking down soldiers. The soldiers kept coming into the room, and Griffa could feel her shield weakening. She grabbed Kedden and ran through the back doorway into the back of the entry hall. She pushed her hand out and threw several soldiers in the air. They landed in a twisted mess. Griffa thrust out her staff, and the doorway of Keen Manor fell in, blocking the entrance for a time. "We have to get out of the house," said Griffa. Griffa grabbed Kedden's hand, and they ran to the back door and out onto the lawn. Griffa pointed his staff at the door, putting an extra ward on it, hoping it would keep some soldiers out. Kedden looked at Griffa, and she looked back at him, breathing hard. "We need to get to the front of the house and keep the soldiers away from the manor. We can try to get into to abscond to help the people in the town," said Griffa. Kedden nodded and followed Griffa as she ran to the front of the house. There were soldiers looking at the destroyed front door of the manor. Griffa lifted her staff and thrust it out. The group of soldiers flew in all different directions. Griffa ran towards the pathway leading to the main road of the village. She saw folks of Abscon fighting ahead of her. Griffa started to run to help them when a group of soldiers came from the left of the manor. They sent curses towards her and Kedden. Griffa blocked the curses sent towards them and sent her own curses back. Kedden was besides her deflecting curses and taking out soldiers as he could. Griffa backed towards the fountain in the front lawn. Kedden stayed in front of her blocking curses as she tried to shield him and take out soldiers. Griffa looked behind her and saw one of Ansel's guards coming towards her. She was relieved as he could help her take out these soldiers while she shielded Kedden. She heard the guard come up behind her, and she turned to look at him when he grabbed her and held her tightly. "What are you doing?" asked Griffa angrily. "Let me go." The guard held her tighter. She tried to push him back with a spell when she felt him send a spell of his own through her. She felt weak, and it was hard to move. She felt a disturbance to her right, and she turned her head slightly to see Philo Quick at her side. He stood very close to her, his face next to hers. "Hello, Griffon," said Philo in Griffa's ear. "I have missed you." "Why are you doing this?" hissed Griffa at the guard. "I am so sorry, my queen," whispered the guard. "I had no choice." Griffa struggled, trying to free herself. She turned slightly to Philo. "You can't even face me fairly, Philo. Why do all of this to Abscon? You did come here for me, didn't you?" "Causing chaos in Abscon is fun, but yes, I came to kill you," said Philo. He looked at the guard. "Disarm her." The soldier gripped Griffa's arm until Griffa cried out and dropped her staff. Kedden heard her and turned. He started moving towards her as Griffa closed her eyes and tried to put up a shield around her. "That shield won't help you." "I hope you will give greetings to your father for me," said Philo, laughing quietly in Griffa's ear. Griffa heard Ansel call her name. She turned slightly towards the noise when she felt a sharp pain in her side. She looked down and saw Philo had stabbed her with a knife. He looked down, smiling at her as he thrust it up in her. "Goodbye, Griffon," Philo whispered in her ear as he pushed knife in as far as it would go. Griffa heard Kedden shout. She saw a curse fly past her as Philo dropped down by her side. He grabbed her staff and quickly disappeared. The soldier released Griffa, walked back, and sat down on the ground. Griffa stood for a moment, watching Kedden run towards her. There was a funny taste in her mouth, and she felt herself shake before she fell to the ground on her side. Kedden kneeled down beside her, picking her slightly and holding her. "Griffa, it's all right," he said in a panic. "It's going to be fine." Griffa looked up at him, breathing fast. She felt her vision go dim. Everything seemed to be fading as she heard Ansel call her name. She heard Talon yell for her. Griffa tried to look at them, but she couldn't find them. Ansel finally appeared by her side, and she stared at him. Why had she ever sent him away? She tried to speak, but no words came out. She felt so much pain, and she felt so cold. She closed her eyes and saw only darkness. She awoke laying down. Her head was on something soft, and someone was playing with her hair. Griffa opened her eyes and looked up. She was lying in a woman's lap in a pure white room. Griffa raised up a little and saw her own dark blue eyes staring back at her. She sat up and stared at the woman in front of her. The woman had dark blonde hair swept up off her face. A few curls were loose, hanging down. The woman had dark blue eyes, just like Griffa's. She looked so familiar. "Mother?" asked Griffa, staring at the woman. The woman smiled. "Yes, my darling, it is me." She stood up and offered Griffa her hand. Griffa took it and stood up as her mother took her into her arms and held her. "My sweet, beautiful daughter, I have missed you. I wanted so badly to be there for you all these years." "I wish you had been as well," said Griffa with tears in her eyes. "My two favorite women together at last," said Griffa's father as he walked over. Griffa let go of her mother and ran to her father, launching herself into his arms. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her tightly. "Father," said Griffa happily. She pulled back. "But how is this possible?" realization came to Griffa. "Are you here to come get me for my send-off?" "Possibly," said her father, smiling. "Come, let's sit and chat a bit first." He took Griffa's hand and led her over to a sofa that appeared. Renward Keene sat down and pulled Griffa down with him. Griffa's mother sat down on Griffa's other side. "A lot has happened to you since I went away," said Renward. "I am sorry I left you all alone, Griffa." "It wasn't your fault, father. It was Helmer's and the rings. I can't believe what they did to you." "I never should have hidden who you truly were," said Renward. "I was trying to protect you, but I knew I couldn't hide it forever. I just couldn't lose you after losing your mother." Griffa smiled at her father. "I understand, and I don't blame you." "Now, tell me about your young man, Griffa, or should I say young men," said Lynette Keene, Griffa's mother. "What do you mean?" Renward rolled his eyes. "You know, when I brought that boy into my home, I hoped to help him be a good protector for you some day. I didn't expect to be raising a son-in-law." "Do you really mind, father?" "I do love him." "Of course you do, my darling," said Lynette. "Your father is only teasing. He knows how much you love Ansel. He also knows how much Ansel loves you." "Indeed, Griffa," said her father, "he may not be who I would have chosen for you, but I think you have chosen rightly for yourself." Griffa frowned. "But I can't have him any more. I had to give him up." "There is another young man, isn't there?" asked Lynette. "Talon Wendell," said Griffa's father with a sigh. "I never did trust that boy. I guess Rickard would be pleased if you do end up with Talon. He always wanted you to marry his son." "He is a good man, father. I know he was a little rough and wild for a while, but he is so good to me. I don't deserve him." "I would argue about that with you all day," said Renward. "No young man deserves you as far as I'm concerned." "But Griffa, my dear, can you love Talon as you should?" "I believe you already made a choice," said Griffa's mother. "But I can't have him. I would choose Ansel if I could, but I can't." "He hasn't given up on you," said Lynette. "Have you given up on him?" "He would have to give up so much to be with me. How can I ask him to do it?" "You are well worth it, my little queen," said Renward. "Ansel knows this. Don't make him suffer by not taking this gift he is offering you." "Does it matter now? I will move on with you, won't I?" Lynette looked at Renward. "That depends, my darling. Are you ready to go?" Griffa looked at her mother as she heard something. It was Talon calling her name. She turned towards the noise. She gasped as she could feel Ansel's magic surround her. "Your young men aren't ready for you to go," said Lynette with a smile. "But if you are ready, dearest, they will understand eventually," said Renward. Griffa stood up as she heard Talon begging her to stay. She felt Ansel anguish through their conjoined magic. She didn't think she could leave them. Renward stood up and took Griffa into his arms. "You aren't ready to go with us. You are needed in the kingdom. I would rather keep you safe here, but the kingdom needs you. Those two young men need you. Ansel was all alone in this world for so long. Talon has lost his family as well." "I do love you, father. I love you both," said Griffa, looking at her mother as she came to stand next to her. "We know, Griffa dear. We will still be here waiting when you are ready. We love you. That love can't be limited by any barriers, even if you are in the kingdom and we are here," said her mother. Griffa nodded. Her mother took her hands and kissed her cheek. "I love you, Griffa. I am very proud of who you have become." Griffa's father wrapped them both in his arms. "We are both proud of you. I do love you. You gave me so much joy in my life." They both let go of Griffa, and Renward offered Lynette his arm. He looked at Griffa. "We will see you soon, my little queen, but hopefully not too soon." Griffa watched them walk off together. She heard Talon crying her name, and she heard Ansel whisper, "Please don't leave me, my love." Griffa turned towards the sounds and ran. Chapter 8. Ansel walked between Max and Talon as they entered the forest of the lowlands. There were two small villages close by they would be visiting. Ansel had mixed feelings about their trip today. He was glad Griffa was staying back home, safe in Abscon. Talon had said she was tired and weak, and Ansel was glad she was taking time to rest. Still, he wanted badly to see her. He hadn't seen her in so long, and he missed her terribly. He wished he could just sit next to her, watching her read. Ansel thought back to all the times he had been away from Griffa. He had left her for several months after he had kized her for the first time. He couldn't believe he was able to be away from her that long. He remembered being miserable and lonely. Ansel looked at Max and thought back to when he first met him. Ansel had been in a horrible mood, and he had probably frightened the boy half to death. Ansel didn't realize it at the time, or he didn't want to realize it, but he was sure now he had been missing Griffa. He had forced himself to be away from her, and he suffered for it. He would never be away from her so long again. He would find a way to be by her side no matter what. He would study night and day if he had to. He would find a way to pass on the protector's line to someone else, and then he would convince Griffa to let him do it. There could be no alternative. "Are you all right, Ansel?" asked Max as they walked. "I'm not sure how to answer that," said Ansel. "I will never be all right until I am back with Griffa." "I know," said Max apologetically. "It was a stupid question." "No," said Ansel. "I'm glad to know you care. I am getting by. I know this is not permanent." Max smiled slightly. "Is Griffa sleeping any better?" asked Ansel. "She has slept better the past 2 nights," said Talon. "I convinced her to sleep in a bed." Ansel looked at Talon. He didn't want to ask Talon what bed he convinced her to sleep in, as Ansel didn't think he would like the answer. They walked on until they came to the outskirts of a small village. "Protector," came a small voice from a nearby tree. Ansel looked over to see a small woman wearing a black cloak pop out from the tree. She had dark gray hair that fell around her shoulders. Her bright green eyes stared at Ansel. Ansel looked at the woman. "Do I know you?" "I have met you a couple of times before, when I warned you the young king was in trouble. I also gave you some information and potion." "You were the spy," said Ansel. "So you are Daracha." "I am," said Daracha. She turned to the tree. "Come on out, Penelope." Another older woman came around and joined Daracha. She was taller, with her white hair pulled up in a bun on top of her head. She was carrying a basket on her arm. "I do not see the queen with you," said Daracha. "No, the queen is in Abscon. She will join us when we come back. She is tired from making the cure," said Ansel. "So who do you have with you?" asked Daracha, looking at Talon and Max. "I am Talon Wendell, the leader of the valley," said Talon. "This is Maxwell of the line of Adalwin. He will be the next great diviner of the ring." Daracha nodded at them both. "I will join you in the villages, as I would like to check on the folk myself." Ansel nodded, and they walked together to the first village. They handed out the potion to those who were sick. Daracha spoke with a few of those who were ill. She spoke with healers and apothecaries. Penelope was silently by her side at all times. They finished with the village at lunchtime and walked to the outskirts of the village into the forest. "Let us eat before we move on," said Daracha. "We have brought some food with us." They all sat down together on the forest floor. Penelope moved her hands, and plates of food flew out of the basket and in front of all of them. "You were a viceroy on the ancient council, weren't you?" asked Talon as he ate a bit of bread. "I was the viceroy of the forest of the lowlands. I still live in the viceroy's manor. I have made my village unable to be found by those who would harm me." "You sent Kedden to us?" said Ansel. "I did. I thought he would be useful. He was very much loved by the folk of the kingdom when he was the lord and then the king. I think there are many who would still follow him if they could. I hope he has been helpful in some way." Ansel nodded. "He has been extremely helpful. We owe the queen's life to him." They finished their lunch, and Penelope packed everything away. Ansel stood up and dusted off his pants. He was about to suggest they travel to the next village when Talon jumped up and gasped. "Ansel, look," said Talon as he pushed up the sleeve of his tunic. His bracelet's circle was lit up. "Griffa must have activated it. Something is happening in Abscon." Ansel closed his eyes and thought of Griffa. She had put a shield up against him since she had sent him away. His magic searched for her, and he suddenly felt fear rise up within him. "Something is wrong. We need to go now." "We can give you the potion, Daracha, and you can take it where it is needed," said Talon as Max scrambled to his feet. "No, I will travel with you and help our queen," said Daracha. She turned to Penelope. "Take the potion and deliver it for me. I will be home later this evening." Penelope nodded and took the basket of potion from Max. "We will have to travel to the gates of Abscon," said Ansel. "Do you know it, Daracha?" Daracha closed her eyes. "I have been to Abscon many times, and I have visited Keen Manor. We should travel directly there, as your wards in Abscon are down." Ansel closed his eyes and concentrated, and found she was right. Ansel opened his eyes and nodded. He felt panic inside of him, knowing Griffa was in trouble. "We go now to the front of Keen Manor." Ansel closed his eyes and traveled. He caught himself on the ground and found himself just outside the open gates of Keen Manor. Talon, Max, and Daracha appeared around him. Ansel looked at the manor. The front door had been blasted off, and the entrance was a crumbled mess. He could see curses being thrown in the front yard. He looked around, and there were Soliders everywhere fighting with the citizens of Abscon. He saw Hector Delis with his son nearby. They were sending spells and curses at a group of soldiers. Daracha followed Ansel's gaze. She calmly put up her hands and brought them down, and the group of soldiers fell to the ground. Ansel looked at her. "What are you doing? Go to your queen, protect her. I will clean up around here," said Daracha. She moved towards the center of the town. Ansel looked at Talon and Max, and they ran through the open gate. Ansel stopped and looked on in confusion as he saw one of his guards holding Griffa tightly. He saw Philo standing beside Griffa as Talon and Max stopped next to him. "Griffa!" yelled Ansel. He watched as Philo produced a knife from his pocket and shoved it into Griffa's side. Ansel felt his breath leave his body as a pain shot through him. He struggled to move as he watched Philo move the knife into Griffa even deeper. "No!" yelled Talon. Ansel watched as Talon shot a curse towards Philo. Philo fell to the ground, grabbed Griffa's staff, and disappeared. Ansel fought through his pain as he watched his guard let go of Griffa, and she fell to the ground. Ansel ran towards Griffa, who was now laying in Kedden's arms. He stopped and quickly kneeled by Griffa's side. Talon skidded down next to her other side, and Max kneeled at her feet. Griffa looked at Ansel. She had a trickle of blood coming out of her mouth. She blinked once and then closed her eyes. "No, Griffa," cried Talon. "You have to hang on. Ansel, do something." Ansel could feel Griffa's life fading. He felt panicked and scared. He could feel his magic retreating from her as hers became dim. "Hold on, Griffa. You can't leave me," he said. He pulled the knife from her side, and dark blood ran down her dress. Ansel ripped the hole in her dress to be bigger so he could put his hands on her wound. He covered the wound quickly with his hands, and he could feel her blood pool under his palms. He closed his eyes and asked his magic to heal her. He begged it to find a way to save her. He felt his hands go warm as his magic joined what was left of hers. He could feel Griffa's pain. He could feel a sickness inside of her, and Ansel realized the blade was poisoned. He felt his magic try to fight the poison, but it felt like too much damage had been done. He could not give up. His hands ached as he willed his magic to keep working. He felt her side slowly close up, and he took his hands off of her. The skin was rough, but the wound was closed. His hands were covered in Griffa's blood, and there was a dark red pool by Griffa's side. "Max," said Ansel urgently, "go to the cellar in the house quickly and get a blood-replenishing potion. She will need it." Max nodded and ran off, shooting curses as he went. Ansel looked at Griffa. She was slumped down against Kedden, who held her. "I don't think she is breathing," said Kedden frantically as he looked at Ansel. "Griffa," said Talon with pain in his voice. He desperately hung on to Griffa's arm. "You can't die. Please don't leave me. You have to stay here. Ansel, you have to save her." Ansel didn't know what to do. He could feel her slipping away from him. He put his hand on her chest and his other hand on her arm. He prayed to the gods and asked his magic to revive her. He concentrated, willing her to stay alive. He would not lose her, he would not. He bent down close to her and whispered in her ear, "Please don't leave me, my love." Griffa remained still. Ansel saw Kedden bend down his head and close his eyes. He heard Talon cry out Griffa's name. Ansel felt tears fill his eyes, and he couldn't breathe. He couldn't live in the kingdom without her. This couldn't be real. Everything was quiet. Ansel looked over his shoulder and saw several of the people from Abscon standing around them with their backs to them, shielding them. Ansel turned back to look at Griffa to see she still did not move. He felt breathless. What would he do without her? This couldn't be it. He suddenly felt Griffa's chest rise as she gasped and sputtered. "Griffa," said Ansel, feeling relief fill his body. He took his hands off of her, leaving blood smears on her chest and arms. His magic flew to her, encircling her. Kedden sat her up slightly, his arms still around her. Her eyes opened halfway, and she looked at Ansel. "Ansel, I'm sorry," she said quietly. She looked as if she would say more, but couldn't get the words out. Ansel felt his tears fall from his eyes. He leaned forward and kissed her forehead. "It's all right, my love. Please, just stay with us." Griffa nodded a little, and she looked over at Talon. He took her hand. "Griffa," he said quietly, tears flowing down his face. "Griffa, thank the gods." He bent down and kissed her hand. Max ran up to them and handed Ansel the potion. "Griffa, drink this," said Ansel urgently. "You need it to get better." She nodded as Ansel helped her drink it. "We have to get her out of here," said Talon. "She is not safe here." Ansel sighed, thinking of what they could do. "Take her to the valley, Talon. I will see about setting Abscon right. Take her to your house, and do not leave her side. Max, you go with them. Take the knife carefully, as I believe it was poisoned. You will need to figure out what it is and give her something for it. She will probably need another blood-replenishing potion as well. I imagine Talon has some on hand." "I do," said Talon as he stood up. "Kedden, are you injured?" asked Ansel. "No, I am fine." "Good. You will stay with me and help me here." Kedden agreed as Talon bent down and picked up Griffa gently. Ansel looked at her in Talon's arms. She had her eyes closed, but she was breathing. Ansel brushed her cheek with the back of his fingers. He leaned forward and gently kissed her lips. "Get her to your home so she can rest, Talon. Get her a healer if you think it is necessary. Max, do whatever you need to do to keep her alive," said Ansel. "Kedden and I will be there later tonight." "What will you do with him?" asked Talon, moving his head towards Ansel's guard, who was sitting down on the ground with his head bowed. "I will deal with him," said Ansel. "Take Griffa now." Talon closed his eyes and held Griffa close to him. He disappeared, and Max followed immediately. Ansel went to rub his face and realized his hands were covered in Griffa's blood. He turned to see what was left of the soldiers had disappeared. He saw Hector and Malcolm Delis looking at him. "Ansel," said Hector, walking towards Ansel, "will Griffon be all right?" "I think so," answered Ansel. "I have sent her to the valley while we deal with things here in Abscon. Malcolm, reset the wards for the village. Hector, can you start checking on the injured?" Hector nodded, and he and his son walked into the village. Ansel looked to the house to see Maybelle coming towards him. "Where is Griffa?" asked Maybelle frantically. She looked at Ansel's hands and started crying. "She will be all right, Maybelle. She has gone to the valley. Talon and Max will see to her. Go find Jonthon and Wallis. I know Wallis won't want to leave the horses, but see if you can get Jonthon to travel with you to the Keen Valley house. Pack some things for Griffa and take them to Wendell House. You should stay in the Keen house in the valley for a few days while Abscon is repaired. You will also be close to Griffa so you can check on her." Maybelle nodded and ran off. Ansel walked up to his guard and looked down at him. Ansel realized it was one of the guards they took with them last spring to Clarton. Ansel had thought the 3 guards in the forest had died. "Why did you do this?" asked Ansel angrily. The guard looked up at Ansel. "I am sorry, Protector. I didn't want to do it. He said he would kill my Vera. He said I had to do it to save her life. I had no choice. Please forgive me." "You always have a choice. There may not always be good choices, but you always have a choice." Ansel turned from the guard for a moment. He could have him taken in and decide what to do with him later. He could haul him before the ring when Griffa was better. Ansel closed his eyes for a moment, trying to think what to do. All he could see was Philo stabbing Griffa. He opened his eyes and saw a pool of Griffa's blood that still sat on the ground. He looked at his blood-stained hands. He remembered feeling Griffa's life slipping away from him. Ansel turned back to his guard, feeling angry and vengeful. He felt his magic cry out, asking for revenge. "This is no forgiveness for this. You almost killed her. You tried to have our queen killed." "I'm sorry. I didn't know what to do." "You did. You made a choice, and every choice has a consequence." Ansel raised his hand and brought it down. The guard fell on his side and jerked. He did not move again. Ansel looked down coldly at the guard's body and then turned to Kedden. "Come on, Kedden," said Ansel. "Let's go check out Abscon. I have a feeling we will have a long day ahead of us." By the time they got to the center of Abscon, all the soldiers had been taken down or had left. Ansel gathered his guards and ordered them to start checking on the injured and cleaning up the soldiers' bodies. He put one group just over Keen Manor. He wanted Griffa's house restored quickly in case they needed to come back to Abscon. Daracha met Ansel in the town square. "Where is the queen?" asked Daracha. "I had her taken to the valley. She was gravely injured, but I think she will recover." "I will go back to my home, but keep in touch. I and my people are ready to fight for our queen when the time comes." Daracha turned and disappeared. Ansel and Kedden worked around Abscon until dark. They helped those who were injured, and Ansel helped set up spaces to take the injured. They set up a place to put those from Abscon and the valley who had been killed. By dark, Ansel was tired and anxious to check on Griffa. He was so ready to leave that when Marcus Quick offered to oversee the rest of the cleanup, Ansel didn't argue. The wards had been reset, so he and Kedden walked to the gates of Abscon to travel. Kedden had worked quietly most of the day. After telling Ansel what happened in Keen Manor, he had barely said 2 words to Ansel. "Are you all right, Kedden?" asked Ansel as they walked. "No," said Kedden. "I let him practically kill her. I was right there in front of her, and I let Philo hurt her." "I saw what happened, and I don't see how you would have prevented it. I don't blame you for it, Kedden." "I'm sure Griffa won't either," said Ansel, thinking if anyone was to blame it was him. Ansel should have never left her anywhere unprotected. Kedden shook his head. "She has done so much for me, and I couldn't keep her safe. I've never seen anything like that. I just can't forget her face when Philo stabbed her." Ansel closed his eyes. He didn't want to think about it. He could still see Philo plunge the knife into Griffa. Ansel could still feel Griffa's life fading as he tried to heal her. He could still feel her blood as it ran out of her. Ansel felt his magic surge within him. He wanted to go straight to Oromist and kill Philo slowly. Hell took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, knowing he wanted to see Griffa more. He started walking faster. He needed to see her. "She's alive, Kedden," said Ansel as they approached the gate. "She will recover from this. It looks to me that you and she put up quite a fight. You did not fail her. There will be more fights, and she will need you again." "You would trust me by her side in a battle again?" asked Kedden as they crossed through the gates. Ansel put his hand on Kedden's shoulder. "Yes, undoubtedly. You care for her, and you would do anything to keep her safe. I trust you with her life, which is the most precious thing to me in this kingdom. We will get through this. We have bigger battles to fight in the future." Kedden gave Ansel a small smile. "And I'll concentrate on the mountain pass. I need to get to my queen." They traveled to the mountain pass close to the valley. They walked swiftly through the village to Wendell House. One of Talon's house workers opened the door, and Ansel and Kedden walked into the entry hall to find Max coming down the stairs. "How is she?" asked Ansel as soon as he saw Max. "She is sleeping. I figured out the poison on that knife, and Talon had something here to help. She has been in some pain, and she has a fever. She let me give her a potion for her pain, so it must have been bad. A healer came, but he gave no other instructions than what we have already done. She is very sick. She will be sick and weak for a while, but I believe she will live." "Where is she?" asked Ansel. Max looked at Ansel with a frown. "She is in Talon's room. He is in there with her." "I don't want to wake her, but I must see her," said Ansel, "only for a second." "The door is open," said Max. "Do try not to wake her, Ansel. She just went to sleep." Ansel looked at Kedden. "Go on. I know where to go here. I have stayed here many times. I will check on her in the morning," said Kedden as he followed Max into the parlor. Ansel walked up the stairs. He turned to the right and walked until he came to the end, where there were a set of double doors. Ansel slowly opened one and peered in to find a large room. There was a fireplace close to the door, and a fire burned in it, lighting up half the room. There was a sitting area in front of the fireplace, and at the back of the room were 2 tall windows with a large bed sitting between them. Ansel could see Griffa laying on one side of the bed. A table was next to her with a single candle burning. Next to her on the bed, Talon laid on top of the covers on his side. He was lying close to Griffa with his hand laying on her arm. They both appeared to be asleep. Ansel walked up to Griffa's side, and he took his hat off as he kneeled next to her. Griffa was sleeping on her back, her head turned towards Ansel. It looked like Talon had someone clean her up. She had on a fresh nightgown, and her hair was braided and lay on her arm. Ansel looked at her closely. She was so pale. He gently touched her face to find it was sweaty and warm. He watched her breath to see that it was fast, but even. He wanted to stay there all night, watching her, but he knew he couldn't. She had not ordered him to come back to her, and he would have to leave. He was about to get up and leave when she opened her eyes slightly. She looked at him. "Ansel," she whispered, I didn't want to send you away. SHH, said Ansel, smoothing back her hair gently. You need to go back to sleep. She slowly held out her hand to him, and he took it. His magic went to her, comforting her. It searched through her, trying to heal what was wrong with her. Do you need something? Are you in pain? Griffa slightly shook her head. She held on to his hand and let his magic work through her. She turned to Ansel. You know I love you, don't you? I haven't stopped loving you. I haven't given up on you. Yes, said Ansel quietly. I know, my love. Don't worry about that. Go to sleep and get better. She nodded slightly and let his hand go as she closed her eyes. Ansel leaned over and kissed her forehead, noticing it felt cooler. He looked and saw Talon's eyes open, staring at him. Would you like a room? Asked Talon quietly. No, said Ansel, standing up. I will go to the Keen Valley house. You won't stay here? Asked Talon, surprised. My queen has not asked me to come back to her. I shouldn't be here now. I couldn't help it. I had to see her. She might need you. She has been suffering. She has been in extreme pain and sick, said Talon. Max says he can treat her. You can send for me day or night, and I will come to her if she needs me, said Ansel. Take care of her, please. If she will allow me to come, I will visit her. I hope you know you can trust me, Ansel. I would never do anything to hurt her in any way. I do trust you, Talon. Do not worry yourself over it. Do whatever you can to keep her comfortable. She has to be well. I will not leave her side unless it is necessary, said Talon, moving closer to Griffa. Good night, Ansel. Ansel nodded. He looked at Griffa one last time. He didn't want to go. It felt wrong to leave her in need, but he would respect her wishes. He would do as his queen asked of him. He would go, but he would find a way back to her side. Chapter 9. Golnar sat at the large desk in the study off of the throne room in the palace, looking at Philo. He almost couldn't believe what he had just heard. Could it possibly be true? Could Griffon Keen finally be gone for good? You are sure there is no possibility she survived? Asked Golnar, looking at Philo. Golnar looked at Griffon's staff laying on the desk. I don't see how she could. I know where I stabbed her. I know what was on that knife that stabbed her. She was dead within 30 seconds. He Protector arrived, but he was too late. I was hoping you would bring me back some more concrete evidence, said Golnar. He didn't need her staff. He wanted to see her dead for himself. He wanted to be able to touch her body and know for certain she was gone. I did what I could, said Philo in irritation. Her protector and Talon Wendell had arrived as soon as she was killed. I had to leave quickly. Golnar grunted. She is gone, Golnar. You don't need to have any doubt, said Philo. We should celebrate. Their queen is dead. Why did you have to leave so quickly that you couldn't grab her body? Asked Golnar. Talon Wendell sent curses at me, said Philo angrily. Kedden ran at me with his sword. Kedden seemed very upset by her death. He has become attached to the old magical folk. It's no matter. He has chosen the wrong side, and he will see in the end. Still, we have much reason to celebrate. We have practically won, said Philo. We still have a long way to go, Philo, said Golnar. I don't imagine the old magical-blooded folk will just stop. They will go back to following their young king after a time. What happens with the Protector? I'm not sure. I suppose he will become the protector of the young king if he can go on. Ansel was particularly attached to Griffon. He will take some time to recover. It seems we have is a time to move our plan along without interference. We shouldn't waste it. How are things going in the city? Asked Philo. I'm not sure. I will have to bring Till in. I've been a little distracted of late, but now I can focus once again. I will meet with Till this week, said Golnar. It would be much easier to concentrate on things now that he could actually sleep. The sickness is still spreading in the kingdom. I know the magical folk have managed to abate some of it with their cure, but I imagine they will not be able to focus on that as they had before. Not when they are mourning their queen, said Philo, smiling. True, said Golnar. How are our soldiers' numbers? I know you have lost some in recent events. They are lower than I would like them to be. I will need to see about recruiting some in the 4th and 3rd rings as magic users are released, answered Philo. I will mention it to Till when I meet with him, replied Golnar. Is there anything else we need to discuss? No, said Philo, standing up. I think I will go. I will go home and visit with my wife. I have been very busy lately. I will be very occupied soon being the regent of the kingdom. I need to take some time while I can." "Of course," said Golnar. "Not too much time, though. There is a lot of work to be done." "Take a little time to celebrate, Golnar," said Philo. "I know how badly you've wanted Griffon dead. She is gone. She will plague you no longer." Golnar nodded. "I am glad this is over. You have done well, Philo. You will have all that we discussed. I will see to it at the next ancient council meeting." Philo smiled and turned and walked out of the room, closing the door. Golnar sat back in his chair and let himself smile. It was true, the queen was really dead. He would never have to see Griffon Keene again. He was very hopeful that she would never enter his dreams again. He would not have to see her eyes stare at him with pity. He would not have to hear her laugh at him. He would not have to feel the conflicting feelings he had of her any more. Golnar sat with his head back against the chair and his eyes closed. He could not wait to go to sleep that night. He could not wait to lay in bed and close his eyes. She would not come to him, and he would sleep with no interruptions. He could almost fall asleep right where he was. A knock at the door woke him up. He sat up straight. "Come in," he called. Camellia Bells walked into the room, looking angry.
"Good afternoon, Camellia. I am glad you have joined me today. Please have a seat."
Camellia sat down in a chair in front of the desk. She looked up at Golnar with narrowed eyes. "You seem to be in an uncharacteristically good mood." "I am," said Golnar with a large smile. "I have had some very good news today. The best news I have had in a long time. Now, what brings you to see me today?" "I am concerned about Turin," said Camellia. "She is not feeling well." "Folk get sick sometimes, Camellia. I am sure she is fine. She will rest for a few days and be back to normal." "She has not felt well in a week. She doesn't seem to be getting any better," said Camellia, looking at Golnar. "Has a healer seen her?" "Several. They have all given her different remedies to try, and none have worked. I think she might need some other kind of healing." "What do you mean?" asked Golnar. "She needs a magical healer. She is a magical-blooded woman. She needs a magical healer," said Camellia. "Where do you suggest we get one? All the magical healers are in places like Abscon or the valley. They won't just come to the city." "Surely there is one somewhere we could find. There have to be dozens, if not hundreds, of small magical communities in the kingdom. Somewhere we could find a magical healer who would come for the right price," said Camellia firmly. "I'm not sure where we would start," said Golnar. "Can you ask Philo, maybe? Could we send a letter to someone in Abscon? They will not ignore a sick mother. I know they won't." "The folk in Abscon will not be wanting anything to do with us at the moment, even if it is for a sick mother," said Golnar. "I don't believe that," said Camellia. "Write the queen if you have to. She would not want a mother to suffer. She would not want a baby to lose his mother." "It will be impossible to write the queen, even if I knew how," said Golnar. "Why?" asked Camellia. "I'm sure Philo could get some sort of message to her." "No," said Golnar. "Where the queen has gone, no message would reach her." "What do you mean?" asked Camellia. "Griffon Keene was killed yesterday in Abscon. Our plan worked. Philo managed to kill her." "What?" asked Camellia with large eyes. "Are you sure?" "Yes," answered Golnar with a smile. "Philo was quite certain she was killed." Camellia looked down, twisting her hands together. "What is wrong, Camellia? You seem upset by this news." "I was only thinking of my son," said Camellia, looking up. "I know he is with them. I hope they do not retaliate by hurting him." Golnar gave a small laugh. "I rather think he is one of them now. He tried to kill Philo in retaliation." "Then I worry what you will do to him," said Camellia. "He has chosen the wrong side. If he comes to Oramus to fight against us, what can I do?" "What if he survives the war? What if he surrenders? Will you show him mercy?" asked Camellia with tears in her eyes. "I'm not sure. I suppose that depends on you, Camellia. Will you continue to serve as you have been asked?" "I will," said Camellia quietly. "If you will find a way to help Turin, I want her cured. Her son needs her. If something happens to Kedden, Turin is all that boy will have. I need you to find a way to help her." "I will do what I can," said Golnar. "I will check on her myself. I will talk to Philo and see if he knows a healer who could help." "Good," said Camellia. She stood up and fixed her skirt as she looked up at Golnar. "All I care about in this world are my son, grandson, and Turin. If you let anything happen to them, I will make sure you pay for it." Golnar chuckled. You shouldn't make threats you can't deliver on, Camellia. What makes you think I can't make this threat a reality? You underestimate me, Golnar. I have ways to make sure you fail. I have ways to make sure everything you have worked for comes crumbling down. If you cross me, you will pay. I will try not to cross you then, Camellia, said Golnar, nodding at her. But remember your grandson is within my grasp. Your son's mercy will be at my hand. I can take away everything you love within seconds. Keep that in mind as you visit the 4th and 3rd rings this week. I want to hear of progress. You will, said Camellia. I have to go write some messages and have them sent. You will have to excuse me. She turned and fled from the room. Later that evening, Golnar sat in his tower alone. He had eaten a large dinner. The first time he had really eaten in weeks. He let himself relax as he looked over at Griffon's staff that laid against the wall by her door. He couldn't stop smiling. He felt so light. He would be going to bed soon. He no longer feared sleep. It would be welcomed. Golnar rested his head against the back of his sofa. A fire burned in the fireplace along the side of the wall. The rest of the room was dark. It was warm in his room, and Golnar felt his eyes grow heavy. Maybe he wouldn't even have to go to bed. He could just lay down on his sofa and sleep. Golnar closed his eyes and slumped down. He felt himself doze off when he heard her voice in his head. Golnar, are you satisfied now? Yes, very, whispered Golnar. You are really happy that I am gone? You really wanted me dead? Yes, whispered Golnar. I have never wanted anything more. If you like to tell yourself things to make yourself feel better, I'll ask you again. Are you happy I am gone? Yes, said Golnar louder. He felt tears sting his eyes. I never wanted to see you again. Now I don't have to. We will see if that is true, I suppose. Go to sleep, Golnar. If you are so sure you are happy with my death, then sleep. I will, said Golnar. He slumped fully down on the couch and stretched out. He closed his eyes tight and waited for sleep to come, but it would not. He willed himself to sleep, but he could not make himself. He changed positions. Still sleep did not come. He got up and took a sleeping potion. He went to his bed and laid down. He tossed and turned, but sleep would not find him. He laid on his back with his eyes open, looking at the ceiling. He thought of the Queen. He thought of the fact he would never see her again. He didn't know why, but he did feel melancholy. He felt as though perhaps he had done wrong. Golnar shook his head lightly. Why was he doing the things he was? What good would any of this do? Golnar took a deep breath as he felt one tear escape his eyes. He whispered aloud to the room, I am sorry, my queen. Golnar closed his eyes and found sleep. No dreams came to him that night. By morning he woke up, not remembering much of the night before. All he knew was he was glad Griffon Keen was no more. Chapter 10. Max walked up the stairs to Talon's room to check on Griffa early in the morning. It had been 4 days since the attack on Abscon. Griffa was doing better, but she was still not well enough to come downstairs. She was very weak. Max held in his hand a potion she would have to drink. It would be the last one she would need to clear her system of the poison the knife left in her body. Max walked up the stairs and to the double doors at the end of the hall. He knocked and waited, but there was no answer. Griffa needed this potion, so Max slowly opened one of the doors and walked in. He went to the bed to find Griffa asleep on her side. Talon was lying next to her above the covers. His arms were around her, and he was sound asleep. Max looked at both of them and sighed. Talon had been at Griffa's side almost the whole time since she was brought to the valley. He would only leave for meals and to check on the others when he was sure Griffa was asleep. He would hover outside the door of the bedroom when Mabel came over to help Griffa clean and change her nightgown. Max knew Talon loved Griffa very much. He knew that Griffa was at least not indifferent to Talon. Max had spent all the time he could in the valley trying to find a way to help Ansel transfer the line of protectors. He knew Ansel would do anything to be with Griffa. Max wondered how long it would take to find Ansel what he needed. He wondered if Griffa would even let Ansel give up his protector's line. As Max watched Griffa sleep in Talon's arms, he wondered if perhaps she might already be preparing to move on. Max didn't know how to feel. He was sad for Ansel, as he knew how much Ansel loved Griffa. He had no doubt Griffa loved Ansel, but to give up the line of Rhea's duty was no small thing. If there was a chance Griffa could find happiness with Talon, did that mean perhaps Ansel could find someone else some day? Max didn't know. He would keep helping Ansel. He would give him all the information he could, and he would let Ansel and Griffa make the decision themselves. Max walked over to Griffa's side and shook her gently. Her eyes fluttered, and she stretched. She put her hand on Talon's arm and looked behind her. Max saw her give a half-smile before she turned and looked at Max. "I'm sorry to wake you," said Max quietly, "but you need to take this." Griffa nodded. She moved to wiggle out of Talon's embrace and sit up. Talon made a noise and held her tighter. Griffa grimaced, and she lightly tapped Talon's arm. "Talon," she said, "I need to sit up." "What?" said Talon groggily. He opened one eye and looked at Max. He let go of Griffa and sat up with a groan. Griffa sat up and smiled at Max as he handed her the small vial of potion. She drank it quickly and handed it to him as she made a face. "I don't know why it has to taste so terrible," she said. "Good news is that's the last one. You should be done," said Max. "How are you feeling, my dear?" asked Talon. "I'm actually very hungry," said Griffa. "Then I will bring you some breakfast," said Talon. He kissed Griffa on the cheek and rolled out of bed. "Max, you will stay here with her, won't you?" Max nodded as Talon quit the room. "So you are feeling better?" asked Max. "I am," said Griffa. "I am still very sore, but I don't feel sick any more. I think I finally slept through a whole night." "Good," said Max. He looked down and took Griffa's hand, letting their magic mingle together. He was so glad she was here with him. He didn't think he could have withstood losing Griffa, especially after losing Issa so soon. Max tightened his grip on Griffa's hand. He could tell that she did feel better, and he could feel something else as well. He couldn't tell what it was, but she was unsettled. "What is wrong, Griffa?" asked Max. "I can tell something is bothering you." "Have you seen Ansel lately?" asked Griffa. "Yes," said Max. "He has come by every day since you got here." "He has not come to see me," said Griffa sadly. "He does not want to go against your orders. I think it is hard for him to do so. He came the first night you were here, but he has stayed away from you since. He will not come to you unless you ask him to." Griffa nodded. "It's not that I don't want to see him, Max. I miss him so much. It's just so hard." "I know," said Max, gripping her hand. "He understands as well. He does want to see you, Griffa." Max had another question, but he didn't know how to ask it. "Go on, Max. I know you want to ask me about Talon," said Griffa, looking at him. "Well, what about him? You seem pretty cozy together." "I know," said Griffa, hanging her head down. "I should send him away. I have just felt so terrible, and he has been so wonderful. I do love him, Max." "I know," said Max. "But, Griffa, Ansel is willing to give up so much for you." "He is, but can I let him? What if he can't even find a way to do what he is doing? What if he can, and I can't let him do it?" "You love Ansel," said Max. "You want to be with him. I know you do." "I do," said Griffa, looking back at Max. "I love him more than I thought it was possible to love anyone. If I could have him, there wouldn't ever be a question of us not being together." "What will you do?" asked Max. "I'm not sure. I haven't felt much like thinking about it." "Of course not, and you shouldn't worry about it now. Focus on getting better, then we can deal with whatever happens." Griffa nodded. Talon walked in with food for Griffa and brought it over to her. "I will go eat myself," said Max. "I will come see you later, Griffa. If you need anything from me before then, let me know." Max kissed her hand and let it go. He smiled at Talon and started to walk from the room. "Max," said Griffa as Max got to the door, "if Ansel comes by, will you tell him I am doing better? Will you tell him I appreciate him checking on me?" "I will," said Max. "Would you like to see Ansel, Griffa?" asked Talon.
No.
said Griffa. "Not yet. I don't think I can bear it right now." Max looked at her one more time before he left the room. Max spent his morning with Kedden in the parlor. He read a large old book he had found on the protectors of the kingdom. He hoped it would contain information on the first protector, Eaton of the line of Rhea, but so far Max had found nothing. He had planned to go to the Valley Library later. Kedden looked at Max as he read. "What are you hoping to find in one of your books?" "I need to find out how they made the first protector. I need the ceremony they used. I need to know how they did the blood magic to bind the line of Rhea to the line of Adalwin. If you find that, will you be able to pass the protector's line on to another bloodline?" "For Ansel's sake, I hope so. I won't know until I see the information." "If you can do this, who will he pass the line on to?" asked Kedden. "I'm not sure. I don't think he knows. I suppose he is hoping to find someone after Griffa is on the throne." What exactly does it entail to be the protector? What does it mean? Asked Kedden. Max put his book down. You know some of it. The protector is completely dedicated to his sovereign. He cannot ignore a direct order. He cannot ignore when his sovereign is in danger. You've seen the power Ansel and Griffa have when they are together in battle. The largest responsibility is that the line of protectors will be passed down generation to generation for a bloodline. If someone pledges to be a protector, then they aren't just pledging for themselves, they are pledging their son and their grandsons and so on. It is not something that can be taken on lightly. But it gives one a sense of purpose, doesn't it? It seems to be a great honor to defend the kingdom and the queen or king. It is a great honor, but it is also a great burden, answered Max. I want Ansel and Griffa to be together, but there are so many obstacles in their way.
Can I read a few of these books, Max? Asked Kedden.
Go ahead. I haven't found anything in any of these, but if you want to take a look, you are welcome to it. Kedden picked up a couple of the books, and he opened one and started reading. They both read quietly until there was a knock at the front door, and Ansel walked into the parlor. How is she today? Asked Ansel as he sat down next to Max. She seems better. She said she was hungry this morning, answered Max. I think she will be able to come downstairs soon. If she's feeling any better, you will all have a hard time keeping her in bed much longer, said Ansel with a smile. She had a message for you this morning, said Max, smiling at Ansel. She said to thank you for checking in on her. Ansel nodded, and his shoulders slumped. I wish I could see her, just for one moment. She said she's not ready to see you yet. I know it's hard, Ansel, but it's not forever. You will see her again, said Max encouragingly. Have you found anything useful on our situation? Asked Ansel. No, I've been through dozens of books, but I can't find anything on how the first protector was made or why he was chosen. I plan to go look in the Valley Library later. Ansel nodded. Do you not think there might be something in your home in Abscon, Ansel? Asked Max. It would make sense for there to be protector history in the protector's home. I've looked. I spent many nights looking recently, and I couldn't find anything. What do you know about how the first protector was made? Asked Kedden, putting his book down. Max thought. I know the first protector was Eaton of the line of Rhea. He was bonded to Nathan of the line of Adalwan before the Battle of Ormust. It was blood magic performed by Maxon Keen. Have you checked everywhere in Keen Manor? Asked Kedden. I think the Keens have quite a lot of old books from Ormust. It's where we found the book on the palace. If a Keen performed the blood magic, couldn't they have kept the history of it? Max looked at Kedden and then at Ansel. It's a thought, said Max. I have looked at many of the books in the manor, but there seem to be crates and crates of old books stashed everywhere. I could go look, said Ansel. It's not like I have anything else going on. My queen is safe here in Wendell House. If she does not require my services, my time is free. I could go with you, Ansel, said Kedden. I can help you. If you will take me to the East Village at some point so I can check for messages, I would appreciate it. Yes, said Ansel. I would appreciate your help, Kedden. We might be gone for a few days, as it will take a while to get through all the books. I will take you to the East Village before we return to the valley. When will you go? Asked Max. Tomorrow, said Ansel. I want to start as soon as possible. Can you be ready to go, Kedden? Yes, said Kedden. We can leave after breakfast. Who is leaving after breakfast? Said Talon as he walked into the parlor and stood in front of the fireplace. I am taking Kedden to Abscon. We will go to Keen Manor. I want to search to see if there are any books on protectors that would be helpful. Talon nodded. Will you go as well, Max? I'd like to stay here and be close to Griffa since she is still weak. If she continues to improve, I might go help in a few days. How is she this afternoon? Asked Ansel, looking at Talon. She is tired. She fell asleep quickly after lunch, but she did eat, replied Talon. Ansel stood up and walked to Talon. I need to see her before I go. I won't bother her, but I have to just get a glimpse of her. I don't know how long I will be away. Talon looked at Ansel, considering. She does not want to see you at the moment. I don't agree with it, but I understand why. Please, Talon, I won't bother her long. You or Max can come with me. I will leave if she starts to wake up at all. I will go with him, said Max. Talon nodded. Go, but try not to wake her. Ansel smiled. He and Max left the parlor and walked up the stairs. Does it bother you, Ansel? Asked Max. Does what bother me? How close Talon and Griffa are. He has been staying with her at night, said Max as they came to the top of the stairs. Of course it bothers me, but I understand it. He cares for her greatly, and he watched her almost die. He wants to keep watch over her. I cannot be with her right now, so I'm glad she has him. What if she chooses him over you? I don't think she would under normal circumstances, but what if she chooses him over you giving up your protector's line? Ansel sighed. I have thought on that for many hours. If she chooses Talon, I will have to accept it. I don't know how I will do it, but I will honor her wishes. He is a good man, and he would take care of her. Max looked at Ansel as they got to the double doors of Talon's bedroom. When you are in Abscon, you need to think about what it means to take the Protector's duty from your line. It's not just about you, Ansel. The line of Protectors has been held by the line of Rhea for over 300 years. Your ancestor, Eton, swore a vow to Nathan and the line of Adalwin. You will be breaking that vow. Once you give the line away, you cannot gain it back. Ansel looked away from Max and put his hand on the door. I already know what I want, Max. I know, Ansel, but you really do need to think about this. You will be far away from Griffa for a time. I am not trying to talk you out of this, but you need to really know this is what you want. Ansel sighed. I will think on it. I understand what you are saying. I know the magnitude of breaking this vow made by my ancestor. Just take some time, Ansel. If you are really thinking this over, and you are sure, you will have an easier time convincing Griffa. If you find you cannot break the vow, then you will have to tell her and find a way to serve her. Ansel nodded and opened the door quietly. Max and Ansel walked into the large bedroom. The day outside was overcast, making the room dark, except for the fire burning in the large fireplace. They walked over to the bed to stand next to Griffa. Griffa was laying on her side facing them. Her breathing was slow and regular, and she seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Ansel kneeled down beside her, staring at her. She made a soft noise and moved her hand. Ansel gently placed his hand on hers, and Griffa sighed in her sleep. I am leaving for a while, my love, whispered Ansel. I am going to find a way for us to be together. I hope you will agree to see me once I find a way. Griffa continued to sleep, though she seemed to be holding Ansel's hand. I love you, Griffa. I refuse to let anything keep us apart. I promised Max I would think on giving up the line of Protectors. I will promise you the same thing. I will think on it, and I will not give it up without great thought. I know what I want, but I will still consider every possibility. I want you to know that nothing will change. I will choose you every time. I will try to hurry. I will try to find a way quickly, and I hope you will wait for me. I hope you still have a small spark of hope. Griffa moved slightly in her sleep. We need to go, Ansel, said Max quietly. He didn't want to make Ansel leave, but Griffa had said she didn't want to see him. Goodbye, my love. I will be back soon. Ansel leaned over and gently kissed her forehead before he slowly stood up. He watched Griffa sleep for a moment more before nodding at Max. They turned to leave the room. Ansel, said Griffa quietly casuing Ansel, and Max turned to look at her. Max could see her eyes were still closed. She continued to whisper in her sleep, I love you. Max saw Ansel smile. He grabbed Ansel's arm, and Ansel understood. They left the room together as Max closed the door quietly behind them. Ansel turned to look at Max. I will think hard about giving up the Protector's line, but I already know my answer. I will choose her over everything else. Max smiled slightly and nodded. For Ansel's sake, he hoped they found what they needed quickly, before Griffa made any decisions herself. Chapter 11. Griffa sat on the sofa in the sitting area of Talon's room, watching the fire burn. She was glad to be out of bed. She even had on a dress instead of a nightgown, and she felt more like herself than she had in a while. It had been 2 weeks since she was stabbed in Abscon. She still felt weak and tired, but her appetite had come back. She was able to walk the stairs on her own. She had spent the past couple of mornings sitting in the parlor with Talon. It was only she and Talon in Wendell House now. Max and Kedden were both in Abscon with Ansel. They were looking for a way to take the Protector's line away from Ansel and pass it on to a new bloodline. Griffa wasn't sure how to feel about their quest. She did want to be with Ansel. She missed him so much. She felt like she hadn't seen him in a long time. She had foggy memories of him coming to her the night of the attack on Abscon, but it seemed a dream. He had only visited her once after that, right before he left for Abscon, but she had been asleep. She couldn't be angry at him. He was following her wishes, as she had given him orders to stay away from her unless she called him. Now he was far away from her. Griffa knew that if she sent for him, he would come immediately. Not only would his magic make him, but she knew he would do anything she asked simply because he loved her. Griffa would not send for him. She didn't know if she would get to keep him. She could not have him close to her only to send him away again. She would wait and see if he could find a way to give the Protector's line to another. She would listen to his argument to do it, and she would make a decision. Griffa wondered if she could let him do it. She was scared that she could not. She was also scared that she would. Griffa felt tears sting her eyes just thinking about it. She loved Ansel above everything, and she wanted him to be happy. She had known him her whole life. His whole identity was being the protector of the kingdom. It was what drove him. It was his purpose. Could she really take that away from him just to be with her? She didn't know. The door opened, and Talon walked in. He smiled at her as he came over to stand in front of the fire, facing her. "How are you feeling this afternoon?" "Good," said Griffa. "I am not as tired as I have been." "I was wondering if you would like to go for a short walk. It is chilly outside, but not as cold as recently. We could walk just to the town center and walk back if you don't think it's too much for you." Griffa smiled widely at Talon. "Yes, I would love to go outside, even just for a bit." Talon walked over and offered Griffa his hand. She took it, and he helped her stand. He gave her hand a quick kiss and tucked it in his arm before escorting her down the stairs to the entry hall. He helped her put a cloak on before quickly putting on his own. They walked outside, and Talon again offered her his arm. Griffa smiled at him and took it. As they walked from Wendell House, Griffa took a deep breath. "It feels so good to be outside," she said happily. "I am glad to see you pleased. To be honest, I'm glad to see you doing anything." "It wasn't so bad," said Griffa as they walked, and Talon pulled her closer to his side. "It was, Griffa," he said seriously. "It was the most terrified I have been in my life. I thought we had lost you." Griffa leaned on Talon as they slowly walked. "Don't think of it. I am here, and I am well." Talon turned and kissed her gently on her cheek. He covered her hand with his own and gave it a quick squeeze. "Now, this is just a short walk. I will not have you overworking yourself." "I feel much better just being outside. I think I will be fine walking to the town center." They walked slowly to the middle of the village. They passed a few people who bowed as Griffa and Talon nodded at them. When they came close to the statue of King Nathan, they were met by Clara Venn and her daughter Addie. "My queen," said Clara. She and Addie gave a curtsy as Griffa nodded in return. "It is good to see you out. We have been worried about you. I had written to Talon for an update, but he must have been too busy to respond." "I am sorry, Clara. I was seeing to our queen. She is much better, as you can see." "I am glad you are better, my queen," said Addie, looking at Griffa. "When we heard in Abscon what happened to you, I was very worried. I wish the valley could have gotten to Abscon earlier to help you." "I am sure you came as quick as you could. I know what it is like to assemble a village into action. Talon and my protector showed up in time, so all is well." "Where is your protector, my queen?" asked Clara. "Shouldn't he be here with you in the valley?" Griffa felt tears come to her eyes. She smiled tightly, willing her tears not to fall. She wasn't sure what to say. "The queen has sent him to Abscon to aid in recovery. She is quite safe here in the valley with me, so he is not needed at the moment. If she requires him, he will come back directly." Griffa squeezed Talon's arm in thanks. Clara looked confused, but before she could speak, Talon spoke again. "We should be heading back to the house, Griffa. You have walked too far today. I don't want to overtire you. I hope you will excuse us, Clara, Addie." "Of course," said Clara. "If you need any assistance from me, please let me know, my queen. Talon, I hope you will keep the council informed on the queen's progress." "I will try, Clara," said Talon. "Addie," said Griffa sweetly, "if you have time in a week or so, I would like it if you would come visit me. Most of my friends are in Abscon at the moment, and I only have Talon for company. I would appreciate you giving me a little of your time." "Of course, my queen." "Good, and you must call me Griffa when we are alone." "Come along, my queen," said Talon, pulling Griffa gently. "It is time to get you home." Griffa smiled and nodded at Clara and Addie. She let Talon steer her towards Wendell House. "Why did you invite Addie Venn over to visit you?" asked Talon. Why would I not? She isn't one of your conquest, is she? Asked Griffa teasingly. Of course not. Why would you think that? She is very pretty, Talon. I know how you feel about a pretty face. I suppose she is pretty, but she is so quiet and dull. She is quiet, said Griffa as they walked, but I don't think she is dull. Quiet isn't always a bad trait, you know. I find that some of the quietest people are the most passionate underneath. You don't need to go any further with your thoughts. I understand you learned that from experience, and I can probably guess from whom. I'm only saying you shouldn't dismiss her just because she is quiet. She is sweet and seems brave. Like I said, she is also very pretty. Are you already trying to unite houses in your favor, my queen? Have you decided I shall marry Adelaide Vin? No, said Griffa, laughing. I would like to see you happy one day. I am happy now, said Talon. Perhaps after the war, and when you are on the throne, I can think about marriage. Perhaps, said Griffa as they walked on towards Wendell House. Griffa, I hope you will not think to play matchmaker for me any time soon. I am not in place to be interested in anyone no matter how sweet or pretty they are. Don't worry, Talon, I am not in a hurry to marry you to anyone. It's wrong and I shouldn't say it, but I rather like being able to take up most of your time. Talon brought her close to him and said to her quietly, I would never leave your side if you asked it of me. I might never leave your side even if you ordered me away. Griffa put her head on Talon's shoulder as they walked. Don't tempt me, Talon. Talon laughed. Tempt you to what? Ask me to stay by your side or try to send me away. I'm not sure. When I figure it out, I'll let you know. Talon and Griffa continued on in Wendell House for another week with no news from Abscon. Talon tried to keep Griffa occupied, and Addie did come to visit. Griffa found her very sweet and interesting if a little shy. No matter how many distractions Griffa had, she could not help but worry. She was beginning to lose hope that any news would come. Surely they would have found something by now if there was something to find. She sat in her nightgown on the sofa in Talon's room one night after dinner, drinking a glass of wine, thinking that perhaps it might be time to give up on the dream of her and Ansel. She didn't want to give up on him. She wanted to still have hope that he would find a way for them to be together. Sometimes when she was alone, she would almost think of traveling to Abscon and joining him in his search. She knew that would not be helpful. As soon as she saw Ansel, she would want to kiss him. She would want him to hold her, and she would fall right back into bed with him. Then, when nothing could be done, she would have to send him away all over again. She couldn't do it again. She knew she couldn't. So she stayed in Wendell House with Talon. Even though she was melancholy over Ansel at times, she couldn't say she was miserable. Talon did everything he could to see to her comfort. He found her books to read. He played games with her. He would walk with her through the town and out to the lake. He would take meals with her. At night he would hold her until she fell asleep. She constantly felt guilty about it, but she would not send him away from her. Griffa watched the fire and drank her wine. It would be so easy to give in and be with Talon. She did love him. She enjoyed his company. She could even admit to herself that there were times when she desired him. Late at night, when he would hold her close and kiss her cheek, for a moment she would want to turn around and kiss him. She remembered what it was like to be loved by Talon. It was an enjoyable experience. Passion was never something they lacked. Griffa was very lonely, and she was confused. She always thought she knew who and what she wanted, but now that option had been taken away from her. It had been so long since she had been with Ansel. Griffa drank her wine as Talon walked into the room and sat down next to her on the sofa. Griffa leaned on Talon and finished her glass of wine. Talon took the glass from her and placed it on a low table to the side. You shouldn't drink that so fast. You haven't had any wine in a while. It will go right to your head. Griffa shrugged. I don't mind. I could use a little time not to worry as much about things. Talon laughed slightly and put his arm around Griffa. She snuggled into his side as he kissed the top of her head. She felt so comfortable. He felt so familiar and safe. Talon, said Griffa, do you remember the time we were almost caught by your father in the parlor? She felt Talon laugh. I do. I am glad there weren't travel wards then. I'm still not sure how we traveled that quickly. I don't know what he would have done if he had caught us. Probably demand we marry that moment. You would have found a way out of it. You were having too much fun to have been tied down to me. I think it would have worked out nicely for me, actually. Maybe I should have let him catch us. Griffa looked up at Talon as he looked down at her. He was very handsome. The look in his eyes held so much love, and there was desire as well. He wanted her. Griffa knew she could do much worse than Talon Wendell as her husband and king. Should she just get on with it? Should she just let herself fall completely in love with Talon? It didn't seem she would ever be able to have Ansel, and she didn't want to be lonely the rest of her life. She would have to marry eventually anyway. She would have to have children one day. Griffa sat up and bit and continued to look at Talon. She was tired, and she felt weak. She was a little dizzy from the wine, but she knew what she was doing. Talon seemed to notice a change in her demeanor because he sat up straighter. He moved his hand down to her waist and rubbed his hand against her side, making Griffa shiver in the best way. "Talon," she said quietly. "Yes," he answered in a breath. "Do you remember our first kiss?" asked Griffa. "Yes," he answered, leaning close to her. "I remember it very well." He kissed her forehead. "It was your 18th birthday celebration." He kissed her cheek. "I hadn't seen you in almost 2 years. I remember walking into your home and seeing you. I remember thinking you were the most beautiful woman I had ever seen." He kissed her other cheek. "Hardly," whispered Griffa. "I've seen you with lots of women, Talon, lots of beautiful women." "And you outshine them all. It's true, don't argue with me," said Talon, smiling at her. "I couldn't keep my eyes off of you that night. When I saw you walk by yourself to the dimly lit side of the lawn, I quickly followed you." "I knew you were watching me," said Griffa as Talon's hand on her waist went daringly higher. Griffa felt her breathing become faster. "I wanted to get you alone. I wanted you to kiss me." "Did you?" asked Talon as he stared at Griffa. "Yes," said Griffa. "I had a crush on you for a while at that point. I rather hoped you wanted to kiss me." "I did," answered Talon. "I wanted to do more than that, if I am honest." Talon shifted even closer to Griffa. "And we did, eventually," said Griffa, laughing a little. "You never did tell me where I ranked on that list, Talon." Talon was very close to her. He licked his lips and pulled her even closer where her body was up against his. "You are the only one that matters, Griffa. I wish I could go back and do so many things differently. I should have known the first time we kissed that you were the only one who would matter." "Do you want to kiss me now, Talon?" asked Griffa, leaning towards him. "Yes," said Talon quietly, "every moment of every day." Griffa leaned forward and kissed him. She didn't just brush his lips, she claimed his mouth passionately. Talon groaned against her lips as he kissed her back just as hungrily. She moaned as he ran his hand up her side. They broke apart for a moment, and Talon looked at her closely as he brought his hand up and stroked her cheek. "Griffa," he whispered as Griffa put her hand on his chest gently. He suddenly kissed her again. He rolled Griffa over so he was on top of her, and Griffa put her arms around him. Talon moved from her mouth to kissing her neck. She moaned as Talon moved her nightgown off her shoulder and placed kisses along her collarbone. His hands seemed to be everywhere. Griffa started to let herself get lost in her desire when Talon abruptly broke apart from her and stood up. He quickly walked to the fireplace and stood there breathing heavily. "What is it?" asked Griffa as she adjusted her nightgown and sat up. "Did I do something wrong?" Talon shook his head with his back to her. "Do you not want me? Is that it?" Talon turned and looked at her. "Don't be silly, Griffa. I have wanted you for so long, I don't remember what it's like not to want you." "Then why did you stop?" "This isn't right. You know it isn't right." "Why?" asked Griffa, standing up and walking over to him. "What isn't right about it?" "You are in love with Ansel. You still want to be with him." "I can't be with him. You know that, Talon. I will never be with him again." "You don't believe it. I know you don't. You still have hope." Griffa shook her head. Talon took her hands and brought her close to him, looking down at her. "Fine. Tell me you have no hope for Ansel. Tell me you have no hope at all, and I will pick you up and take you to my bed right now. If you tell me you have no hope, I might go to the temple and arrange our marriage tomorrow." Griffa looked at Talon. She tried to say the words. She tried to say she had no hope, but she could not do it. "That's what I thought," said Talon sadly. "Griffa, I love you. I want nothing more than to be with you, but I will not let you throw away what you have with Ansel. If there is even a small chance you can be with him, you need to keep faith in him." Griffa felt tears fall from her eyes. "But I do love you, Talon. I do. I think I could be happy with you." Talon wrapped his arms around Griffa and pulled her against him. He leaned down and rested his forehead on hers. If you ever could choose me, I would do everything to make you happy, but you can't choose me because you have already chosen him." "What if I can't have him? What if there is no hope?" "If that is true, all you have to do is tell me it is completely over. You say one word about it, and I will take you and I will never let you go." "This isn't fair to you," said Griffa, slightly shaking her head against Talon. "I wish I could order you away from me. I wish I could leave and disappear from your life." "No, Griffa," moaned Talon. "I would find you if you tried to leave. I will never leave you. I don't care if you don't think it's fair, but I will not leave your side. I will always be here for you, no matter if you are my wife or you have Ansel as our husband. You can't send me away from you." "I'm so sorry, Talon." "I am," said Griffa. "There is no reason to be sorry," said Talon as he leaned down and kissed her lips gently. "You can't change how you feel." "I really do love you, you know," said Griffa as she brought her hands up and held Talon's face. "I know, dearest, I do," said Talon as he took both of her hands in his. He kissed them and brought them down to his side. "And if you are ever free, I hope you will tell me immediately. I mean it, Griffa. If you ever tell me you are ready to move on, I will not hesitate to claim you." Griffa nodded. "If I come to that point, I would not want you to wait. I don't think I could." "You are tired, and we should go to bed." "Perhaps I should go to a different room tonight," said Griffa. "No," said Talon. "You will stay here where I can watch over you. You may be better, but you are not completely well. I know you don't like being alone. Come, lay down." Talon led her to the bed. "I told you, you cannot keep me from your side, especially when you need me." He lowered the covers of the bed, and Griffa laid down. Talon walked over and laid down next to her. He covered her up and pulled her close to him. Griffa felt warm and sleepy. She felt Talon move her hair and kiss her neck softly. Griffa turned. "Are you having second thoughts?" she asked sleepily. Talon kissed her neck again. "I will probably second-guess this night for the rest of my life. It is right, though." Talon kissed her one more time and held her tight as he leaned his head against the back of hers. "Thank you, Talon," said Griffa sleepily. "Go to sleep, dearest," said Talon in her ear as Griffa smiled and closed her eyes. Chapter 12. Kedden sat with Max and Ansel in the parlor of Keen Manor. They were surrounded by crates and crates of books. They had opened every closet and cabinet in Keen Manor. They had found so many books and scrolls, Kedden wondered if the collection might have rivaled at least half of the great library in Oromist. Kedden had read more in the past 3 weeks than he had in his whole life. He thought he probably knew almost everything about protectors of the kingdom that there was to know, everything except the one thing they needed to know. The subject was fascinating. He wondered what it was like to have such purpose in your life. Kedden had gone through his life without much purpose. He was chosen for a position, but he never really took time to learn much about it. He sat bored in meetings. He ate with important people, but ignored most of what they said. He didn't think much of the kingdom at all until he spent those months at the river house with Turin. For a brief time, when he threw himself into being the king of Regventus, he felt some purpose. Helping his folk and his kingdom made him feel like he was doing something right. Now he craved some sort of purpose for his life. When he came to Abscon, he first immersed himself into helping Ansel and Talon save Max and Griffa. After that was completed, Griffa gave him purpose in helping him learn to defend himself against magic. Now he was trying everything he could to help Ansel. Kedden never wanted to become like he was before. He always wanted to be working and fighting for something worthwhile. Kedden put his book down for a moment and looked at Ansel and Max. Ansel looked tired and frustrated. The longer they looked, the more agitated Ansel became. He had told Kedden part of it was being so far from his queen, but Kedden thought Ansel was probably getting worried he would never find what he needed to be with Griffa. Max, on the other hand, seemed to gain more energy the more he read and studied. Kedden wasn't sure when Max ate or slept. Max seemed to devour books. He took notes. He would sit and think for hours. Sometimes Kedden would walk in and Max would be sitting with his eyes closed, taking deep breaths. Max told Kedden he was hoping a vision would come to him, yet no revelations were to be had. Kedden had left Abscon a few times since he had arrived. Max had taken him to the East Village to check for messages, and he had received one from his mother. Golnar had told his mother that Griffa had been killed. She worried for Kedden's safety. She also told Kedden that Turin had been ill. She said that she was not severely ill, but Camelia was worried about her. Kedden talked to Ansel and Max before he wrote his mother back. Ansel thought it was to their advantage that the powers in Oromist thought Griffa dead. It would mean that hopefully Griffa would be safe for a while. It meant maybe they would become more complacent in Oromist. Kedden wanted to tell his mother the truth. He wanted to assure her he was safe. In the end, Kedden decided to trust her with the news. He wrote her back, telling her the Queen was safe and recovered. He also asked her to keep him informed on Turin. It had been a week since he had written his mother. He wanted to go check for new messages, but he did not want to take Max and Ansel away from their work. Kedden watched as Ansel put his book down and rubbed his eyes. He took a deep breath and looked at Max. "Max, have you found anything?" asked Ansel. "No," said Max, not looking up. "Not yet. We still have many crates to go through." Ansel got up and walked to the fireplace. He paced a bit back and forth as Max looked up from his book, watching him. "I know this is hard, Ansel, but you shouldn't give up yet. We still have so many books and scrolls to look through. Even if we don't find anything here, we have barely even started in the library of the valley. This could take some time." "I just feel like we don't have time," said Ansel anxiously. "How long will she wait before she stops believing this is a possibility?" Max looked at Ansel thoughtfully. "If it were up to her, I think she might wait forever, but I'm not sure the kingdom will let her wait. There will come a time when she will be called to do something to save Regventus. I don't know why, but I feel if you want to be with her, we must figure this out before she sits on the throne. I feel like your bond will be too tight to break once she claims the city." Ansel stopped pacing. He closed his eyes and shook his head. "She's also been all alone with Talon for almost 3 weeks." "She has," said Max carefully. "Do you not trust her, Ansel? Do you not trust in her love for you?" Ansel's shoulders sagged. "I do, but if it is as you say, then what if the kingdom won't let her wait for me? What if she thinks she has to move on? I am not stupid. I know she has feelings for Talon. How could she not? She has been weak and injured, and she is probably sad and lonely. How long could she wait for me, even without all these pressures?" Max smiled sadly at Ansel. "I don't know what to say, except we better keep working." Ansel nodded and walked back to his seat. They kept reading until there was a knock at the front door. A few moments later, Marcus Quick walked into the parlor. He looked around with wide eyes at all the crates and books that filled the room. "Ansel, Max, Kedden," said Marcus as he walked in. Ansel met Marcus at the fireplace. "Good afternoon, Marcus. As you can see, we are very busy, so go on and tell us why you have come today." "I wanted to let you know that the last of Abscon has been repaired. Everything has been set to right." "Everything except the lives that were lost," said Ansel. "But I am glad the village is back in order." "Yes," said Marcus, nodding. "Is there anything else you wanted, Marcus?" asked Ansel with irritation. "I wanted to let you know that I am betrothed," said Marcus proudly. Ansel looked at Marcus with indifference. "Congratulations. Who have you found to marry you?" "Desmona Delis," said Marcus. "I have been fond of her for some time. I have convinced her to marry me." Kedden saw Ansel give a small, smug smile. "Have you? I know you, and she have quite a history. I hope you don't regret her too badly. I hope you can be happy for us." Ansel chuckled slightly. "I hope you are both very happy with one another. I can assure you I harbor no regrets." "Oh," said Marcus. "Well, good. I guess I should be going unless there is something I can do for any of you." Kedden looked at Marcus. "Actually, do you have any plans today? I need to go to the East Village. It won't take long, but I was hoping maybe you could travel with me there." "Of course, Kedden. I would be happy to. Would you like to go right now?" "Yes, if Max and Ansel do not mind," said Kedden, looking at both of them. "Go on, Kedden. See if you have any news from your mother that we might need to know," answered Ansel as he walked back over to his chair. Kedden stood up and smiled. "I will try to come back soon to continue to help." Ansel nodded while looking at the book in his lap. Kedden put on a cloak and grabbed his sword. He walked out with Marcus. "What on earth is going on in there with all those books?" asked Marcus as they walked. "We are looking for some particular information to help Griffa with something," answered Kedden. "I hope she is recovering well in the valley," said Marcus. "I am surprised Ansel is not with her. I can't believe he wouldn't want to be by her side as she recovers." "Griffa is doing very well. She sent Ansel to Abscon to do this for her. She needs this information very badly." "I hope you find it quickly, then," said Marcus, looking at Kedden. "She is staying with Talon Wendell, I believe." "Yes," said Kedden as they walked out of Abscon. "He is a trusted friend of Griffa's and Ansel's. He has seen to her recovery." Marcus laughed. "I'm sure he has. I wonder at Ansel letting her stay with Talon. Perhaps things aren't as secure as I thought they were." Kedden began to become irritated. "I will not discuss our queen's personal business. She is safe and secure, and that is all that matters. Ansel is doing as she bids. That is all I will say about it." "I didn't mean to upset you," said Marcus. "I just hope Griffa will be happy with whatever might happen." They walked the rest of the way in silence. When they got the gates of Abscon, Marcus put his hand on Kedden's shoulder, and they traveled outside of the east village. Kedden quickly walked to the message house to find he did have a letter. He walked out into the village and read it immediately. As he read what his mother had to say, he started to feel sick, and it became hard to breathe. Turin was very ill. His mother was afraid she was dying. No one could help her in the city. Kedden walked away from Marcus and towards the village exit. He really didn't know where he was going. Turin was dying? How could that be? Kedden had been upset with Turin so long, but he knew he still loved her in some way. Deep down he hoped to at least see her again. He didn't know if he could ever really love her as before, but he didn't want her dead. He wanted her safe with his child. Marcus caught up with Kedden on edge of the east village. "Kedden, are you all right?" asked Marcus with concern. "No, I've had some bad news." "We should get you back to Abscon," said Marcus. "No," said Kedden. "I don't want to go back to Abscon." Kedden was thinking of what he could do for Turin. He could think of only one person who might be able to help him. One person in his new world who had met Turin. "I want to go to the valley. Would you take me there?" "The valley?" asked Marcus. "Are you sure?" "Yes," said Kedden. "I will be no help to Max and Ansel right now. I need to go to the valley and see the Queen and Talon." "If you are sure, I will take you there and leave you to find Wendell House." "Good," said Kedden. "Let's go now." Marcus nodded and put his hand on Kedden's shoulder. They traveled to the entrance to the valley, and Kedden walked to the Wendell House quickly. He knocked and was let in by one of Talon's workers. He walked in the parlor to find Griffa alone, sitting on the sofa. She jumped up as Kedden entered. "Kedden," said Griffa happily. Her smile vanished as Kedden walked into the room. "What is the matter? Is everything all right in Abscon?" "Yes," said Kedden. "You are well, aren't you, Griffa? Are you recovered?" "I am much better, thank you. But what is wrong, Kedden? You look as though you've seen a ghost. Are you ill?" Kedden shook his head. "I had a letter from my mother." "Is she all right?" "Yes," answered Kedden. "But Turin is ill. She is very ill, and they can't cure her. My mother is afraid she is going to die." Griffa looked stricken. "Oh, Kedden, I am so sorry." She walked over and took his hands. "Has everything been tried for her?" "Everything they can do in the city. My mother thinks she needs a magical healer, but there is not one to be had. Do you know of anyone who might go to her?" Griffa gripped Kedden's hands. "I don't know. I'm not sure. I can't imagine who would amongst us would walk into Oromist right now." Kedden nodded. "I know. It's just hard. I'm not sure how I feel about her, but I don't want her to die." "Of course not," said Griffa. "You share a child with her. I know you are angry at her, and you have every right to be, but I know you still love her." "I do, Griffa. I don't know why, but I do." "Did your mother say anything about your son? Is he well?" "She didn't say. I hope he is well. I am sure if he wasn't, she would say, 'But who will he have if Turin dies? What if Golnar finds out my mother has been working against him? What if he kills her, and he raises my child? You know what Golnar will teach him." Griffa let go of Kedden's hand and walked around the room. "I do, Kedden. We cannot let that happen." "What can we do?" asked Kedden. Griffa stopped walking and looked at Kedden. "I am going to go prepare. I will be down quickly. We must leave before Talon comes back from his council meeting. You can get us into the palace, can't you?" "What are you talking about, Griffa?" asked Kedden. "I am taking you to Oromist now. We will go and help Turin. We will leave with her your child, and your mother if she will come. I will not let Golnar corrupt your son." "Griffa, you can't go to palace," said Kedden emphatically. "It is too dangerous. They will kill you as soon as they find you." Griffa gave a small laugh. "They will have a hard time of it in my true home. Besides, we will be careful. We will sneak in and sneak out. We will be back tonight." "Golan thinks you are dead. Philo told him you were killed," said Kedden. "Good," said Griffa, smiling. "Then I will be a nice surprise for them." "Griffa, I can't let you do this," said Kedden. He couldn't let her go into the palace. No matter what she said, she would not be safe. He couldn't let anything to her. "Kedden, I am going to Oromist no matter what you do. I will see Terran, and I will come back with her and your child no matter if you come or not. Will you really let me go alone?" Kedden sighed and looked at Griffa. How could he stop her? Did he want to stop her? "No, my queen, I will not let you go alone." "I will go change. I will be back downstairs in 10 minutes. We will leave directly." Kedden nodded as Griffa walked quickly from the room. He knew this wasn't a good idea, but what could he do? How could he stop her? Kedden went to the entry hall and waited for Griffa. He would have to do everything he could to bring Griffa back safe. Kedden shivered slightly as he knew no matter what happened, he would have to face the wrath of both Ansel and Talon. Chapter 13. Max was anxious. He wanted to figure this out. He couldn't leave this puzzle unsolved. There had to be a solution. There had to be a way to create a new line of protectors. If it was done once, it could be done again. Besides, Max had seen a vision where Ansel could be with Griffa, and he had to trust in that vision. It was late afternoon, and Max had not slept much the night before. He had barely eaten in over a day, but Max was not tired or hungry. He felt like he was so close to figuring it all out. He didn't know why, but he felt if he just kept reading and thinking, he could find what he needed. Max had picked up a very old book out of a crate and saw that it was stuffed with old papers. Some of the writing on the papers was very faded, but Max could make out some of it. He read through the book quickly, scanning for anything he might find that would be helpful. He looked up as he heard Ansel make a noise, looking over at the man. "Is anything the matter, Ansel?" asked Max. Ansel was holding his head between his hands. Max watched as Ansel rolled his neck to try to loosen it. "I just have a headache. I'm sure it's because of all the reading and little sleep." Max nodded. "Why don't you take a break?" Ansel shook his head. "We have to figure this out quickly. I will not lose her, Max." "You will do no good reading if you can't focus. Go take a walk or something. You don't have to be gone long. Go get some fresh air, and when you come back, we can eat dinner and spend the evening reading," said Max encouragingly. "It's just hard not to be doing something," said Ansel. "If I'm not reading or trying to figure this out, all I can think of is Griffa. I wonder what she is doing. I wonder if she is growing tired of waiting. I begin to think maybe she has moved on." "Have you written Talon to check on her?" asked Max. "No," replied Ansel. "Honestly, I'm afraid of what he will say. If she has moved on, I don't know what I will do." "You will face it," said Max. "You will accept it and find a way to go on yourself." "I don't know," said Ansel. "I don't know if I can live in this kingdom without being with her." "You can," said Max sadly. "Trust me, I know you can. It won't be easy. It will be a nightmare, but you will find a way to live. You will find a way to move on and do what you need to do." Ansel sat back and closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, Max. I know you understand more than most. I can't imagine what you have gone through since last spring. I'm afraid I haven't been a very good friend to you." "You have," said Max. "You have been here the whole time with me. I know that if I ever needed anything from you, you would help me. The problem is there was really nothing anyone could do for me. I just needed time. I needed to know you were all here with me in time. I will never be like I was. I will never love another as I loved Issa, but I know I must go on. My life will not be what I thought it was, but that doesn't mean I will have to be miserable forever. Issa would not want me to be unhappy." Ansel nodded. "If Griffa chooses not to be with me at least, I will still be a part of her life. I will protect her with every resource I have. I will make sure she is happy and safe, and I will be glad she is alive. I can't imagine what I would do if she was gone for good. I am so sorry, Max. I know you have it so much worse." "I don't know if I would say that. If we can't figure this out, you can't be with Griffa, and you will have to watch her choose another. You will have to watch her try to love someone else. I know that if Issa were here, we would be together. I'm not sure I could stand seeing her with someone else," said Max. "I suppose neither option is very good," said Ansel. "I am determined, though. If Griffa moves on and is happy, I will devote my life in service to her." "Don't give up yet, Ansel," said Max. "I believe we still have time. We have plenty of books to look through. Go take a walk and clear your head. I know you will feel better after." Hansel stood up. "I will go walk. I won't be gone long." Hansel walked out of the room. Max heard him leave and close the front door. Max went back to his book, and he turned page after page. He scanned and looked, but nothing looked promising. At the end of the book was 3 old pieces of paper curled up. Max took them out of the book and put the book away. He pulled the papers straight and tried to see what was on them. He could see they all 3 said the same thing. Max looked closely at them. At top was a name, Tomos Keen. It had a date of over 200 years ago. Underneath the name it said, as copied from the notes of Maxon Keen. Max sat up straighter. He quickly read over the paper, trying to see what it said. "I, Maxon Keen, have completed the bonding of the line of Rhea with the line of Adalwin. Eaton of the line of Rhea, a non-gifted folk, felt a debt was owed to Nathan of the line of Adalwin. Eaton, the leader of a village, called upon Nathan to heal his village from the sickness that had spread through the kingdom. Nathan was able to heal all within the village, including Eaton's wife and son. Eaton, with his village restored and his wife and son brought back from the brink of death, wished to serve Nathan and his line. Eaton was said to have had a vision of his place in the kingdom. He saw himself being a barrier for Nathan against those who would hurt Nathan. Eaton saw his line spread out before him, always covering the line of Adalwin. Although having no magical ability, Eaton was sure of his vision. He was drawn to approach me, Maxon Keen, as I was the friend and counsel of Nathan. I listened to Eaton. I understood what he was saying, and I knew it to be true. I went to our diviners. With their help, I was able to see what must be done. I approached Nathan. The ceremony was completed 3 days before the battle of the grounds of Oromist. After the ceremony, Eaton was granted magic powers through his bond with Nathan. He became Nathan's protector. In Eaton's presence, Nathan was more powerful than should be possible. Eaton was able to protect Nathan from almost all attacks. The bond I forged between them would last generation to generation. All of the line of Rhea would serve the line of Adalwin. All of the line of Adalwin would have a responsibility to the line of Rhea. Below I have written the blood magic used to bond the 2 lines. What I have done must never be broken without reason and a way to restore the line. There must always be a protector of the line of Adalwin. Max looked excitedly down the paper. There were instructions on the potion that Maxon made. There were the spells he used. Max felt his heartbeat fast. This was what he had been looking for, but would it work? This was how the bond was made, but would it break for a new line? Max didn't know. He read the paper over and over again. He could feel the magic in the air as he read the spell that was cast. He could feel his own magic surge through him. Max felt his vision go dim, and everything went dark around him. Max was still in Keen Manor, but it was dark. He was sitting on the floor of the parlor very close to the fire. A large kettle hung over the fire. Next to him sat Griffa. She looked grim. She stared at the person to Max's other side. Max looked at saw Ansel staring back at Griffa. "Ansel, are you sure?" asked Griffa. "Yes, I have never been surer of anything in my life." "I want to believe it, I really do, but you are giving up so much." "No, I am gaining everything I want and need," said Ansel with a smile. "This is who I am now, Griffa. I am yours. I will be your king. I will never leave your side." "I have to ask one more time, do you really want this?" asked Griffa with passion.
"Yes," said Ansel adamantly. "I know you believe me."
"I could stop you," said Griffa. "You won't. It's what I want. I choose you." Griffa smiled slightly. She looked at another person in the room. The shadows hid this person's face from Max. He did not know who Griffa was looking at. "You are sure this is what you want? You cannot undo this. Your son, his son, and so on will be beholden to this. You are telling me this is what you want." Max could see the person in the shadows nod their head. Griffa turned to Max and nodded. Max looked down. He held a sword in his hand. It was the sword Griffa had given Kedden. "Go on, Max," said Ansel. "I'm ready." Ansel held out his hand to him. Max took Ansel's hand. He took the sword's point and sliced Ansel's palm. He grabbed the other man's hand and did the same. Max watched as they joined hands and let their blood run over the kettle over the fire. Max felt magic swirl all around them. He heard Griffa gasp, and Max felt his own blood pulse. His magic rose out from him. "Max," said Ansel loudly. "Max, are you all right?" Max opened his eyes. He was laying on the floor of Keen Manor. It was still light out. He looked up to see Ansel standing over him. Max sat up and nodded. I'm fine, I am. Ansel gave Max his hand, and Max stood up. What happened? Asked Ansel. Max looked at Ansel and smiled. I found it. I found a way to relieve you of being Griffa's protector. I found the spell to use. I know what magic to do. I saw a vision of doing it here. I couldn't see who the new protector would be, but it was someone. Ansel, we can do this. Ansel looked at Max in shock. Are you sure? Yes, said Max excitedly. I found the original spell and blood magic that was used. We can do it again. I foresaw us doing it. Griffa was there, and she let you. There is something else, Ansel. You will have to give up your duty and find someone else before Griffa takes the throne. Are you sure? Asked Ansel. I will have to find someone before we take Oromist. Yes, said Max. I don't know why I know this, but I do. You will have to find someone else to take on the Protector's line before we defeat the powers of Oromist. Ansel smiled at Max. That complicates things a bit. Where am I going to find someone that quickly? Max opened his mouth to say something when Talon walked swiftly into the parlor. Are they here? Please tell me they are here, said Talon quickly. Who? Asked Ansel. Who are you talking about? Griffa and Kedden. I came back from a council meeting to find Griffa gone. A worker in my house said Kedden had come to see her. He saw them both leave together. I assumed they came here for some reason. I assumed you sent Kedden to bring her to you. No, said Ansel. Kedden went with Marcus Quick to check for messages in the East Village. He never came back here. Talon looked at Ansel with worried eyes. Where could they have gone? I don't know, said Ansel. Max felt a lump in his throat. He felt a knot of worry form in his stomach. Do you know how long they have been gone? I think a couple of hours, answered Talon. Ansel, can you feel anything? Do you think Griffa is in trouble? Max watched as Ansel closed his eyes. He shook his head. She's been shielding me for so long, it's hard to tell if I feel something or if I am just worried about her because we can't find her. What should we do? Asked Talon. We should go to talk to Marcus and see what happened with Kedden, said Ansel. He walked to the entrance hall to put on a cloak and his hat. Talon and Max followed him. They walked quickly to Marcus's house. They were led in by the small man who worked there, and Marcus greeted them in the parlor. Is there something wrong? Asked Marcus, looking at all three of them. What happened with Kedden? Asked Ansel. Why didn't he come back to abscond with you? He had a message waiting for him in the East Village. He said he had gotten some bad news. He said he would not be any help to you, Ansel, and he wanted to see the Queen and Talon. He asked me to take him to the valley, so I did. I saw him walk into the village. Max saw Talon and Ansel look at each other. Surely not, said Talon, shaking his head. She wouldn't take him there. Where else could they have gone? If Kedden got bad news, it must have had to do with his child or wife. Max suddenly realized what they were saying. You think they went to Oromist? Thank you, Marcus. We will need to be on our way, said Talon quickly. He bowed and walked out of the parlor. Ansel silently followed him. Max, do you really think Griffa went to Oromist? Asked Marcus with wide eyes. Max shrugged. I need to go, said Max as he quickly left the room. He caught up with Ansel and Talon just outside the Quick home. I cannot believe she would just hop off to Oromist without telling me, said Talon angrily. When they got to the main road of Abscon, Talon turned away from the manor and walked towards the edge of town. Wait, Talon, said Ansel. We can't just go off to Oromist without a plan. Ansel, your queen is in trouble. You can't just wait around here, said Talon anxiously. If we fly into the palace without a plan, we could cause more trouble for Griffa and Kedden than help them. We have to think about this. Talon gave an angry huff. Max watched Ansel as he closed his eyes. Ansel pressed something on his chest, and he opened his eyes and smiled at Talon. I think she is all right. I think she knows what she is doing. What are you talking about? Asked Talon. Ansel, she is not safe in the palace. You know what will happen if they find her. Griffa let down her shield. I can tell she has everything under control, said Ansel. I don't like it, Talon. She shouldn't be out in the kingdom anywhere, especially Oromist without my protections, but she is not in danger at the moment. Talon shook his head and then turned to Ansel. What do you suggest we do? I think we should go to the valley and wait for her there. Max and I have found what we came for here in Abscon. We will need to run back to the manor and grab a few things. Talon looked at Max, and Max nodded. Talon sighed loudly. Fine, let's go back to the manor, and then we will head to the valley. We will wait for them there, but if you have one bad feeling about Griffa, you have to tell me. I will, said Ansel. If I think Griffa is in the smallest bit of trouble, we will go to the palace together. Talon nodded as they turned to walk to Keen Manor. Max fell in step next to Talon. I think she will be all right, Talon. You don't know the things I saw her do in the palace while we were in Oromist. I think she feeds off the magic found there. I will not rest easy until she is back safe, said Talon, breathing hard. They quickly packed a few things from Keen Manor. Max grabbed the information he needed on the first protector. He folded it in the large book it was in and kept it by his side. They walked to the gates of Abscon and traveled to the valley. When they arrived at the valley, the smell of rain was in the air, and distant thunder could be heard. Great, said Talon sarcastically as they started walking to Wendell House. I'm going to need one of you to stay close by me. You will have to do everything you can to keep me from killing Kedden the minute they step through the door. You shouldn't blame him, said Ansel as they walked. You know it wasn't Kedden's idea. I realize that, Ansel, said Talon, clenching his hands into fist, but I seriously doubt you would like to see how I would handle welcoming Griffa home when I feel like this. Talon sped up his pace and walked ahead of them. Ansel raised his eyebrows at Max. I don't know how serious he is, but I'm going to need you to stay by Talon at all times. When they get home, I will deal with Griffa. Try to keep Talon from cursing Kedden. What do you suggest I do to a mage during a storm? Asked Max. First, make sure he has some drinks as soon as we get to his home. Second, you have a staff. Knock him across the head if you have to, answered Ansel. Ansel walked quickly to catch up with Talon. Max took a deep breath, trying to decide how serious Ansel really was. Chapter 14. Griffa followed Kedden in the long passageway that led from the river into the palace. She held up an old branch that was lit with magical fire, helping them to see their way as they walked along. The passageway was long and narrow, and it seemed to go on forever. Kedden moved quickly, and Griffa stayed close behind him. Where will this passageway come out? Asked Griffa as they walked. We will come out in my old rooms. We will have to sneak down the hallway to the other wing. I believe Turin has been staying down there since I left. I hope we can find her quickly. They walked on. Griffa could soon tell they were getting close to the palace. She could feel old magic surround her. She breathed in deeply, feeling the magic fill her with power. She smiled slightly as her magic raced through her body. She could hear it sing to her lightly. Are you all right, Griffa? Asked Kedden, looking back at her. Griffa smiled at him. Yes, I am very well. I am coming home. Kedden gave her a curious look, but turned around and kept walking. Soon they took a left. A few more minutes passed, and they took a right. They then walked on straight until they came to a wall. Kedden looked at the wall and turned to Griffa. I'm not sure how to open it. Griffa walked in front of Kedden and touched her hand to the wall. She closed her eyes for 1 second and then opened them. A door appeared and opened. Griffa put out the branch and left it by the door. She walked out into a dark bedroom, and Kedden followed behind her. Griffa looked up at the ceiling, seeing its stars and suns. She smiled as she quietly heard the palace whisper to her. It was welcoming its queen. Griffa turned and walked through a door into the dark sitting room found there. She turned and looked at Kedden. I will check out in the hallway to make sure everything is clear. When we are moving in the palace, you will stay close to me at all times. Kedden nodded as Griffa walked to the door. She opened it slightly and looked out before looking back at Kedden and nodding. She opened the door wider and stepped out into the hallway as Kedden walked out and stood by her side. Which way do we go? She asked. Kedden took her hand and led her down the hallway towards the stairs of the entrance hall. They moved quickly and quietly. When they got to the stairs of the entrance hall, Kedden stopped her. He peered around the wall and down before turning to look at Griffa. There are a couple of soldiers down in the entrance hall. Griffa nodded. I'll take care of it. She walked quietly around the corner and stood on the landing overlooking the entrance hall. She raised her hand and smiled. The soldiers looked at each other and then left the room, heading into the throne room. Come on, said Griffa quietly to Kedden. Kedden took her hand again, and they walked on to the other wing of the second floor. There were many doors, and Kedden started slowly opening them, peering in. Each one was dark and deserted. Finally, Kedden opened the next-to-last door to see a light in the bedroom beyond the small sitting room. He looked at Griffa and nodded. They walked in quietly and shut the door behind them. Griffa went in front of Kedden and walked to the door of the bedroom. The door was slightly open, and she peered in to see Turin lying in the bed. Camellia Bells was in a chair next to the bed, laying her head back with her eyes close. Griffa opened the door and walked in, followed by Kedden. Camelia's eyes flew open. She stared at Griffa for a moment, as Griffa adjusted the skirt on her dark blue dress. She pulled a curl back from her forehead, touching the golden crown that rested there. "My queen," whispered Camellia. Her eyes then turned to Kedden. Camellia gazed at her son for a moment, not seeming to trust what she was seeing. "Kedden," she whispered. Griffa could see tears fill Camelia's eyes. Camellia walked over and took Kedden into her arms as Griffa moved to Turin's side. She bent down close to Turin to see that the poor woman did not look well. She was sweating heavily, and her breaths were short and quick. Her eyes were closed, but she was moving around constantly. Griffa carefully put her hand on Turin's forehead. Turin's eyes opened quickly, and she looked up at Griffa. Griffa smiled down at her. "I know you," said Turin quietly. "Yes, Turin, you do. I am Griffon Keen. I was there when your son was born." Turin shook her head lightly and gazed at Griffa. "No, you are the queen." Griffa nodded slightly. She kept her hand on Turin's forehead and put her other lightly on Turin's chest. Griffa closed her eyes and felt her magic search Turin. Griffa listened as her magic talked to her. She sighed and felt tears come to her eyes. There was no hope for Turin. Turin's magic was corrupted. It had destroyed her body. Griffa took her hands off of Turin, and she bent down, kissing Turin's forehead. "Turin, someone is here to see you," said Griffa. Griffa turned to see Kedden staring at her. She walked over and took Kedden's hand, bending close to Kedden to whisper in his ear. "I am sorry, Kedden. There is nothing that can be done. She doesn't have long left." Kedden looked at Griffa. "Are you sure?" "Yes," said Griffa. "You need to be here with her. She will want to spend these last few moments with you. I know what she did to you was wrong, but she loves you. I know you love her. Just stay here and be with her." Kedden nodded. Griffa squeezed Kedden's hand, and he passed her and kneeled next to Turin. Camellia came and stood by Griffa's side. "I am sorry. There is nothing I can do," said Griffa sadly. "She is too far gone. Her magic has been corrupted, and it has destroyed her body." "Why did this happen?" asked Camellia. "I think whatever blood magic was used to unleash the magic users in the city was tainted. I am afraid this could be happening to others." Camellia looked stricken, and Griffa understood. Camelia's own magic was released using the potion. Griffa felt anger rise within her. How dare this be happening to her folk? They did not deserve this. So many would be destroyed because of one man's quest for power. "Is there anything that can be done?" asked Camellia. "I don't know," said Griffa angrily. "But I am going to go find out. Make sure Kedden stays here with Turin. I also need you to prepare Kedden's child to travel. He will want to take his son with him. His son will be welcomed by my folk. He will be very safe. I will be back shortly, and we will have to leave." "Where will you go?" asked Camellia. "I am going to have a chat with a friend I met here when I was guest. I believe he has been wanting to speak with me, whether he knows it or not." Camellia looked at Griffa like she didn't know what to say. Griffa smiled and turned to go. "Griffa," said Kedden, walking over to her, "where are you going?" "I'm going to go see what I can do to stop this from happening to others. I'm going to make sure the one responsible for this is punished." Kedden took Griffa's hand. "You can't go to him, Griffa. He will have you killed. I can't let anything happen to you." Griffa reached up and touched Kedden's face. "I am in no danger here. This is my home, and no one will touch me. Go be with Turin. She needs you. I will not be gone long." Griffa took her hand off of Kedden's face. Kedden looked at Griffa and nodded. "Yes, my queen." Kedden kissed Griffa's hand and let it go. He walked back to Turin, and Griffa quickly left the room. Griffa walked back towards the stairs. She was not afraid. She walked with purpose, holding her head high. A couple of palace servants passed her in the hallway, and she walked by them without a glance. She got to the stairs and walked down to the first floor. She walked through the entry hall and into the throne room. 2 soldiers stood close to the dais. They called to her, but she paid them no mind. She continued to walk towards the dais as the guards walked quickly up to her. Griffa raised her hand and threw it out, and the soldiers flew against the wall. Griffa walked up to the dais and stopped. She stared at the throne that sat at the back of the dais and smiled slightly. After a moment she turned and walked out the door to the back hall. She took a right and then a left until she came to a long flight of stairs. Griffa paused for a moment. She put her hand in the pocket of her dress and fiddled with a small vial there. Griffa looked up at the stairs and began to climb. After 3 steps a warm feeling on her chest stopped her. Her hands flew to the pendant she wore there. She fingered the pendant, feeling the carving of the tree on it, the sigil of the line of Rhea. She had never taken off Ansel's necklace, even though she thought she would have to give up Ansel forever. It seemed her protector had noticed she was missing. She thought he probably could guess where she had gone. Griffa pressed her pendant and took down the shield she had put up against Ansel. "I'm fine, Ansel," whispered Griffa. "I know what I am doing." Griffa continued to walk up the stairs. She had no fear. She was not the one who should be afraid. He was intruding on her home. He had no right to be here, hurting her folk. Griffa got to the top of the stairs. She turned and stood in front of the door. Griffa paused, and she took a deep breath, placing her hand on the door handle. She opened it and walked in, looking around the room. She spotted him in the sitting area in the middle of the room. He was sitting in a chair with a book in his hand. He looked up at her with a shocked expression on his face. Griffa saw her staff laying on the wall by the door. "Good evening, Golnar," said Griffa, walking closer to him. "I hope you don't mind, but I let myself in." Golnar dropped his book and stood up abruptly. He stared at Griffa. "Don't get up on my account. Please have a seat. I would like a word or two with you, if you don't mind." Golnar continued to stand. He did not take his eyes off of Griffa. His mouth opened slightly as though he would say something, but no words came out. "I asked you to sit down. Please sit," said Griffa, pushing her hand down. Golnar sat quickly back in his chair. "Would you share a drink with me, Golnar?" asked Griffa. She went to a side table that held some cups and a pitcher of wine. Griffa quickly reached in her pocket and took out the small vial there. She poured what was there in one of the glasses with wine. She walked over and handed Golnar a glass. She sat down across from him with her own glass of wine. "It's rude to ignore a request of your queen. Drink your wine, Golnar," said Griffa, sipping from her own glass. Golnar nodded. He picked up his glass and sipped his wine, staring at Griffa. Griffa drank a bit more wine, then put her glass down on a small table next to her. "Do you have nothing to say to me?" asked Griffa. "Am I dreaming?" whispered Golnar. "I don't believe so," answered Griffa. "I think this is very real." "But it can't be," said Golnar. "You are dead." Griffa smiled. "I know you thought I was. Perhaps I even was for a minute or so, but I am quite alive now." "Why are you here?" asked Golnar. "I've come to take care of one of my folk. She is very ill. I've come to ease her suffering. I've come to help Kedden save his child. I shall call my soldiers. You will not leave here alive." "Call them, please. Call them and see what happens," said Griffa. "I will leave here with what I came for, Golnar. I will leave for a while, but I will come back to claim what is mine." "Why did you come to my room? If all you wanted was to come for Turin and the child, why wander through the halls of the palace?" "I needed to see you. I believe you have some information I need. You have been hurting my folk, and you continue to hurt them. I will need you to show me what you have done to them." "Why would I do that?" asked Golnar. "Because you want to follow your queen's orders. I know you do. Of course, I could just kill you." "Why don't you?" asked Golnar, drinking his wine. "It wouldn't be hard for you." "No, I could kill you in a second, without a thought. I know the kingdom would be better for it, but I don't think I will. Now you will give me what I have asked for. I would like to see what blood magic you have used on the folk of the city." Golnar drained his glass of wine. He stood up and walked over to a table full of books. Griffa stood up and followed him. Golnar looked through a pile of books. He pulled 2 and turned to Griffa, holding them out. "Do these contain the magic you used?" "Yes, they are both marked, my queen," said Golnar. Griffa took the books and opened one, looking at where it was marked. She read over the page when she saw Golnar's arm move. Griffa threw up her hand and looked up. Golnar's hand was out towards Griffa, and he held a knife in it. Griffa held her hand up and closed the book with her other hand. "Golnar, were you going to kill me?" asked Griffa. Golnar looked at her, shaking. He was breathing very hard. Griffa walked up to him with her hand out. She walked up close to him and stared into his eyes. "I don't believe you really want to kill me. I think you were rather sad when you thought I had died. Why do you think that is?" I was not sad. I despise you. I was glad you were dead. I want you dead now, said Golnar angrily. Griffa sighed and threw her hand down, and Golnar's hand flew down. The knife hit the floor and spun away. Griffa threw out her hand, and Golnar flew to a wall. Griffa kept her hand out, pinning Golnar to the wall. I could kill you so quickly, said Griffa. I want to kill you for all you did to me while I was in the palace. I want to kill you for all the poisons you forced on me. I want to kill you for letting Philo hurt me. Mostly I want to kill you for what you have done to my kingdom. I want to kill you, but I will not. Why? Asked Golnar, looking down at her. Because you aren't worth it. You are nothing. You have no power. You will sit in this tower and wait for my return. I have taken every drop of magic from you. You will get weaker and weaker. By the time I come back, you will be nothing but a frail old man who cannot leave his room. You will turn to dust as you watch me take my kingdom back from you. I don't believe you. You cannot take my magic, said Golnar. That's right. You love to tell yourself comforting lies, don't you? Replied Griffa as Golnar's eyes widened. Griffa gave a small laugh. She dropped her hand, and Golnar fell to the floor. I am going, Golnar, but I will be back. I wish I could have helped you, but you are beyond help. Even if you begged for mercy, the gods would not grant it. You are past even their mercy. Griffa turned and walked to the door. She tucked the books inside the deep interior pocket of her cloak. She took one last look at the old man on the floor. She felt some pity for him. She couldn't help it. Goodbye, Golnar. I am sorry it is like this. I hate to see any of my folk suffer. Griffa grabbed her staff, opened the door, and left the room. She quickly walked down the stairs and back through the throne room. She hurried back to Turin's room. She opened the door quickly and walked in the bedroom. Kedden was sitting by Turin on the bed, and Camelia stood close by holding Kedden's son. Griffa stopped and looked at the boy. He was a good-sized, healthy child with blond curls like his father. He had his mother's green eyes. "What is his name?" asked Griffa to Camelia. "Zayden," answered Camelia. "He is very handsome," said Griffa as she offered the child her hand. The child grabbed 2 of her fingers. "He will be a very strong magic user as well." Griffa turned and walked over to Turin and Kedden. She kneeled by Turin and put her hand over Turin's forehead. "Have you said goodbye, Kedden?" asked Griffa quietly. "Yes," said Kedden softly. "I can ease her passing if you like. She is suffering greatly." Kedden nodded as he grabbed Turin's hand. Griffa bent her head down close to Turin. She whispered in Turin's ear, "Turin, your child will be well looked after. Kedden will be taken care of as well. You can rest easy. I will let no harm come to either of them." Turin's eyes were closed, but she took a deep breath and nodded. Griffa closed her eyes and concentrated. She felt Turin relax and slowly drift away. After a few minutes, she was still. Griffa took her hand off of Turin's forehead and bent down. She kissed Turin's forehead and whispered, "Journey well, dear one." Griffa stood up and looked at Kedden to see he had tears in his eyes. He looked up at Griffa and nodded. He squeezed Turin's hand and let it go before standing up. Griffa came to him, and he took her into his arms. "I am sorry I couldn't save her for you," said Griffa, letting tears fall from her eyes. "I wanted to be able to save her." Kedden held Griffa and said, "It's not your fault. I know you did all you could. I am grateful to have been here for her at the end." Griffa stepped back and nodded. "We have to go." She walked over to Camelia. "Will you come with us, Camelia?" "No," said Camelia. "I will stay here and do what I can in Armist. I will keep you informed of what is going on. I have helped unleash this illness on the folk. I will work to make amends." "Are you sure, Mother?" asked Kedden. "You could come with us and still help. You won't be safe here." "I will be fine, Kedden," said Camelia. "I have played the power game for a long time. I am not afraid." She kissed her grandson and handed him to Kedden. "Keep him safe. Make sure he knows how much his mother loved him." Kedden held his son and nodded at his mother. Camelia leaned over and kissed Kedden's cheek. "I am sorry for all of the pain I caused in your life. I do love you." "I love you as well, Mother," said Kedden. "I will see you soon." Kedden walked towards the door. Camelia looked at Griffa. "You will take care of them both, won't you?" Griffa took Camelia's hand. "Yes, I will see that they are safe. When I am on the throne, I will work to make sure all my folk are safe."
Camelia squeezed Griffa's hand. "I look forward to your reign, my queen.
Griffer released Camelia's hand and followed Kedden out of the room. When they stepped out into the hallway, Griffa paused. Kedden turned and looked at her. "Griffa, we need to get back to the passageway and get out of here," said Kedden. "No," said Griffa. "We don't need to go anywhere to be able to leave. Kedden, come close to me." Kedden looked at Griffa confusedly, but he did as she bid. She put her arm around Kedden's and held him close. "Kedden, think of the mountain pass in the valley. Have complete trust in me that I will get you and your son there safely." Kedden looked at Griffa and nodded. Griffa closed her eyes and imagined where she wanted to go. She felt herself travel. They soon landed in the mountain pass of the valley in the middle of a violent fall storm. Griffa raised her hood on her cloak and helped Kedden do the same. Kedden tucked Xaden under his cloak. Griffa raised her hand, giving them some barrier from the rain. They walked quickly to Wendell House. As they walked up the pathway, Griffa saw Max, Talon, and Ansel waiting for them under the portico. Talon had his fists clenched. Ansel's arms were folded, and he was frowning. Max stood behind them with wide eyes. Griffa walked up under the cover, followed by Kedden. She took down her hood and looked at Ansel and then Talon. Ansel looked at her calmly. Talon's eyes were bright, and he was breathing heavily. She wasn't sure if he was going to kiss her or curse her. She stood there with Kedden by her side. "Kedden, take your child inside. I am sure some of the house workers can provide appropriate arrangements for your son." Kedden nodded. He looked quickly at Talon and Ansel, and then walked between them inside. Talon stared him down as he passed. "Perhaps you could help him, Max?" asked Griffa, looking at Max. Max glanced at Ansel, who nodded. Max walked inside. Griffa stood in front of Talon and Ansel. "I am quite drenched. Do you mind if I go in and take off this cloak?" "Griffa," said Talon with exasperation. Griffa held her hand up. "Let me get inside first, please." Ansel moved slightly and let Griffa pass. She kept her head down even though she could feel Talon's eyes on her. Griffa entered the entrance hall and laid her staff against the wall. She took off her cloak and hung it up, taking out the books in the inner pocket. She shook out her damp hair as Talon and Ansel entered behind her. She quickly walked to the parlor, dropping her books on a small table. She stood in front of the fireplace. Ansel walked in and stood at one end of the fireplace. Talon walked in and came up to Griffa and looked at her. "What were you thinking?" he asked angrily. "I was thinking that Kedden's wife was very sick and his child was in danger. I wanted to help, so I did." "So instead of finding me or calling your protector, you ran off to Oromist with no thought to anyone or anything else. Do you realize how mad that is? Do you realize how we have all suffered when we realized you had gone?" Griffa turned quickly towards the fire. There was no time to think. "Besides, I knew what would happen if I told you where I needed to go. You would have tried to stop me, Talon." "Of course I would have stopped you, because what you did was the stupidest thing you have ever done," yelled Talon. He grabbed Griffa and turned her towards him. Ansel made a noise and moved towards Griffa. Griffa looked at Ansel as Talon let go of her arm. "Protector, is there something you would like to say?" asked Griffa. "I am glad you are back safe, my queen," said Ansel, looking at her. "I see you brought back the son. Would his wife not come along?" asked Talon. Griffa turned and looked at Talon and took a breath. "She could not," said Griffa, quietly looking down. She felt tears prick her eyes. "She did not make it. I could not save her." Talon inhaled deeply, and she heard him whisper her name. Griffa looked up at Talon. He grabbed Griffa and held her to his side. "I am sorry, Griffa. I am sure you did all you could." Griffa stepped back. "It was awful. Whatever Golnar did to release magic in the magical-blooded people of the city is slowly killing them. I hope the information I got from him will help." "The information you got from who?" asked Ansel, looking at Griffa. Griffa turned to Ansel. "From Golnar. I went to visit him while I was in the palace." "Griffa, you truly are mad, aren't you?" asked Talon loudly. "Not only did you travel to Oromist with no protection, but you visited the evil man who held you captive for 2 months." "Yes," said Griffa. "I had to get the information about that potion. I got my staff back as well. I wasn't in any danger. He is no threat now anyway." "What did you do, Griffa?" asked Ansel, as Talon rubbed his head with his hand. "I took a special potion with me. I was glad to see you had some of what I needed on hand, Talon. All I had to do was add something to it to make it work. I made Golnar drink it. He has no magic now. He will not last long." Talon continued to rub his head. He started taking deep breaths. Ansel just looked at her. "I need to go check on Kedden and make sure he has everything he needs for his son," said Griffa. She started to walk from the room. Talon grabbed her hand and pulled her to him. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed the top of her head. "Don't ever do anything like that again. Promise me you won't go out into the kingdom without your protector again. You are too important to the kingdom, Griffa. You are too important to me." Griffa looked up at Talon and nodded. Talon held her for a moment before Griffa backed away. She looked at Ansel. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "I shouldn't have gone there without telling you." Ansel only looked at her. "Do you have nothing else to say, Ansel?" asked Griffa. "You are my queen. I serve you and do as you command. I shouldn't even be here now." Griffa sighed. She had ordered Ansel away from her. She had not called him back to her. Griffa walked up to Ansel and took his hand. "Protector, you will accept my apologies." Ansel nodded slightly. "Will you please stay here for the time being, at least until the weather clears? Does my queen wish it?" "Yes," said Griffa, smiling slightly. "Your queen would like it very much. Please don't leave until I come back to see you off." Ansel grinned at Griffa. "Then I will stay. I await your further instructions." Griffa turned and walked to the entry hall. She took the stairs and saw Max standing outside an open door in the hallway. She walked to him and stood beside him. The room before them was the Wendell nursery. Kedden had placed his son in a large cradle and was sitting by him. "A couple of the house workers quickly fixed the room up for Kedden," said Max when Griffa came to stand beside him. "Good," said Griffa, watching Kedden look at his son. "I am glad Kedden has his son back, but Griffa, what you did was insane. You do realize that, don't you?" Griffa nodded slightly. "I know it seems that way now, but I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't just do nothing when Kedden told me Turin was sick. I had to go. I was never in any danger." "If you were in the palace, you were in constant danger. What if Philo had gotten a hold of you, or Golnar?" "I actually went to see Golnar," said Griffa with a smile. "I think he will remember our visit very well." Max looked at her and shook his head. "Kedden's wife died, I understand?" "Yes," said Griffa sadly. "I was too late to help her. It was awful, Max. Her magic was so corrupted. Whatever blood magic Golnar did killed her. I am afraid it will spread throughout the city. I brought home books I took from Golnar. It has the spells and potions he used. We will have to figure out some way to help." Max nodded. "Have you talked to Ansel yet?" "Just for a moment. I asked him to stay for a while here." Max turned to Griffa and took her hand. "You need to talk with him quickly. Griffa, we found out how to do it. He can release his line from the duties of the protector." Griffa looked at Max, shocked. "You are serious? You actually figured it out?" "Yes," said Max. "I can do it. I know I can. I can create a new line of protectors." Griffa took a deep breath and looked at Max. "I don't know if I can let him do it, Max. This is bigger than just him and me." "He wants to do it, Griffa. He knows what this entails. He understands what he is doing, and he still wants to do it. You need to talk with him before you decide if you are against this." Griffa shook her head. "Unless," said Max, looking at Griffa closely, "you don't want to be with Ansel any more. Have you chosen another?" Griffa let go of Max's hand and stepped back. "Of course I want to be with Ansel. I love him." "But you love Talon as well. You can't tell me you don't love him too." "I do," said Griffa quietly. "I am awful." "You aren't awful, Griffa. We can't control who we love, but you can't have them both. You know that. You will have to make a choice, and you really do have a choice now." "If I really have a choice, I know who I would choose." "Then you better do it," said Max. "You will need to do it quickly." Griffa nodded and turned from Max. "Tell Kedden I will check on him and his son later." Griffa walked down the stairs and into the parlor. She found Ansel alone, still standing by the fire. "Where is Talon?" asked Griffa, looking around. "He said he had some things he needed to attend to. He went into his study if you wish to speak with him." Griffa looked out the window. The storm had blown over. The rain was very light. "Actually, do you think you could take a walk with me, Ansel? Maybe we could walk to my house here in the valley." "If my queen commands it, I will happily go," said Ansel with a smile. Chapter 15. Ansel watched Griffa walk out of the room. He looked at Talon, who shook his head and sat down heavily in a nearby chair. "Are you not furious, Ansel?" asked Talon, looking up at him. "Your queen just walked into Oromist with no protection without telling you." "Of course I'm angry. I have almost lost Griffa too many times already. She just traveled to a dangerous place without telling anyone. She could have easily been killed." "You didn't seem angry with your queen. You seemed too calm about all of this." "She ordered me away from her. I had no business coming here and waiting for her. Do you have any idea how hard it is for me to defy her orders? It takes every bit of my concentration," replied Ansel furiously. "What are we going to do about her? We can't go on like this. She can't go on ignoring you and blocking you out. She must have her protector with her at all times. She cannot keep ordering you away." "I know," said Ansel, pacing in front of the fireplace. "She has said I can stay here for a time. I have to find a way to make her talk to me." Talon nodded. He got up and went over to a side table and poured a glass of wine. He looked at Ansel. "Would you like one?" Ansel shook his head. Talon drank his glass quickly and poured another one. He walked over and stood by the fireplace, leaning against the mantel. "You said you found what you were looking for in Abscon. Does that mean you have found a way to relieve your line of the Protector's duty?" "Yes," said Ansel, looking at Talon. "Max believes he can do it. I just have to convince Griffa to let me do it." Talon took a drink of his wine. "What if you can't convince her? What happens then?" "I don't even want to think about it. I will have to convince her." "But you need to think about it," said Talon. "There is a chance she could not let you do it. What will you do? What do you think she will do?" Ansel looked at Talon closely. Griffa had spent so much time alone with this man. He knew they both had feelings for each other. Had something happened? "Do you have something you need to tell me, Talon?" asked Ansel. "What do you mean?" asked Talon, pushing up off the mantel and standing straight. "I think you know what I mean. Griffa has been here with you for over a month, much of it by herself. That is a long time." "Not long enough," said Talon quietly. "Ansel, if you are asking me what I think you are asking me, I can tell you that Griffa has done nothing to cause you to lose faith in her. I know she loves you." Ansel tried to hide his relief. He was relieved. He wanted to believe Griffa had waited for him, but he couldn't be sure. She had been through so much, and it had taken a long time to find what was needed. "I believe she loves you as well, Talon." "I know she does. I have no doubt of it, but she will always choose you if she can. I have known that for a long time. I shouldn't have stayed so close to her, but I couldn't help it. I would rather be in her life in any way I can than away from her." "I understand," said Ansel. "If anyone could understand, it would be me. But if she lets me do this, then things will need to change. I will not disappear out of her life, Ansel. I will be by her side as much as I can. I'm not asking you to leave her completely. Griffa needs you. We all need you if we are going to reclaim Oromist. But if she chooses to let me do this, I will not let her go again, Talon." "I know," said Talon. "I won't stand in your way. I would never do anything to hurt Griffa or destroy a chance at her happiness." Ansel nodded. "Will you tell her today?" asked Talon. "Yes," said Ansel. "I think we have to figure this out quickly. Max said we will need to create a new line of protectors before Griffa takes the throne of Oromist. I will have to find someone before we take the city." "If you can't find someone, then you won't be able to do this." "No," said Ansel. "Max seemed sure." Talon drained his wine. "I could do it, Ansel. I could take the line from you. I would gladly give my life up to Griffa." "But it wouldn't just be your life, Talon. It would be your whole family line. This is not something you can take lightly. You are the leader of this village. The Wendells have been one of the most powerful families in the kingdom for centuries. If you take this on, the line of protectors would take precedent over everything else." "I still think it could be a possibility," said Talon. "I will think on it. I have some correspondence I have been neglecting. I will leave you alone to talk with Griffa. If you need me, I will be in my study." Ansel nodded. "Talon, thank you for taking care of Griffa. I know she has not had an easy time. I wasn't able to be with her, and I appreciate you staying by her side." "There is no need to thank me. I would not have wanted to be anywhere else. You still have my thanks. If you can convince Griffa to do this, and you pull this off, thank me by loving her well, Ansel. I want her to be happy," said Talon. He gave Ansel a small smile and walked from the room. Ansel paced by the fireplace, wondering how he could get Griffa to talk to him. Maybe he could ask Max and have him talk to Griffa for him. Maybe Ansel could manage to get the words out somehow. She had said he could stay for a bit. Maybe it would be easier to speak his mind. Griffa entered the room. She asked for Talon whereabouts, and then asked Ansel to walk with her to her valley home. Ansel felt himself smile. Maybe this wouldn't be as hard as he thought. Ansel followed Griffa into the entrance hall. He picked up her cloak and used a quick charm to dry it. He helped her put it on before putting on his own, and they walked out of the house. Ansel offered Griffa his arm, and she took it. They walked mostly in silence to Griffa's home. Ansel wasn't sure what to say, so he decided to let Griffa decide when they would start talking. They made it to her empty house swiftly. After entering, Griffa led Ansel to her small study. She went to sit behind her desk while Ansel lit a fire in the small fireplace. "Have a seat, Ansel," said Griffa, nodding at the chairs in front of the desk. The fire reflected a faint gleam off the crown on her forehead. Ansel sat and stared at Griffa. "Am I allowed back into your presence, my queen?" "Of course," said Griffa. "I want us to talk as we did before all of this happened. I want us to be honest and open with each other." "Are you sure, my queen?" "Yes," said Griffa. "Ansel, I understand you have something to tell me." "I have many things to tell you," said Ansel as he bowed his head and closed his eyes, feeling his fury build. He raised his head and looked at Griffa. "First and foremost, how dare you travel to Oromist without even telling me? What were you thinking, Griffa?" Griffa sighed and dropped her shoulders. "I knew you were angrier than you let on. I am sorry. I really am. It's just been so difficult feeling so powerless. I haven't been able to do anything right lately. Kedden came in upset about Turin and his child. I felt like I could help him. I had to help him. I wanted to do something. I shouldn't have done it. I know it was stupid." "Yes, it was," said Ansel. "You ran off into danger with no thought to what you mean to the kingdom or the people who love you. You almost died a few weeks ago, and I couldn't even be by your side after seeing your hurt. I had to trust in another to care for you. Not to mention you have been blocking me, your protector, for weeks. How can I do my duty if you will not let me? I was trying to make it easier on you. I didn't want you to have to deal with my feelings and discomfort. I wanted you to be able to move on if you needed to." "Move on?" asked Ansel angrily. How could she ever think he would be able to move on? "As your protector, I have a responsibility to you, but you also have a responsibility to me. You have neglected that responsibility by shutting me out. It has been so hard being away from you for many reasons, but just speaking as your protector, do you know how much it pains me to be away from you?" Griffa hung her head down and was silent. She eventually looked up with tears in her eyes. "I don't know what to say. Maybe I haven't handled this well, but I didn't know what to do. I had nightmares for months about losing you. Everything in me told me I had to let you go. Every feeling I felt told me I couldn't be with you. I felt like I had lost you. I couldn't just see you as my protector. I couldn't just be around you and act like you don't mean so much more to me. When I was ill, I wanted you so badly, but I could not call you to me. It was agony. I have missed you terribly." Ansel felt himself sag in his seat. He could not stand to see her upset. "I know this hasn't been easy, Griffa. I am angry. I know I shouldn't be angry at you, but I am. I just feel like you gave up on us so easily. I have done nothing but try to find a way for us to be together." Tears fell from Griffa's eyes as she looked at Ansel. She got up and walked over close to the fireplace. She turned and looked at Ansel. "I didn't want to send you away. I wanted to find a way, but I felt like the cost was too high for us to be together. I have known you for so long. I know how important being the protector of the kingdom is to you. It's your whole identity. It's your family's identity. I didn't feel right asking you to give that up." "You didn't ask. I offered. I want to do this. I have thought on it for many weeks now. It is not who I want to be anymore. I want to be with you, and I want to rule by your side. I want to be your husband and help you with the burden of being queen of this kingdom. I want to have children with you and teach them how to rule and lead. Everything I want to be is tied to you," said Ansel emphatically. Griffa looked at him. He heard her take a shuddering breath, but she stayed silent. "What do you want, Griffa?" asked Ansel quietly. "I know it has taken some time for me to find a way to be with you, but I have done it. I know so much has happened to you, and I wasn't there for you. It wasn't my choice, but I wasn't there. I know he was there for you through it all. I know you love him. If you don't want me anymore, you need to tell me. If you want to be with Talon, I will try to accept it." I do love him, Ansel. I do love Talon. I didn't want to love him, but I do. He is so good to me. He is such an easy choice to pick. I believe the kingdom might even want me to pick him. There were times these past few weeks where I thought I could be happy with him. There were times I thought I should move on with Talon, but I could not. Because as much as I care about him, he is not you. I could not give up on you. I don't care what is easy or what the kingdom wants because I want you. There has never really been anyone but you for me. I have loved you for as long as I can remember. I could not give up the hope I had that I could be with you. Ansel smiled at Griffa. Max found a way. He says he can do it. He can create a new line of protectors, taking the duty away from me. We can be together, Griffa, but only if you will allow it to happen. Is this really what you want? Asked Griffa, looking at Ansel. Do you really want to give up this duty that has been in your family for over 1,000 years? Yes, said Ansel, staring at her. I will have no regrets giving it up. You and everything we will share is what I want. It is what I need. You have to let me do this. How will it work? Asked Griffa. Max has the blood magic spell required. He says he can do it. The only thing is we must do it before you take the throne. That quickly? Asked Griffa. Will that even be possible? How will we find someone to do this? Ansel smiled, noticing she used the word we. He got up and walked over to Griffa. He stood close to her and took her hand. I'm not sure, but I believe we can do it. I know we can, but I don't want to be apart while we search for someone. I can't stand being apart from you any longer. I don't want to be apart from you either. I want to be with you, but I can't send you away from me again. If we can't find someone, I don't know how I could send you away again. It's so hard, Ansel. How could I have you again, just to give you up? Perhaps we should stay apart for a while longer. We will not fail, Griffa. We will find someone in time before you have to take the throne. Please believe me. Griffa looked at Ansel. He took her face into his hands and leaned forward, kissing her gently. Ansel, she said quietly, I don't want to be away from you. I want to believe it's possible. Then do, my love, he said, kissing her again. Griffa was silent. She looked at him, but Ansel couldn't read her expression. I need you to believe we can do this. Griffa threw her arms around Ansel and kissed him. Ansel responded and took her into his arms. He kissed her, backing her up to the desk. He picked her up and sat her on the desk, continuing to kiss her. How had he gone so long without kissing her? He would not leave this room until she understood that they would be together. You do believe we can do this, don't you, Griffa? He asked, pulling back slightly. He put his hand under her skirt and on her thigh, slowly moving his hand upward. Say yes, please, said Ansel, leaning over her. Griffa moaned as she leaned back. Ansel moved his hand up higher. I need you to say yes. I need to hear you say the word. You aren't being very fair right now, said Griffa as she lightly arched her back. Ansel smiled, watching her. Say yes, Griffa. Griffa leaned forward and kissed him. Yes, she said against his lips. You will not send me away again, will you? Ansel, said Griffa in a whisper. She leaned her head back with her eyes closed. Answer the question. Will you send me away again? No, I will not, said Griffa quietly. Good, said Ansel. He moved over her, pushing her skirt up with his other hand. He kissed her. What does my queen ask of me? Asked Ansel before kissing her neck. Ansel, please, said Griffa in a gasp. Do you not have any commands for your protector? Asked Ansel teasingly. Love me? She responded breathlessly. Of course, my queen, replied Ansel, enthusiastically responding to her request. He spent the rest of the afternoon trying to put ideas of Talon Wendell out of her head. Later they walked back together to Wendell House in the dark. Griffa was leaning on Ansel as they walked, his arm around her. I will want to go back to Abscon in a few days, said Griffa as they approached Wendell House. I hope Kedden will want to join us with his son, but I will see if he wishes to stay here. I'm not sure what Talon will do. I would like him to come with us, but I will understand if he wishes to stay in the valley. He will do whatever you ask of him, said Ansel. He is the second on your ring. I will still give him the option. I hate hurting him. I know, said Ansel. You will need to talk with him soon, but I know he will understand. He wants you to be happy, Griffa. They entered the house together and hung up their cloaks. I want to go check on Kedden and his son, said Griffa. Ansel nodded. I will see if Max is in the parlor and join you in a minute. Ansel kissed Griffa quickly and then watched go up the stairs. He couldn't stop smiling. He entered the parlor, finding Max and Talon sitting in chairs by the fire. "Ansel," said Talon, "I take it your talk went well. It's been a while since I've seen you smile." Ansel nodded. "Yes, we had a very productive talk. Griffa went up to check on Kedden and his son. Are they settling in all right?" "I am sure they are," said Talon. "I had a chat with Kedden earlier." Max raised his eyebrows. Sounded more like a telling off than a chat. Talon shrugged. "He knows where I stand on the little stunt they pulled. I am glad he has his son, though." "So Griffa agreed to let you give up the line of protectors?" asked Max. "Yes," said Ansel. "She is concerned we won't find someone in time. I won't lie and say I'm not concerned as well." "My offer still stands?" said Talon. "No," said Ansel. "I doubt Griffa would even let you consider it." "I can still offer her and see what she says," said Talon. "I take it you might want a room, Ansel?" "We can stay at Griffa's house tonight. It's no bother. She just wanted to come back and see Kedden first." "Don't be ridiculous. I have more than enough rooms here. You can stay in the one you did earlier this fall." "Are you sure, Talon?" asked Ansel. Talon smiled. "I am very sure. I always knew where she stood with me and you, Ansel. I will miss having her near me all the time, but I want to be in her life. I want to serve my queen. You are a part of her, so here we are. Please stay in my home as long as you would like." "Thank you," said Ansel. "Griffa wants to go back to abscond soon. I believe everything is safe there now. She will want you to go with us, Talon, but she will understand if you stay here." "I will of course go where my queen is," said Talon. "Just let me know when we will leave." Ansel nodded. "Max, whatever it is you need to prepare for the spell to remake the Protector's line, try to have it on hand quickly. Once we decide to do this, I want to get it done." "I will see to it, Ansel," said Max. "I hope we can find someone soon. Griffa will have to act on Oromist quickly if what she says is true about the new magic users being corrupted. I have started looking at the books she brought back from the palace, and the spells used are complex and dangerous. We will start looking immediately. Now, if you will excuse me, I will check on our queen." Ansel walked from the room and up the stairs. He walked down the hall to see Kedden standing in the doorway of the nursery. Ansel walked up and joined him. Ansel looked in the room to see Griffa holding Kedden's son in a chair. She had a book and was reading to him. Ansel smiled slightly, watching her cradle the child. Her voice was sweet and light as she read. "It's a pretty picture," said Ansel quietly to Kedden. "He looks like a fine child." "He is perfect," said Kedden. "I owe her everything. She saved my son for me." "She did," said Ansel, "though I didn't enjoy the way she did it." "No," said Kedden. "I shouldn't have let her go, or I should have come to you or Talon. I apologize for the danger I put her in. I can't stand to see her hurt." "I know," said Ansel. "It sounds as if you've already been told what you did was wrong by Talon." "Yes," said Kedden. "He had a talk with me. It was not quiet or short either. He was right, though. I put our queen in danger. I put my friend in danger." "It turned out well, though," said Ansel. "She is pleased, it seems." "I'm glad to see you here, Ansel. I guess this means she will allow you to do what you need to do." "She has agreed," said Ansel. "Now I have to find someone who will take this on. It will have to be very soon. The new Protector's line will have to be made before she sits on the throne of Oromist." Kedden turned to look at Ansel. "Do you think you and I could go for a chat somewhere?" asked Kedden. "My room, perhaps?" Ansel wondered what Kedden could have to say. He agreed and followed Kedden a few doors down to his room. Ansel sat down in a chair by the fireplace as Kedden stood and looked down at Ansel. "Ansel, I want to take on the Protector's line. I know the first Protector had no magical blood, so I know I can do it. I owe Griffa so much. I want to be able to protect her. I would give my life for her." Ansel looked up at Kedden, surprised. "I don't think you understand what you would be taking on. It wouldn't just affect you. If you take on the line of Protectors, it will affect your son, his son, and so on. This will be the identity of your whole family line." "I know," said Kedden. "I want this for my son. I want it for all of my heirs. You know some of my life before I came here. I was not a good man, Ansel. I was spoiled and lazy. I had no direction and no purpose. My parents sold me to the kingdom for influence and power. That is all my father cares about. I want my son's life to have purpose. I want all of my descendants to have direction and meaning. I would have no family line if it wasn't for Griffa. I owe her my son's life. I feel like my line is already bonded to her. Let me do this. Let me serve her. Let my son serve the next king or queen, your child. I am sure I want this." Ansel looked at Kedden. Kedden seemed sincere. He seemed sure. Was Kedden really a possibility to do this? Ansel did trust Kedden. Despite the recent trip to Oromist, Ansel believed Kedden would do all he could to keep Griffa safe. Everything Kedden said sounded true. "I want you to think about this for a few days. I want you to spend a few days with your son and make a decision. This is not to be taken lightly." Kedden nodded. "I understand. I will think on it, but I don't think I will change my mind. I've been thinking about this for a while. I have read all I can about Protector's magic, not just to help you, but to understand what it would be to take this on. I want this." "I believe you, Kedden," said Ansel, "but I need you to take the time to really think about it. I need you to come up with the most compelling argument you can to do this, because we will be traveling to Abscon soon. When we get there, you will have to convince Griffa." Chapter 16. Max sat in the Keen Manor cellar, looking over Maxon Keen's notes that Tomos Keen had copied. He wanted to make sure he had everything he needed ready to go. Ansel had told him he needed to have it ready soon, as he might have news for Max within the next few days. Max didn't know what Ansel was planning, but he would be ready. If Ansel found someone to do this, and he could get Griffa to agree, Ansel would want it done quickly. Max wondered who Ansel could have possibly found. At first Max thought maybe Talon, but that didn't seem like a good idea for anyone. Talon was needed as the second chair of the ring. Max also didn't think bonding Talon to Griffa as her protector would be a good idea. Watching Griffa and Ansel, Max could understand why protectors and sovereigns weren't meant to be in love or marry. It was already a complex relationship without adding another element. The protector's devotion to his sovereign was important, but duty would always have to come before love with a protector. Max could see that Talon as Griffa's protectors would cause all sorts of conflicts. Max couldn't guess who Ansel might have found, so he would wait and trust Ansel's decision. Max looked at the ingredients he had gathered on his table. He had everything ready except the blood of Ansel, Griffa, and the new protector. Max knew he could brew the potion and perform the spell. He hoped it would be soon. Griffa would need to work and bond with her new protector before they went to Oromist. They had been in Abscon for 2 days since traveling from the valley. Ansel, Max, Griffa, Kedden, and his son had come immediately. Talon stayed behind to take care of a few things, but he was expected today. Max wondered if perhaps Talon would be better off taking some time in the valley before joining them. Max knew Talon was needed to take Oromist, but he worried about the tension between Talon, Griffa, and Ansel that must still exist. A knock on the door caused Max to look up from his notes and turn towards the door. Ansel opened the door and walked in. He came and stood by Max, looking over the table. "Do you have everything you need?" asked Ansel. "Yes," said Max. "I will just need to brew the potion and add yours, Griffa's, and the new protector's blood to it. Griffa's will have to go in first when I first make it, since we are bonding the new protector to her line." Ansel nodded. "How long will it take to brew?" "1 day," said Max. "If I started on it this afternoon, it would be ready by tomorrow evening." "Good," said Ansel. "Now I need you to come upstairs with me. I want you to talk with Kedden, Griffa, and me." Max looked at Ansel, puzzled. "Has something happened?" "Not yet," said Ansel, "but something could happen soon. I need you here for this conservation so you can answer any questions that may come up." Max was very confused, but nodded at Ansel. He followed him out of the cellar, wondering what this conversation could be about. Max and Ansel entered the parlor to find Kedden sitting by the fire and Griffa sitting on the sofa. She turned to look at Max and Ansel as they entered. Ansel stood by the fireplace, and Max sat down next to Griffa. "Ansel, are you going to tell me what this is all about?" asked Griffa. "Does everyone know but me?" "Max doesn't know what this is about," answered Ansel. "Kedden talked to me of something in the valley the other day. He has something to tell you." Griffa looked at Kedden expectantly. Kedden took a breath. He moved to a chair closer to Griffa and looked at her. "Griffa, my queen, I would like to serve you as your protector. I would like to take on the line of protectors." Griffa looked taken aback. She shook her head. "You don't know what you are saying, Kedden. You can't possibly want this burden in your life, not for you or for your son." "I do," replied Kedden. "I want it very much. I have thought on this for a long time." I have studied what it means to be a protector. I know what it means for my son and my family line. How can you want this for your son, Kedden? He will have no choice in the matter. If you take this on, he will be forced to serve the kingdom and the next king or queen. I know it will give him purpose and meaning. Griffa, you didn't know me before I came here. You didn't know what kind of person I was. I was lazy and self-centered. I only cared about having fun and getting out of work. I was the leader of the kingdom, but I didn't care about my people at all. I was happy to let others do the work that should have been mine. My lack of oversight helped Golnar become even more powerful. I watched as he planned to hurt the kingdom with other viceroys. I watched as he and Till planned to attack Clarton. I watched as Golnar killed Bernat. My foolishness left me as easy prey for my mother and Taran. If not for Daracha, I could have been in the palace as king, letting you and Max be tortured. I cannot let my son become who I was. I want purpose for my own life and his. I want my family to stand for something. I believe in you, Griffa. You have given me so much. You saved my son twice. He owes you as I do. My family line owes you. Let me bond my family with yours. Let me protect you. Let me serve you and the kingdom. Max looked at Griffa. Kedden seemed to know what he was undertaking. He seemed to want to do it, but Max didn't know how Griffa would respond. She was looking at Kedden, seeming to be thinking of what to say. She opened her mouth, but before she could speak, Kedden took her hand. "Please, Griffa, I know every argument you could make against this. I have made them to myself. Please, let me do this." Max looked at Ansel. He was watching Griffa intensely. Griffa looked at Ansel and then back at Kedden. "I don't know," she said, looking down. "I don't know if I can let you do this, Kedden." Kedden stood up and pulled Griffa up with him. "Come with me, Griffa." Kedden led Griffa to the entry hall, Max and Ansel following close behind. Kedden took her upstairs and to the Keen nursery that was close to Griffa's room. He opened the door and took Griffa close to the baby's bed that was in the room. Ansel and Max waited outside the open door as Griffa looked down at Kedden's son, who was sleeping. "Look at him, Griffa. What do you see?" "I see a beautiful child. I see a life with so much potential. He could be anything he wanted to be at this moment." "He could," answered Kedden. "He could make 1,000,000 different choices that would lead him in 1,000,000 different paths, but he would have nothing if not for you. He owes you his life, Griffa. I know I don't have use of magic, but you have told me I have magic in me. I can feel it. I can feel the magic in my son, and I can tell it is already bonded to you. I am bonded to you. I close my eyes, and the only future I can see is one in service to you and the kingdom. I want my family line to have this honor of protecting your line. I want to raise my son knowing his life will mean something. Can you not feel this is right, Griffa?" Max watched as Griffa put her hand gently on the back of Kedden's sleeping son. She closed her eyes and sighed as she reached and took a hold of Kedden's hand. Kedden closed his eyes. Max watched as they stood like that for several moments. He glanced over at Ansel, who was staring at Kedden and Griffa. Griffa opened her eyes and took her hand off of Kedden's son. She looked up at Kedden and nodded. "Very well, Kedden Bells," Griffa whispered. "If this is how you choose to serve, I will not stop you. If you bond your line to mine and take the responsibility of being my protector, I will take the responsibility of being your queen." Kedden fell to his knees before Griffa. He held her hand and kissed it. "Thank you, my queen. I will not fail you." "I know," said Griffa as she raised Kedden up. He took her into his arms and held her. Ansel looked at Max with a smile. "Will you go start the potion you need to do this?" "Yes," said Max. "I will need Griffa's blood soon. Bring her down to me quickly." Max walked down the stairs and to the cellar. He started putting everything into the kettle he needed to make the potion. He read all the notes before him carefully to make sure he was doing everything exactly right. After he threw in all he needed before Griffa's blood, Max sat back on his stool and waited. Kedden would be Griffa's new protector. Max thought it would be a good choice. Kedden was strong, and he would be able to protect Griffa. He cared for Griffa. He owed Griffa something very precious. More than that, he seemed to understand what he was taking on. He wanted it not just for himself, but for his son and beyond. The door opened and Griffa walked into the room with Ansel and Kedden behind her. Kedden was carrying his sword. Griffa smiled slightly at Max and sat on a stool next to him. Ansel and Kedden stood against the wall. "What will happen with all of this?" asked Griffa. "Are you sure it's safe for all involved?" "I am," answered Max. I am being very careful and doing everything as is written here. I have added everything I need so far except your blood. There is a flower I believe was native to the homeland of the line of Adalwin. There are many different herbs and flowers that all stand for something such as bravery, devotion, and friendship. Your blood will be added now. Once it is brewed, we will mix Ansel and Kedden's blood. Kedden will drink the potion, and he will take over the line." Griffa sighed and looked up at Ansel. "I am sure, Griffa," said Ansel before she could speak. Griffa nodded as Max took Griffa's hand and stood her up. Max looked at Kedden, and he gave the sword to Max. "Come kneel by us, Kedden. Griffa will need to make an oath to you." Kedden walked over and kneeled down in front of Griffa. He took her hand. "Griffon Keen, do you freely bond yourself to Kedden Bells?" asked Max, reading off the paper in his hand. Griffa looked down at Kedden. "Yes," said Griffa. "Do you pledge your line to his? Do you accept the responsibility for the line of Adalwin to be bonded with the line of Bells?" "Yes," said Griffa, still staring at Kedden. "Will you pledge to be a faithful and fair ruler, never asking your protector to go against what is right and true?" "I do so pledge," said Griffa, still staring at Kedden. "Give me your hand, Griffa," said Max. Griffa took her hand away from Kedden's and gave it to Max. Max laid down the paper in his hands on the stool. He held Griffa's hand in his and carefully took the sword, slicing Griffa's hand open. She winced, but did not cry out. Max took Griffa's hand and placed it over the kettle. He watched as her blood ran into the potion below. The potion sizzled as bubbles formed. Griffa took a deep breath and shuddered. Max let go of her hand as she walked away from the kettle. Max put down the sword as Ansel walked to Griffa. Max handed Ansel some gauze and balm for Griffa's hand. Ansel bandaged Griffa's hand as Kedden rose from the floor. Max turned to stir the potion. "When will it be done?" asked Griffa after her hand was bandaged. "Tomorrow evening," answered Max. "I will stay down here tonight to keep watch over it. Tomorrow I will bring it up to the fireplace in the parlor. We will do the rest of the ceremony in there." Griffa nodded. "I feel tired. I am going to lie down for a bit." "Do you want me to come with you?" asked Ansel. "No," said Griffa quietly. "I feel like being alone for a while. I will be downstairs before dinner." Ansel nodded. "I will walk you up and go check on my son, Griffa," said Kedden, standing by Griffa's side. He turned to look at Max. "Thank your helping with this, Max. You don't know what this means to me." "Serve her well, Kedden. That is all I ask," replied Max. Kedden nodded and offered Griffa his arm, escorting her out of the room. Ansel watched them go, and then sat heavily down on the stool by the fire. Max sat down next to him and looked at his potion as Ansel wiped his face with his hands. "You aren't having second thoughts, are you, Ansel?" asked Max. "Nothing has been done yet. I could throw all this away." "I am not having second thoughts, Max. This is what I want. I'm just so relieved she has let me do this, that she let Kedden do this." Max nodded. "She must have sensed something with Kedden's son. She believes this is right, or she wouldn't let it happen." "It is right. I believe it is what was meant to happen. Kedden will be a good protector. It is hard to let the responsibility go. It will be hard to place her safety in the hands of another, but I trust him." "I wonder how you will change, Ansel," said Max as he picked up the large stick and stirred the potion. "What do you mean?" asked Ansel. "So much of your magic comes from you being a protector. I wonder what you will truly be when it is gone. Will you be a warlock, a sorcerer, or a mage, do you think?" "I haven't thought about it, really. I don't care. It doesn't matter as long as I get to be with the woman I love." "I wonder how your relationship will change with Griffa. You are bonded to her through this magic. I'm not saying you won't love her, but it might change your feelings in some way." "I am not worried about that," said Ansel. "I know the love I have for Griffa has nothing to do with our magical bond. I have no doubt of the love I feel." "I know," said Max, "but it might be different when you feel the bond broken. I just want you to be aware." Ansel looked at Max with a half smile. "Considering how I have felt these past few weeks, I can handle some little changes. I thought I had lost her forever, Max. I know you know how that feels. I can endure a number of changes, if it means I have a chance to stand by her side as her husband and consort at the end of this. We will have to get her, though, what's to come first. Her safety isn't guaranteed. I have seen a vision where we take Oromist, but it cost her life. She will do anything to save her kingdom." "And we will have to be willing to do anything to save her, Max." Chapter 17. Griffa woke up from her nap with a headache. She had felt exhausted after giving her blood to the potion Max was making, and upon waking she didn't feel much better. She could hardly believe what was happening. Ansel was giving up his family duty that they had held 1,000 years. Kedden was taking up this burden, and she was letting them both do it. It was not something Griffa had done without reservations or much thought. She had asked Ansel over and over if this is what he wanted. He assured her again and again he did want it. Still, she worried that when it was over, he might live to regret it. What if, when he lost his duty as protector, he decided Griffa wasn't worth it? What if breaking their magical bond caused him to lose all love for her? The choice for Kedden to take over the line was easier. He was convincing in his argument. When Griffa placed her hand on Griffa's son and held Kedden's hand, she could feel the bond they already shared. It felt right to enter into this new relationship with Kedden and his line. Griffa sat up in her bed and rubbed her eyes. She needed to get up. She told Ansel she would come down before dinner. She had slept too long as it was. Talon was expected at the manor soon. That was another problem she didn't want to deal with. She knew Talon understood where she stood with Ansel, but she still didn't know how to face him after all they had shared the past few weeks. She knew they would need to have a conversation, and soon. Griffa got up out of bed. She glanced in the mirror to try to fix her hair somewhat. She gave up quickly after making notice of the dark circles under her eyes and her pale face. A little tousled hair would make no difference. She left her room and walked downstairs to find an empty parlor. As she stood by the fireplace, she wondered if Max and Ansel were still in the cellar. She had almost decided to go down and see them when she heard the front door open. Talon walked into the parlor with a small case. He smiled at Griffa as he walked in and then looked around the room. "Where is everyone?" asked Talon. "I think Kedden is probably with his son. Max and Ansel are down in the cellar." Talon nodded. He set his case by a chair and came to stand by Griffa. "How has it been going here? Have I missed anything?" asked Talon. Griffa looked at Talon with wide eyes. She raised her hand to push her hair back when Talon caught her hand. "What have you done to yourself this time?" asked Talon, looking at her bandaged hand. "I think we should sit down and have a chat," said Griffa, taking her hand away from Talon. Talon looked at her worriedly. He sat down quickly in a chair nearby, and Griffa sat across from him. "We have found someone to take up the line of protectors. The first part of the blood spell has already been done. I have given the blood required, which is why my hand is bandaged." Talon looked taken aback. "Who on earth have you found to do this? I thought it would take at least some weeks, if not months. How could you have found someone so quickly who would be willing, and Ansel would actually trust to do this?" "It was easier than you think," answered Griffa. "It turns out someone had been thinking of doing this for a while." "Who?" asked Talon, leaning forward. "Kedden," answered Griffa. Talon stared at her with his mouth opened. "You are joking, surely." "No, of course not. Kedden has offered to do this." Talon jumped up out of his chair and walked in front of the fireplace. "And you are going to let him do this? Ansel agreed to this? You think Kedden can adequately protect you?" "Yes," said Griffa fiercely. "I trust Kedden with my life, and so does Ansel. My only qualm was letting him take on this burden for him and his son." "Griffa, you were stabbed right in front of him. He almost let you die." "I don't see how that was his fault. I was caught off guard, so why would he be any different?" "He let you go to Oromist. He put you in danger." "You know that wasn't his decision. He couldn't have stopped me if he tried. It was my impulsiveness that led to us going to Oromist. I wouldn't change it now anyway, not seeing the results." "I still don't think he is a good choice to be your protector, Griffa," spat Talon. "I can't believe this." "Oh, do you have a better option in mind?"
"Yes," said Talon.
"I told Ansel I would do it." "That is the stupidest thing I have ever heard. You cannot be my protector, Talon." "Why?" "For one, your family is too important to take on this burden. The Wendell line already has a calling in the kingdom. You are also the second on my ring, and you have agreed to serve me in this way. Above all, I don't think you serving as my protector would be good for either of us. We both feel too deeply about one another to ever be impartial with each other." "I still don't think Kedden is the right choice," replied Talon angrily. "Well, the two people that really matter in this decision do. It is up to Ansel and me, and we both trust this is the way to go. It is our decision, and it is final," said Griffa loudly. Talon shook his head and turned away from Griffa as she stood up and walked to stand beside him. "Talon, I understand you want to keep me safe, but you will have to trust me with this decision. I know Kedden is the right person to do this. I would not let him, if I didn't believe this is right. I need you to understand I am taking this very seriously. I know how badly you want to be with Ansel, Griffa. This just seems too convenient of a choice. Griffa gasped and stepped back, angry and hurt. Do you really think I would be so flippant with my kingdom's future? Kedden's line will serve the kingdom and my line for years and years. The success of him and his family will determine the success of Regventus. As much as I love Ansel, I would never throw away the whole future of the kingdom just for us to be together. Surely you know that, seeing what I have been through these past few weeks. Talon's head fell forward, and he turned to look at Griffa. I do know, Griffa. I don't think you take your responsibility to your kingdom so flippantly. It's just hard for me. Everything about this is hard for me. I want to keep you safe, but when it comes down to it, you aren't mine to keep safe. No, said Griffa, I'm not, but that does not mean I don't understand. Griffa took Talon's hand, and he turned to face her. Talon, I don't believe I would have made it through these past few weeks without you. You got me through the hardest time of my life. You did everything for me. You even kept me from making a huge mistake and throwing away what I have with Ansel. It wasn't fair to you. I know it. Please don't go through all of that again, Griffa. I don't care what is fair to me. I wanted to be there for you. I would do it all again in a second. I knew from the very beginning your heart was engaged by someone else. I never expected you to give up on Ansel. You did nothing wrong. I feel like I did. Let me apologize. Talon, please. The last thing I have ever wanted was to hurt you in any way, but I felt like I have. I feel like I took advantage of your love. It was wrong no matter how badly I felt. I love you too much to have treated you in such a way. We will have to disagree, Griffa. Everything I did, I wanted to do. I will never regret doing it. So you can apologize, but I don't want you to feel bad about it. I don't. So what do we do now? Asked Griffa. How will this work between you and me and even Ansel? I will serve as the second on your ring. I can't stop loving your Griffa, but I meant it when I said I only want you to be happy. I know Ansel is who you need to be with. I will never try to interfere with what you have with him. I will do everything in my power to see you safely on the throne. I will help you save Regventus. And after that, what will you do? Asked Griffa. I will serve with you as you rule Regventus. I will serve on your ring. No, I mean for yourself. I want you to be happy, Talon. I want you to find someone to love someday, someone who can love you back as you deserve. Talon smiled slightly. It will be hard after loving a queen. How do you follow loving someone like you, Griffa? Talon, said Griffa, do be serious for one moment. I am being serious, said Talon. You are quite wonderful, my dear. But to answer your question, you know I wasn't made for melancholy. I shall be fine. I can't promise anything, but I believe there will come a time when I will be open to finding someone to love. Griffa smiled at Talon. I cherish what we have, Talon. I know it might not be what you want, but it is important to me. You must understand that Ansel will always come first for me, but it does not mean that I do not value you and what we have. Talon kissed her hand. I do understand, Griffa. I am glad you have found a way to be with him. I will try to accept Kedden as your protector. I can't promise I won't keep a close eye on him, but I will support you in this. Thank you, said Griffa. Now, why don't you go settle into your room? Dinner will be soon. I am sure we will all have much to talk over. Talon walked over to grab his case. He turned to look at Griffa with a small smile. I do regret one part of the last few weeks. Oh, what is that? Asked Griffa. I should have kissed you at least one more time before I pulled away that night in my room. Griffa smiled back at him slyly. I would not have been opposed. Talon looked at her with his smug smile. I will always say you still owe me one kiss. Griffa gave a short laugh. You better choose carefully when you claim it then. Dinner was full of quiet conversation. Talon asked a few questions of how the line would be transferred, and Max responded to each one. After dinner, they all sat in the parlor with one another for a while. No one seemed to know what to say or do. After a time, Max excused himself to go sit with a potion in the cellar. Griffa offered to come with him, but he declined, saying she needed to rest. Griffa agreed, and Ansel offered to take her upstairs. Once upstairs, Griffa sat on her bed, and Ansel sat beside her, taking her hand. "What are you thinking?" he asked quietly. I don't really know what to think. So much will change tomorrow, answered Griffa as she looked at their conjoined hands. I know, said Ansel, but I think this is right. You must remember that I want this. Kitten wants this. Griffa nodded, but she felt tears come to her eyes. Ansel looked at her closely. What is it? Have you changed your mind? No, said Griffa, using her free hand to wipe away her tears. I want to be with you. If there is a chance I can after this, I will take it. There is no doubt, Griffa, said Ansel, squeezing her hand. This will free me to always be by your side. Aren't you a little worried that breaking our bond might change everything? Asked Griffa, looking up at Ansel. What if when you are released you realize you don't want me? Griffa tried to take her hand away from Ansel, but he held it tighter. Do you worry that you will not want me after the bond is broken? Asked Ansel. No, said Griffa. I can never imagine not wanting to be with you. I can never imagine not loving you. Then why in the kingdom would you think I am any different? Asked Ansel. He grabbed her other hand and forced her to turn to him. I am not saying things won't be different, but it won't change how I feel about you. I love you. You know this. It has nothing to do with me being your protector. I loved you long before I realized who we both were. Griffa nodded. This is all just so strange. I worry about you. I cannot help but worry you will come to regret this decision. I know you say you want this. I know I have to trust you know what you want, but I still worry. Ansel took her into his arms. I could tell you over and over again, I am sure, if you want. We could spend the whole night going over this again and again, but it will not change anything. I want this very much, and I will have no regrets. You see me as giving up so much, but in reality I am gaining everything. Griffa pulled back from Ansel and stood up. I am tired. I want to get ready for bed. She turned to leave to go to her closet when Ansel stood up and grabbed her hand. He pulled her to him and put his other hand on her back. He kissed her gently as he waved his hand down the length of her back. Griffa felt the buttons come undone on her dress. Ansel kissed her again as he helped her step out of her dress, leaving her standing in the simple shift she wore underneath. Griffa stepped out her slippers and looked up at Ansel. Hal turned from her and pulled down the covers of the bed. Come to bed, Griffa. You need rest. Things will change tomorrow. Let me hold and comfort you one more time. Griffa moved to the bed and sat down. She pulled her feet under the covers and scooted over to her side. She watched as Ansel prepared for bed quickly. He laid down next to her and took her into his arms. She laid against his chest, feeling his protector's magic wash over her. She felt a sigh of contentment leave her lips as she looked up at him. I love you, Ansel. I love you, Griffa. Nothing will change it, but I am afraid you will miss this. I won't be able to comfort you like this any more. I think you are wrong, said Griffa, yawning. No one will ever make me feel safer or more wanted than you. I don't think that will change. Griffa felt Ansel kiss her forehead as she drifted off to sleep. Chapter 18. Golnar sat in his tower. He had not left it since his visit from the Queen. Food was brought to him. He managed to shuffle around and take care of his needs, but he had no desire to do anything else. He was defeated, and he felt weak. There was nothing that could be done for him. He had lost everything. She had taken it from him. He had thought she was dead. Philo had said she was dead. When she walked into his room that day, he thought he must have been hallucinating. She walked in with no fear, wearing a crown on her forehead. Golnar had felt the magic pulsating off of her. He had felt fear overtake him. He had felt the pull to bow at her feet and ask for her forgiveness. Instead, he had gaped at her and given her what she asked for. He had tried to kill her. He wasn't sure why. He knew he would not be successful. What could he do against her power? He realized he was glad he couldn't kill her. He didn't want her killed. He realized he was glad she wasn't really dead. He hated that he felt that way, but he did. He was glad the Queen was alive. Golnar chuckled to himself and laid his head back. What did it matter now what he thought? He might as well be honest with himself. He wished he had begged for the Queen's forgiveness. He wished she was there now, so he could confess all he had done to her kingdom. He wished she was there to take his hand and help release him from this world. Golnar felt his eyes close. He had almost drifted off when his door busted open. Golnar sat up slightly and looked to see Philo Quick and another man come into his room. Golnar, what have you been doing up here? Asked Philo, coming over and looking down at Golnar. His eyes went wide. What has happened to you? The Queen took my magic from me. It has left me weak and tired. There is nothing I can do. I still don't understand how she could steal your magic. How is that even possible? I don't know, but she did it, said Golnar, looking at Philo. You told me she was dead. She should have been, said Philo darkly. I don't understand how she has survived. It shouldn't have been possible. You should have stayed and made sure the job was done, said Golnar. You ran away at the first spot of trouble. You should have stayed and made sure she was dead. Philo's eyes narrowed. I did everything right. There is no doubt she should be dead. If I had stayed, I would have been vastly outnumbered, and I would have perished. Perhaps I was a fool to give you so much responsibility and power, said Golnar, sitting up. You have done nothing but fail me again and again. Philo laughed. You think you would have been better off without me? Where would you be without me training your army and the people of the city? Further behind, maybe, but perhaps in a better position to do what needs to be done. It does not matter now. It's over. What can I do? I will probably be dead and gone before long. So you are giving up, said Philo. Should I just put you out of your misery now? Maybe you would like another chance. Of course, if you think I will do nothing but fail you, perhaps I should just leave you be to die alone. What do you mean another chance? Asked Golnar. Let me introduce an old friend of mine. This is Helmer. He served on the ring for many years. Golnar nodded at the man. If you serve on the ring, why are you here? I served on the ring. I was kicked off and out of Abscon by the so-called queen. I am here for vengeance. How do you expect to achieve this vengeance? Asked Golnar, looking up at the two men before him. Every time we have struck out at this queen, we have achieved nothing. Helmer brings new skills and resources. He is a very gifted potion maker. He has experience with blood magic. He thinks he can help us, said Philo. He took a seat next to Golnar and motioned for Helmer to sit close by. What could he do that we haven't already done? The line of Adalwan has claimed the throne of Oromist for over 1,300 years, said Philo. Ever since Regventus was formed by King Nathan, the blood of Adalwan has been the rightful ruler, no matter who else has lived in this palace. Golnar nodded. Which means Miss Keen is the rightful queen of Regventus. There is no changing it. But there is, said Helmer. I believe there is a way to change the line of rulers from the kingdom. How so? Asked Golnar. Using very old blood magic that was used even before King Nathan. Blood magic that was used in the time of sacrifices, answered Helmer with glee. Helmer believes he can do this magic. I can take the line by force. All we need is the queen to sacrifice, said Philo excitedly. Golnar gave a hollow laugh. All you need is the queen indeed. Do you really think they will leave the queen unguarded for one moment after you almost killed her? Do you think her protector will ever leave her side? No, but Helmer has a way to send her to us somewhere, and even her protector could not stop her from going, replied Philo. Golnar raised his eyebrows. Are you going to explain? How can you do this? You see, said Helmer. He pulled a vial out of his pocket filled something dark red. I happen to have a little of Griffon's blood preserved from a few years ago. I can perform a spell that will send her right to us. It will take some time, but I can make it happen. And then what? What will you do with her? We will perform the sacrifice and transfer the line of rulers to Philo, said Helmer. He will become the true ruler of Regventus. Golnar shrugged. I guess you might want my congratulations, Philo. Do this if you want. It will not affect me in any way. But it can, Golnar. We will have an abundance of queen's blood when we do this. If you come with us, Helmer can restore your magic after the transfer. Golnar felt his eyes widen at this. So you will be the king of the kingdom after all of this? Where will that leave me? You will serve me as you did Kedden. You will be my adviser. I know you hold much influence on the Council of Ancients. You and I want the same things. I will see your plan through, and much quicker once I am the true king of Regventus, replied Philo. And you, said Golnar, looking at Helmer. What do you want for your trouble? I want a place in the city of Oromist. I want a seat on the council. I suppose we could create a new position for you as we did for Philo. Helmer and Philo looked at each other. There will be no need for a new position, Golnar, said Philo, smiling. I already have one in mind for Helmer. The council will be mine to fill once I am the king. And what position would you like for your friend? Asked Golnar. The head of the council, the viceroy of Oromist, replied Philo happily. And what of Till? Philo shrugged. I will get rid of him. I will send him out of the city. I will have him killed if it is necessary. What good has he done lately? He can't handle the city. He has shown how inept he is. Helmer will be a strong leader for Oromist. He will ensure the rest of the magical users in all rings are released. He will have no qualms dealing with the non-gifted. Isn't that correct, Helmer? No, I do not have a weak stomach. I can do what needs to be done to ensure the proper future for Regventus. Golnar looked at both men. He did not have a good feeling about this at all, but if there was a chance to regain his magic, he had to take it. Golnar sighed, ignoring the pit of worry and dread that sat in his stomach. Very well, Philo, you and your friend do what you need to prepare. Let me know when and where we will carry about this plan to transfer the line. I will be ready. Later that night, Golnar sat down on his sofa in room. He wasn't sure how to feel. The idea that he could have his magic back was intoxicating, but something about changing the line of the rulers of Regventus worried him. He felt like it was something that shouldn't be attempted. Golnar laid his head back on his sofa. He swore he could hear whispering coming from the walls of the palace. If he concentrated enough, he could hear it call out for Griffon. He could hear it ask for its queen. Golnar knew the dreams would come, but he didn't care. He welcomed it. He wanted to be in the presence of his queen. He needed to talk to her. Golnar closed his eyes, and sleep overcame him quickly. She was sitting on the edge of a high tower of the palace, letting her legs hang off the edge. She was wearing a simple blue dress that matched the color of her eyes. Her hair was blowing wildly in the wind atop the tower. Golnar walked as far as he dared towards her, and she turned and smiled at him. "Come sit with me, Golnar," Griffon said in a friendly tone. "No, thank you, my queen. I am rather afraid of heights." "I will not let you fall. You can trust me," said Griffon, holding her hand out to Golnar. Golnar did trust her. He carefully walked to her and took her hand. She helped him sit carefully beside her. He looked over at her as she smiled and looked out over Oromist. She was breathtakingly beautiful. She was the most wonderful thing Golnar had ever seen. "I think you wanted to talk to me, Golnar." "I did, my queen. I am very troubled," replied Golnar, looking out over Oromist. "Well, I am here. I would like to hear what you have to say." "I do not want to go on with Philo's plan. It doesn't seem right," said Golnar, looking at his queen. "Then why did you say you would? If it feels wrong, you know you should resist." "But he says he can give me my magic back. I would do anything to gain back the power I lost." "Don't say anything. There has to be a limit to everything. Everyone has their boundaries. I feel like you are crossing yours. If you do anything to get what you think you want, will you be able to live with it?" asked Griffon kindly. "I'm not sure," replied Golnar. "I had such grand plans. I knew I was correct in the way things should go, but now I have lost my certainty." Griffon looked out over Oromist. "You have caused so much pain amongst my people, Golnar. You have caused so much pain to me personally. What have you gained from all this pain?" Golnar hung his head down. He knew the answer, but he didn't want to say it. "What have you gained, Golnar?" asked Griffon sternly. "Nothing," whispered Golnar. "I have gained nothing, my queen." "And what will you really gain if you go along with Philo?" asked Griffon. "Be honest with me." "I will gain nothing, nothing really worth anything," whispered Golnar. "I think you know your answer, then. I think you know what you have to do," said Griffon. She took Golnar's hand and held it. Golnar gripped it tight and felt tears come to his eyes. She was his queen. She was so good. He felt unworthy to even touch her. He had hurt her so many times, yet he could still feel the love for him she held. He did know what he needed to do, but he wasn't sure he could do it. He held Griffon's hand and cried as everything around him went dark. Chapter 19. Ketten sat by the fire in the parlor of Keen Manor. It was late. He should go to bed, but he sat there next to Talon as Talon stared at him while drinking a glass of wine. "You seem to have something to say to me, Talon." "I have plenty to say to you, but I don't believe it's my place to do so. Ansel and Griffa have placed their trust in you. That should be good enough for me." "But it's not. Go on, Talon. Tell me whatever objections you have to what's going to happen." Talon set his glass down loudly on the table next to him. "I don't think you can protect her. You were there close to her when she was seriously injured. You let her run off to Oromist, and you have no magical ability. She is going to continue to be in danger the closer we get to ending this. She will probably be more in danger. What makes you think you can keep her safe?" I know I have failed her several times. I have relived that day she was stabbed over and over again. I should have been paying more attention. If she had died, I don't know what I would have done." "If she would have died, I might not have let you leave the front yard alive," said Talon harshly. "What about that little trip you took together to Oromist? What have you to say about that?" "You know how I feel about it. It was wrong. I never should have let it happen. I should have found a way to stop her. I let her go without a fight because I wanted to go. It was selfish, and I will not let it happen again." Talon rolled his eyes and picked up his wine glass, taking a drink of his wine. "Talon, is there even anything I could say to convince you I can do this? I can tell you I will give my life for her if I have to. I will give every hour I can to train and become who I need to be for her. I am binding myself to her. No one will come before her. You know how this works. She will be the most important person to me in this kingdom. Is there anything I can say or do to prove to you I can and will protect her?" "No," said Talon. "No one in this kingdom means more to me than her. I know I have no right to tell you you shouldn't do this, but I am. You should tell them you made a mistake. You should stop this now." Kedden looked at Talon with narrowed eyes. "And then what will they do? Who will they find to do this?" Talon drank his wine and stared at Kedden. "You don't want them to find anyone, do you?" asked Kedden. "You know that if they can't find anyone, Ansel won't be able to give up his line. He won't be able to be with Griffa. That's what you want, isn't it? Ansel being her protector is the best chance we have of keeping Griffa safe until she is on the throne. Changing this now will do nothing but put her in more danger." "And if Ansel is her protector, that means he can't be her consort," said Kedden sharply. "I wonder who you think she will turn to then?" Talon shook his head. "It has nothing to do with that." "It has everything to do with that, Talon. You are in love with Griffa." "I am. I love her, and I want her to be happy. I want her to be able to be with Ansel, but I want her to live more. With Ansel as her protector, he can keep her safe through all that is ahead. He is trained to do this his whole life." Kedden gave a harsh laugh. "That sounds very noble, but it's only the half-truth, Talon. You want to be with her. You know if she can't be with Ansel, she will turn to you. You can sit there and lie to me, but don't lie to yourself." Talon drained his wine glass and sat it down on the table next to him. "You're right, Kedden. I do want to be with her. I could never explain to you the depth of love I have for her. I have loved her for a long time, but it is my own fault I am not with her. I threw away my chance a long time ago. I know I have lost her forever. If I could change it, I would. I want almost nothing more than to be with her, but I want her to live more. Do you have any idea what it was like for me to think she had died after Philo attacked her? I can face anything, even watching her love another, as long as she lives." "Then you will have to trust me to protect her," said Kedden. "She has chosen to let me do this. Ansel has put his trust in me. I will not fail either one of them. I will not fail you either. I will keep her safe, and I will see her sit on the throne. I stake my life on it." Talon stood and walked to the fireplace, turning to look at Kedden. "You swear on your life you will keep her safe? You will see her through this to the end?" "Yes," said Kedden. "She will rule over Regventus in Oromist. She will live and rule over us all for many years. I promise you I will make it so." Talon nodded. "Fine, I will hold you to it. If you let her lose her life in this pursuit, I will take yours. Do you accept?" "Yes," said Kedden. He knew Talon was serious, and Kedden found he was serious as well. "I will serve as her protector, and I will keep her safe, or you may do with my life as you wish." Talon picked up his glass and went to a side table. He filled his glass and another one next to it. He walked over and handed a glass to Kedden, sitting down across from Kedden. "A toast, Kedden, a toast to our queen and her long life." Kedden raised his glass as Talon raised his, and then they both drank deeply. "I'm going to bed," said Talon. "I suggest you do the same. Your life changes tomorrow, and there will not be much time for rest." The next day passed tensely. Kedden spent most of the morning with his son in the Keen nursery. At one point, Griffa came in to visit. She sat on the floor with Kedden watching Xaden attempt to crawl. "Did you sleep at all last night?" asked Griffa, looking at Kedden. "Some, not much. I had a lot on my mind." "I know," said Griffa. "Kedden, if you are having second thoughts, I won't blame you if you change your mind." Kedden looked at Griffa. "I'm not having second thoughts. I want to do this. I just worry if I will be able to serve you well. I worry if I will be able to protect you." "I believe you will. Ansel believes you will. He would not let you do this if he didn't trust you. Ansel and I will both help you learn your new role. You won't have to figure it out on your own." Kedden nodded. "I don't want to fail you, Griffa. I feel like I've failed you frequently lately." "You haven't, Kedden. What happened during the attack on Abscon was not your fault. There is nothing you could have done to prevent it. Oromist was more my fault than yours. If anything, you might want to reconsider serving such an impulsive, erratic queen." Kedden smiled slightly. "There is no other queen or king I would want to serve more than you. I believe in you, Griffa." "And I believe in you, Kedden. When you told me you wanted to take on this role, my only reserve was the burden it would be on you and your family line. I never doubted you would be able to do this. I feel honored you want to join with me in this way. I was worried who Ansel would find to serve as my protector. I am glad to be entering into this relationship with someone I care about. I have become fond of you, Kedden. I consider you a very dear friend." "I am glad you feel that way. I feel the same." "Good," said Griffa. She turned to watch Xaden on a blanket in the middle of the floor. He had turned on his back and looked to be falling asleep. Kedden watched as Griffa stood up quietly and picked up his son. She took him to a nearby chair and cradled him, soothing him to sleep quickly. Kedden got up off the floor as she stood up. She kissed Xaden on the forehead and laid him in the bed. Kedden smiled down at his son and then followed Griffa out of the room. They walked towards the stairs together, and Griffa hooked her arm with Kedden's. "I also must say there is one selfish reason I am glad you will be my protector." "What is that?" asked Kedden, looking at her. "If I'm going to have someone by my side constantly, I would much rather it be someone as handsome as you." Kedden spent the rest of the day in nervous anticipation. Talon shadowed him the rest of the day. Every time Kedden looked up, Talon would be staring at him. After dinner, Max and Ansel brought up the kettle from the cellar and placed it over the fire in Keen Manor. Talon excused himself and went to his room, leaving Max, Ansel, Griffa, and Kedden alone. "I think it is ready, if you are all still sure about this," said Max, turning and looking at the other three. Griffa stood up and nodded her head. Ansel walked over to Griffa and held her hand. Kedden stood and nodded as well. "Let us begin then," said Max. "We should all sit here by the fire on the floor close together." Max sat down facing the fireplace with a piece of parchment laying in front of him and Kedden's sword by his side. Griffa sat on his left and Ansel on his right. Kedden sat down next to Ansel. "First I need you to verbally agree you are giving up this bond that Rhea has carried since the first protector." Max turned to look at Ansel. "Do you, Ansel of the line of Rhea, set aside this vow made by your ancestor Eaton to Nathan of the line of Adawan?" "I do," said Ansel. "For what reason do you set this vow aside, Ansel?" asked Max. Ansel looked at Griffa. "For love." Max turned again to look at Kedden. "Kedden Bells, do you freely bond yourself to Griffon Keen of the line of Adawan?" "Yes," said Kedden, looking at Griffa. "Do you pledge your line to hers, accepting the responsibility for the line of Bells to be bonded with the line of Adawan?" "Yes," answered Kedden. "Do you pledge yourself and your line to protect the line of Adawan, knowing that nothing will come before the safety and well-being of your sovereign?" "I do so pledge. Now, I will need you and Ansel to give a sacrifice of blood to complete the process." "Wait, Max," said Griffa. She took a deep breath and looked at Ansel. "Ansel, are you sure?" asked Griffa. "Yes, I have never been surer of anything in my life," answered Ansel, staring at Griffa. "I want to believe it, I really do, but you are giving up so much." "No, I am gaining everything I want and need," said Ansel with a smile. "This is who I am now, Griffa. I am yours. I will be your king. I will never leave your side." Kedden could see tears in Griffa's eyes. "I have to ask one more time. Do you really want this?" asked Griffa with passion.
"Yes,"
said Ansel adamantly. "I know you believe me." "I could stop you," said Griffa as tears ran down her face. "You won't? It's what I want. I choose you." Griffa turned slightly and looked at Kedden. "You are sure this is what you want? You cannot undo this. Your son, his son, and so on will be beholden to this. You are telling me this is what you want?" asked Griffa. "Yes, my queen," said Kedden softly. "I am very sure." Griffa turned to Max, and she held out her hand to him. Max took it and closed his eyes for a moment. After opening his eyes, he looked at Griffa as she nodded. "Go on, Max," said Ansel. "I'm ready." They all stood up together, Max picking up the sword. Ansel held out his hand to Max. He held Ansel's hand with one hand and carefully sliced his palm with the tip of the sword. Max then walked over to Kedden. Kedden held out his hand, and Max sliced his palm. Kedden walked to the kettle with Ansel. Max joined their hands, and their blood ran together into the kettle. Kedden felt a change in the air of the room. He could hear something quietly singing. He heard Griffa gasp as Ansel and Kedden let go of each other's hands and stepped back. Max quickly stirred the potion with a stick that lay close by. He then picked up a cup and waved his hand. A bit of the potion flew into the cup. Max waved his hand over it and handed it to Kedden. "You will need to drink this if you are sure this is the path you want," said Max. Kedden took the cup from Max. He looked at Griffa, who was staring at him with wide eyes. "I will serve you well, my queen," said Kedden as he put the cup to his lips and drank every sip of liquid found in the cup. The liquid went down his throat warm. He could feel the warmth spreading through his body. He felt the magic he could barely feel inside him grow. The once faint heartbeat was louder. Kedden could hear it beat in time with his own heartbeat. Kedden stretched his fingers, feeling something new within him, a power he had not had before. As the warmth spread around him, he felt like something tied around his chest. It was as if someone had pulled a cord around him and knotted it. He looked down and could see the cord around him dimly. It was tied in a knot in the front of him with the cord extending out from him. He followed the cord to see it ended at Griffa. He looked up and stared at Griffa. He tilted his head, unable to look away from her. She was his queen. She was his responsibility. There was nothing he wouldn't do for her. He walked over to her slowly and kneeled in front of her. Griffa put her hand on Kedden's shoulder and looked down at him as he looked up at her. "Protector," she said quietly. "Yes, my queen," replied Kedden. Griffa smiled at Kedden and held out her hand. He took it, and she pulled him up. Kedden could feel the magic inside of him reach for her. Kedden pulled her into him and encircled her in his arms, holding her. He felt his magic cover her, getting to know its queen. After a few moments, Griffa pulled back and looked at Kedden. "I will not forget the responsibility I have to you, Protector." "I will not fail you, my queen," said Kedden. He took her hand and kissed it. She smiled as he let her hand go. Kedden stood by her side, feeling more complete than he ever had before. Chapter 20. Ansel watched his blood mix with Kedden's and fall into the potion below. It was almost as if it was in slow motion. The blood seemed to hang over the potion in midair, suspended by some invisible force. In that moment, Ansel felt his magic inside of him swell. It came to the surface of his skin and wrapped around him. He felt as if something was wound around his chest, restricting his breath. Ansel closed his eyes and tried to breathe as many images flashed before him. He saw protectors from the past standing by their kings and queens. He saw a large tree with many branches and a large trunk in a barren field. Over it was a bright sun with a falcon circling in the sky. Finally, Ansel saw Griffa. He saw a cord of light coming from her that was connected to a cord wrapped around his chest. The cord tightened, and Ansel thought he would never breathe freely again. It tightened as the cord of light stretched between them. Ansel opened his eyes and watched the blood fall into the potion. The bind around his chest broke, and Ansel took a deep breath. He felt the magic on his skin fly away from him. Ansel let go of Kedden's hand and stepped back. He felt so completely light. He felt as if a weight that he had been carrying lifted off of him. Ansel closed his eyes and searched within himself. He looked for his magic, and he could not find it at first. He worried he had lost all of his magic in the transfer of the Protector's line when he suddenly felt something within him. It was like a strong second heartbeat. It beat in time with his own, louder than he had ever heard before. His magic flew to every part of him. It was as if it had been caged up and someone had unlocked a gate. Ansel flexed his fingers, feeling the power within them. He breathed in and out, relishing in this new feeling that reached every part of him. Ansel looked over to Griffa to see Kedden kneeling before her. He stared at Griffa. She was his queen, but she was something else, something more. Ansel realized he had been seeing Griffa as his queen first for so long. No matter how much he felt for her, she had been his queen first, and he had been her protector, but no more. Ansel suddenly realized how much he loved Griffa. He thought he already knew, but he was wrong. He loved Griffa completely. He had no idea he could love someone as much as he loved her. He could see a new cord that tied them together, one that was light but strong. He felt overwhelmed with his love for her. He wanted to go to her and take her into his arms. He longed to be with her and show her the depths of his love. He held back as she spoke with Kedden, her new protector. Ansel tried to control his breathing. He could not take his eyes off of Griffa as he tried to resist the urge to grab her. Eventually Kedden moved to Griffa's side. Ansel glanced at Kedden and saw that he looked pleased. Ansel stared back at Griffa, and she looked at him with a questioning look. He tried to smile at her, but he felt too much for her in the moment. He licked his dry lips and took a deep breath. Griffa looked at Ansel with a raised eyebrow and a small smile. She lightly bit her bottom lip and then turned to Kedden. "Protector, it has been a long day. You should go check on your son and then go to bed. We have much work ahead of us." "Yes, my queen," said Kedden, bowing. He took Griffa's hand and kissed it quickly before walking out of the room. "Max," said Griffa, "do you need any help cleaning this up?" "No," said Max. "I can handle it. Do you feel all right, Griffa?" "Yes," said Griffa. "I feel very well, but it has been a long day. I think I would like to go to bed." Griffa looked at Ansel. "You must be tired as well. Would you like to join me, Ansel?" "Yes," said Ansel quickly. He walked over and took Griffa's hand, pulling her towards the entry hall. "Good night, Max," said Griffa as they left the room. Ansel pulled Griffa up the stairs and led her to their bedroom. He opened the door and Griffa entered with him behind her. "Ansel," said Griffa as he turned to her, "are you feeling well?" Ansel looked at Griffa. His breaths were quick. He grabbed her hand and pulled her to him, crushing her against him as he kissed her. After some time, Griffa made a small noise against his lips, and Ansel pulled back, looking at her. "You are all right, aren't you?" asked Griffa breathlessly. Ansel nodded. He could not find the words to tell her how well he really was, so he would show her. He pulled her close and kissed her again as he waved his hands down her back, causing her dress to come undone. He helped her quickly step out of it. Ansel looked at her in the thin shift she wore and gave a grunt of approval. Griffa put her arms around him and looked up at him smiling. "I take it this means you are not having second thoughts at the moment." Ansel gave her a smirk before kissing her again and guiding her towards the bed. Ansel found he was not having any thoughts in his head except one. Later, Ansel laid in bed with his arms around Griffa. She was asleep against his chest, but he was wide awake. He looked down at her and smiled. He would never have to let her go. He could hold her like this for the rest of his life. He almost couldn't believe it was real. He could have everything he wanted. Ansel kissed Griffa's forehead and ran his hand down her bare side. He stopped when he came to the small rough spot where she had been stabbed. She had healed, but a scar remained from the poisoned knife. He placed his hand over it and pulled her even closer to him. They still had such a long way to go before she was safe on the throne. There were so many dangers they would have to face. Ansel realized he could never be the one to always stay by her side in a fight. He would have to give up that right to her new protector. Ansel didn't doubt he had made the right choice. He knew he was meant to give up the line of protectors. He was meant to be with Griffa as her husband and king, but it would be hard to place her life in the hands of another. He knew Kedden would do everything he could to keep Griffa safe. Ansel trusted Kedden. He knew Kedden understood the responsibility he was taking on. Ansel would not leave Kedden alone to figure his new duties out. He would guide him and help him train. Ansel would ensure everything was done to keep Griffa safe. Griffa stirred slightly against him. He looked down to see her blinking her eyes and looking up at him. "Ansel," she said quietly, "you are well? I know a lot has changed, but you are feeling all right, aren't you?" "Yes, my love," said Ansel, smiling at her. "I am very well. Are you feeling at peace with everything that has happened?" "Yes," said Griffa, scooting up so her face was closer to Ansel's. "It will be strange at first, I think, but I believe this was the right thing to do." She leaned forward and kissed him. Ansel rolled her over slightly to hover over her. "I knew I loved you before, but now I feel as though I love you even more. It's hard to explain, but I feel as though a wall has been torn down between us." "I understand," said Griffa as Ansel went to kissing her neck. "I feel it too." "I didn't mean to wake you," murmured Ansel into her neck. "It's not bother. I find that I am not tired," sighed Griffa. They stayed in bed later than normal the next morning, but both woke in unusually good moods. After dressing and coming downstairs, most of the household was finishing breakfast as they came into the dining room. Griffa sat next to Kedden, who was drinking a cup of tea. Ansel sat down next to Talon, who looked like he could use more sleep. "How are you feeling, Kedden?" asked Griffa as she put some food on her plate. "I feel well. It is odd feeling magic so strongly, but I believe I will get used to it," replied Kedden. "We will start training later today," said Ansel. "I don't imagine it will be too difficult for you to learn most things. Your magic is already unleashed due to the blood magic used to bind you to Griffa." "What about you, Ansel?" said Talon. "You will need to learn some things as well with your new abilities." Ansel looked at Talon confused. "What do you mean?" Talon smiled slightly. "It seems our dear Griffa might have a type. You are a mage, Ansel. You will need work on your elemental magic. You should also watch out for changes in the weather. Luckily, your love there already has experience dealing with a mage during weather events." Griffa gave Talon a smirk. "Maybe we will find some mages can handle their emotions better than others." Talon gave a short laugh. "I will help you, Ansel. We can train later today after you are finished with Kedden." Ansel nodded. "Thank you, Talon. I would be glad of your assistance." Talon and Kedden left the table as Griffa and Ansel finished breakfast. Soon they were all on the back lawn in their cloaks. The day was cold and cloudy. Talon and Ansel watched as Griffa worked with Kedden. "How are you feeling, Ansel?" asked Talon. "Different, but it is not bad. It's a little unsettling, but I think I will get used to it." "And you are confident in Kedden's ability to do this?" asked Talon as they watched Griffa move Kedden's arm to a certain position. "Yes," replied Ansel. "I have every confidence in Kedden. I am trusting him with the most precious thing to me in the kingdom, Griffa's life. I wouldn't just let anyone protect her." Replied Talon. "I take it you aren't convinced that Kedden was the right choice." "What matters is you and Griffa think he is the right choice," replied Talon, watching Kedden levitate a stick off the ground. "Besides, it has been done now. There is no going back." Talon walked over to Griffa and Kedden as Max came out of the house and stood by Ansel's side. "I know this will be hard on you in some ways, Ansel," said Max. "Perhaps," said Ansel, looking at Max. "Knowing that I am depending on someone else to keep her safe will take some time to accept, but I am not having any doubts." "Good. Doubts won't help us at this point. What's done is done. Kedden will need all of us to help him on this journey." "Max, what is your feeling about all of this? We didn't even ask you." "What matters is Griffa is sure. I could feel her certainty last night. She is the one who will have to trust completely in Kedden. If we want her to live to rule over Regventus, we will all have to trust in Kedden." Ansel turned to Max. "Will she live?" asked Ansel quietly. "You must have some feelings or visions on the matter." Max breathed in deeply. "I'm not sure, Ansel. I have seen many visions. I have had various feelings. There is a possibility saving Regventus could kill her. There is also a possibility she could live to reign as queen." "Any feelings you have, any visions you see that could help us know more about how to keep her safe through this, tell me immediately," said Ansel adamantly. "Right now, we need to focus on getting Kedden trained and ready. Griffa will need to go out into the kingdom soon, and she will need her protector." Ansel and Max joined Talon and Griffa in training Kedden. By lunch, Kedden had learned many basic spells. Griffa said after lunch she would work with him on shielding charms. She also wanted to test her own magic in his presence. Max agreed to help her, leaving Ansel free to work with Talon. After lunch, Ansel stood by Talon on the far end of the lawn. Talon summoned a breeze that swirled around them. "It shouldn't be hard for you," said Talon. "You will just have to learn how to feel the elements and work with them. I know you have summoned breezes and manipulated fire and water before, but you can do so much more with them now." Ansel worked on moving wind around using different methods. He manipulated water in ways he thought impossible. He noticed that Talon's gaze often went towards the side of the lawn by the stables where Griffa was working with Kedden. After working for a while, Ansel sat down looking towards Griffa, Kedden, and Max. Talon sat down next to him, and they watched as Max sent spells towards Griffa and Kedden. Griffa worked with Kedden to set up a shield around them. A spell broke through, causing Kedden to fall backwards. Talon made a noise and shook his head. "It's just the first day, Talon. You will have to give him some time," said Ansel. "We don't have a lot of time, Ansel. You know the forces in Oromist won't leave us be forever. You know Philo won't just sit back and wait. Every moment it takes for Kedden to get this right, Griffa is in extreme danger." "She is safe in Abscon. I will not leave her. I am sure you will not either, unless it is to go deal with business in the valley. She is hardly unprotected, said Ansel, as Griffa sent a spell at Max, knocking him over. I will not be going to the valley any time soon. The council will come here and work with the ring when they need to hear from me. Clara can handle the rest. You are sure that is wise? Asked Ansel. Griffa would not want you to neglect your duties as leader of the village. All that matters now is Griffa's safety and seeing her to the throne of Oromist. The rest can wait. The valley has carried on for 300 years. I think it can withstand my absence for a few months. Besides, I don't think Griffa will be staying in the safety of Abscon much longer. She will have to go out in the kingdom to build her forces to take Oromist. We still have some time, said Ansel. We know they have barely started on releasing magic users in the 4th and 3rd rings of the city. They won't move to the lands of the kingdom until the city is in order. I hope you are right, Ansel, but I have a feeling things may move faster than you think. I don't want us to be caught unprepared. You need to have the new protector ready to fight with Griffa as soon as possible. Ansel nodded his head as he watched Kedden set up a protective barrier around Griffa. Max threw a spell that bounced away safely. Griffa turned and smiled at Kedden. Talon hopped up off the ground and started walking towards Max, Kedden, and Griffa. Ansel stood up quickly and walked with him. Max, take a break for a second. Let Ansel and I have a turn seeing if we can break through Kedden's barrier. Max looked at Ansel, who nodded. Ansel turned to Talon, who had his hands up. I think we need to provide Kedden with a little incentive to make sure that barrier is strong. You don't need to go hurt our new protector, Talon, said Ansel, standing next to Talon ready to send a spell at Kedden. I won't hurt him, not permanently anyway, replied Talon, sending a spell towards Kedden. Kedden moved his hands, but the spell broke through, throwing him back. Griffa looked angrily at Talon, who only stared back at her. Kedden hopped back up, and Ansel pushed his hands out. The spell broke through again, knocking Kedden down. Kedden popped up quickly, looking angrily at Talon and Ansel. Talon and Ansel looked at each other and nodded. They both pushed out their hands, sending 2 strong spells towards Kedden. He was spun backwards, landing hard on his side. Griffa checked on Kedden, and then angrily walked up to Talon and Ansel. What do you two think you are doing? Asked Griffa angrily. Talon gave her a half-smile. Training Kedden. He needs to know a little of what will happen if he can't make his barriers stronger. This is his first day training, Talon. This hardly seems fair, replied Griffa loudly. This is no way to help him. This is the perfect way to help him. He needs to learn to defend himself, replied Talon. Back me up, Ansel. Ansel looked at Griffa, whose face was very red. She eyed Ansel as though daring him to comment. He's not wrong, Griffa, said Ansel quietly. He will have to learn quickly to defend himself. No, you are both wrong, said Griffa. He will have to learn quickly to defend me. If you really want to test him, send your spells at me. Griffa turned to walk back to Kedden. Are you serious, Griffa? Asked Talon as she walked away.
Yes,
Said Griffa, looking back at Talon. If you really want to test Kedden, send all you can at me. Talon looked at Ansel. What do you think? He asked quietly. She's the queen. It's not as easy for me to know for certain any more, but that sounded like a command. Ansel turned and looked at Griffa talking with Kedden. Kedden nodded at Griffa and stood at the ready. All right, let's see what you can do, said Griffa, standing straight with her staff by her side. Talon looked at Ansel, who nodded slightly. Talon pushed his hand out. A spell shot out and hit Griffa, who fell hard on her back. Kedden helped her back on his feet. Again, said Griffa. Ansel pushed out his hand. His spell hit Griffa, and she landed next to Kedden's feet. Kedden helped her up again and glared at Talon and Ansel. Go again, said Griffa. Griffa, said Talon. I'm not sure this is a good idea. Go again, said Griffa angrily. Talon sighed and pushed out his hand. His spell hit Griffa right in her chest. She fell back, making a noise of pain. She laid on her back for a moment, and Kedden kneeled down beside her. Talon started to walk towards her when Ansel stopped him. Griffa sat up and whispered something to Kedden. Kedden helped her up, and Griffa stood straight looking at Ansel and Talon. Ansel, said Talon quietly, we need to stop this before one of us hurts her in some way. Ansel stared at Griffa. No, she knows what she is doing. Ansel pushed out his hand, and his spell hit Griffa in her shoulder. Kedden caught her before she fell. He looked at Ansel and Talon, and Ansel could tell he was breathing hard. He stared them down as Griffa stood close to Kedden. Talon pushed out his hand, and his spell flew towards Griffa. Kedden raised his hand. The spell rebounded off the shield he put up. Griffa pushed out her hand before Ansel or Talon could even react. Her spell hit them, throwing them back several feet hard on the ground. Ansel sat up and looked at Talon, who was sitting up as well. They both turned to Griffa, who was grinning, standing straight by Kedden. "Are you two done, or would you like to go again?" Talon smiled at her and hopped to his feet. Ansel stood up by Talon. "We're just getting started, aren't we?" asked Talon as he pushed his hand out. "We finished a few hours before dinner. Kedden had gotten much better at protecting Griffa by the end." Ansel walked over to Griffa, Talon following in his wake. Kedden was holding Griffa's hand as they approached. He had his eyes closed, and Ansel realized he was healing her in some way. "Are you all right, Griffa?" asked Ansel as she let go of Kedden's hand. "Yes," said Griffa, smiling at Ansel. "My shoulder was just sore from that last fall, but it is much better now thanks to my protector." Kedden smiled down at her. "I am pleased to serve my queen." "Good, but now you need a rest. Go see to your son and get some rest before dinner, protector," said Griffa. Kedden bowed slightly and walked towards the house. "He certainly listens better than Ansel," said Talon, watching Kedden walk into the house. "If only it was as easy to get you to do as I bid," said Griffa to Talon. Talon smirked at her and walked slowly towards the house. Griffa and Ansel followed. "You really have nothing to say to that?" asked Griffa as they caught up with Talon. "I have plenty to say to that, my dear, but I'm not sure me saying any of it will do any of us any good." Griffa shook her head and took Ansel's hand. "I am tired, Ansel. I could use a quick nap before dinner if you would like to join me. It is only a request and not an order." "I am happy to oblige you, my queen," said Ansel, pulled Griffa close to him. A nap sounded very refreshing. Chapter 21. Griffa stood next to Kedden on the back lawn as Ansel and Talon threw spells at them. Griffa smiled as not one had broken through Kedden's barrier so far. They had been training for a week, and Kedden had made very good progress. Griffa looked at Talon as he pushed out both his hands, sending a powerful spell in their direction. Kedden threw up both his hands. Griffa was pushed back slightly, but she managed to stay on her feet. Griffa raised her staff towards Talon, and he flew to the side and landed hard on his back. Talon sat up, rubbing his lower back. "Was that really necessary, Griffa?" "I saw that spell you threw at us. I only sent one back half as strong," said Griffa, grinning at Talon. Talon stood up. "You forget your power is amplified in your protector's presence." "How forgetful of me," said Griffa innocently. "Do you want to go again?" "I think that's enough for today," said Ansel, looking at Talon, who was breathing heavily. "Kedden, go rest for a bit, and then we need to talk about the protector's guards." Kedden looked at Griffa, who nodded. He gave her a small smile and then walked towards the house. Talon looked at Griffa before he promptly walked to the house as well. Ansel walked to Griffa, and they made their way towards the manor slowly. "I hope I didn't really hurt Talon with that spell," said Griffa. "I should probably go check on him when we get into the house." "He'll be fine, Griffa," said Ansel. "He wasn't exactly taking it easy on you and Kedden." "He's been so uneasy lately. I wish he would take a couple of days and go visit the valley. I think it would do him some good." "Maybe if you suggested it, he might actually go," said Ansel. "If he doesn't want to go alone, he could take Max." Griffa nodded. When they got to the house, Talon had gone to his room. He stayed there for the rest of the morning. He finally came down for lunch and joined them all at the table. "How are things in the valley?" asked Griffa, looking at Talon sitting across from her. "I believe they are well. Clara sent me a message a few days ago saying they had sent out 3 batches of the cure to villages in the lowlands. Everything else has been quiet." "I appreciate them working on sending out the cure. I haven't been able to do so recently, but Max and I are going to start brewing some more this afternoon. I'd like to go visit in the river valley in a week or so." "The potion masters in the valley are happy to do it. I believe the illness is starting to slow down in the lowlands," replied Talon before taking a bite of the stew in front of him. "When is the next council meeting? It's been a while since you have journeyed to the valley for a meeting," said Griffa. "They have had a few meetings recently. I was not needed. The council will come meet with the ring when you call them. I will talk with the council then." "Surely you want to check in with the council before then. It will be a few weeks before the next ring meeting with us so focused on Kedden. Why don't you take a few days and check on the valley?" Griffa, There is no reason for me to go to the valley at the moment. If you want me away from your home, just say so, said Talon with irritation. Of course, I don't want you away from my home, but I know you have a responsibility to your village. I don't want me to be the cause of you neglecting your duty to the valley. I have been neglecting nothing, but if you remember you made me the second chair of your ring, so serving you is my first priority, said Talon, looking at Griffa. If you are regretting that decision, you can let me know. Talon stood up. I'm not very hungry this afternoon. Please excuse me. He left the room in a hurry. Griffa sighed and put down her spoon. I'm not very hungry either. I think I want to take a walk, said Griffa as she stood up. I shall come with you, my queen, said Kedden, starting to stand. No, Kedden, said Griffa, putting her hand out. You need to meet with Ansel about the Protector's guards. I will only walk to the center of the village. I will be in no danger. I will go with you, Griffa, said Max, wiping his mouth. I am done eating, and I would like a walk as well. Griffa nodded. She smiled at Ansel, who returned it with a smile of his own. She walked with Max to the entry hall, where they both put on their cloaks and stepped outside. Griffa grabbed Max's arm, and they walked away from the manor. I feel so guilty about Talon, said Griffa once they had gotten to the road. He is so unsettled, and I have a feeling it is all my fault. You are the reason he is unsettled, said Max, but I don't think it's the reason you think. I don't believe you are at fault. What do you mean? Asked Griffa, looking at Max as they walked. He loves you, Griffa. He has loved you for a long time. You are the true Queen of Regventus. You are the main obstacle for the powers of Oromist. I know you don't want to think about it, but you are in danger every minute. As we get closer and closer to you, claiming the throne of Oromist, you are in even more danger. He wants to save you. He doesn't need to put all of my safety on his shoulders. I have a protector and Ansel. I am also quite able to fight myself. I think you need to talk with him about it, said Max. Part of the problem is Kedden and Ansel both have a part to play in your life. Kedden is your protector. Ansel will be your husband one day. Even I am practically your kin. Where does that leave Talon? He wants to keep you safe, but he doesn't know what part to play. He definitely doesn't want to overstep any boundaries. Griffa sighed. How do you know all of this, Max? I have observed him for a while. I am good at reading people. I think it comes with being a diviner. But you have changed so much from when I first met you. You are very wise for only having just reached your majority, said Griffa. Maybe you can help me understand what Ansel is thinking sometimes. Lately, I think you have no trouble understanding what Ansel is thinking, said Max with a laugh. Griffa smacked him on the arm, but then gave him an affectionate smile. There's the Max I remember. When they got back from their walk, Ansel and Kedden were off to see the Protector's guards. Max went to the cellar to prepare ingredients to make a new batch of potion. Griffa decided to go to the nursery to check on Xaden. When she got to the door, it was partially open. She looked in to find Talon leaning over Xaden's bed looking at him. Griffa walked up and stood beside Talon as she looked down on Xaden, who was quickly falling asleep. I didn't expect to see you in here, said Griffa quietly. Maybelle had to run to town, so I told her I would watch him until he fell asleep. They stood together silently as they watched Xaden fight sleep. Griffa laid her hand gently on Xaden's stomach and closed her eyes. The child slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. That's a good trick, Griffa, said Talon, smiling at her. You will have to remember it when you and Ansel have your first. Griffa gave Talon a grin. Do you think you and I could go somewhere and have a chat? Talon nodded and quietly followed Griffa out of the room. She took him to her bedroom and sat down in one of the two chairs at the foot of the bed. Talon sat in the chair next to her.
I know what this is about, Griffa, said Talon, looking at the fireplace before them. I know I've been on edge lately.
You have, said Griffa. Max told me why he thinks you have been, but I would like you to tell me in your own words. Talon sighed and threw his head back. I can't help but be concerned for you. Ever since I thought you had died during the attack on Abscon, I can't get the images of you from that day out of my head. I couldn't take it if you died, Griffa. I don't know what I would do. I didn't die, Talon, and I'm not going to die. You don't know that, said Talon fiercely. Do you have any idea how much danger you are in? Don't you realize you are the one person that Philo and the others in Oromist want to take out the most? They know if they can kill you, we will stand no chance. I know the dangers, but I can't dwell on them. I have to believe we will all live for me to go on. I have to go on for the kingdom and my people. "I wish you weren't the queen," said Talon quietly. "I wish it had never fallen to you." "I wish that as well many times. I was very happy just being Griffon Keen with only my family legacy and this village to worry about. I was ready to do everything I could to put Max on the throne. I never dreamed I would be where I am now. If I am honest, Talon, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can be the queen of the whole kingdom. Even if we do win, I don't know if I will be able to rule Regventus." Talon took Griffa's hand. "You must not think that, Griffa. The only reason I wish you weren't the queen is because I don't want to lose you. You can do this. You are already doing it. You are an amazing queen. I don't know how you can't see it. Besides, you won't do it alone. You will have a ring. You will have Ansel by your side." "I will have you, won't I?" asked Griffa as she gripped Talon's hand. "I don't think I can do this without you, Talon." Talon raised her hand and kissed it. "You will always have me, Griffa. No matter what happens with either of us in our lives, you can always count on my support." "And you always have mine. Do you realize how important you are to me?" asked Griffa. She took Talon's other's hand and held them both. "You are one of the dearest people in the world to me. You have always supported me. You have always pushed me to be better, even when I didn't believe in myself. Max says he believes one of the reasons you have been so on edge is you want to keep me safe, but you don't know where you fit into my life." "That young man is wise for his age," said Talon, smiling slightly. "I do want to keep you safe, Griffa, but I know you have a protector in Ansel, who will be your king. I don't want to push in where I am not wanted." "I do have a protector I trust, and a betrothed I love, but I also have room for you, Talon. I don't know if there is even a word to describe what you are to me. Friend doesn't seem to cover it. You are an important part of my life. I love you. I love you very much. It isn't even that I love you less than Ansel. I can't say that and be truthful. Our love is so different than the love I feel for Ansel that I think it has its own place in my life, so there is plenty of room for it. You know I love you, Griffa. I will always love you. Even when I do find someone to share my life with, it will not change the fact that I love you. If you will let me have some part of your life, I will take it. I want you to have a very big part of my life, Talon. I want you to be a part of it for our whole lives, but I also want you to trust that I understand the danger that surrounds us all. I am honored you want to keep me safe, but you have to understand that I want to keep you safe as well." "So you don't want me to leave your house?" "No," said Griffa. "I want you to stay wherever I am as much as you can. If you need to go to the valley, I want you to know that I have others who will stay with me and keep me safe." Talon stood up and pulled Griffa up with him. He took her into his arms and held her. "I am tempted to claim that kiss you owe me," said Talon, looking down at her. Griffa looked up at Talon with a small smile. "You will have it if you are sure you are ready." Talon kissed her forehead softly. "No, I want to save it for another time." Griffa reached up and kissed Talon quickly on his lips. "I will give you that one for free." That evening before dinner they had guests. Nora walked quickly into the parlor, followed by Cillian. Nora was quick to embrace Griffa. "I am very sorry I haven't come to visit with you, Griffa. I was very worried after hearing what happened. Cillian and I were away for a few weeks, and then when we returned to the valley, I was feeling very ill. I did want to come check on you, but I was unable." Griffa looked at Nora with concern. "You are all right, aren't you, Nora? Are you feeling better?"
"Yes, I am very well. In fact, there was a very good reason I have been ill, one that has brought me much joy."
Griffa gave Nora a large smile as she realized what Nora meant. She embraced Nora again. "I am very happy for you, Nora. I know you have always wanted to have a child." "That was quick work, Cillian," said Talon with a grin. "I suppose you might have had a head start." Griffa gave Talon a stern look, and then looked at both Cillian and Nora. "You must eat dinner with us tonight. You know we always have more than enough food. We won't keep you too late so you can travel back to the valley." Cillian and Nora both agreed. They all spent a very enjoyable evening together, catching up with old friends. In the parlor after dinner, Nora spent time with Max. Griffa, Talon, and Ansel sat close to Cillian, while Kedden went to put his son down to sleep. "How are things in the valley, Cillian?" asked Griffa. "Is the cure continuing to be sent out?" "Yes," said Cillian. "We have done a good job of keeping things in the lowlands under control. I am afraid things have accelerated in the river valley and spread to the grasslands. We will have to find a way to make more of the cure quickly. Griffa closed her eyes and shook her head. I was afraid things were getting worse in places. I have had a bad feeling about the kingdom the last few days. I am brewing some of the cure here, as you can see over the fire. I will visit the grasslands in a few days, if some of you in the valley could focus on the river valley. Do you think Kedden is ready to be out in the kingdom with you, Griffa? Asked Talon. I believe so. What do you think, Ansel? Asked Griffa, turning to look at Ansel. I think he can handle a quick trip out to some small villages. Besides, I will accompany you, Griffa. I am sure Talon will want to come as well. Yes, I will want to go, answered Talon. He turned to Cillian. Is there anything the council needs from me at the moment? No, said Cillian. Things have been quiet in the valley. You are needed by our queen. We would like to meet with the ring when it is convenient. I will call a meeting within a month, said Griffa. Kedden is doing well in his new duties as protector. Once we make headway towards stemming the sickness in the grasslands, we will meet. The next few days, Griffa worked with Max and Talon to produce as much of the cure as they could while still working with Kedden. They had progressed to having Kedden send spells and curses. Griffa suggested he still use his sword to focus his magic. It worked well. He could send spells and curses using his sword with ease. The night before they were ready to leave for the grasslands, Griffa met with Kedden before bed in the parlor. She sat next to him on the sofa. How are you feeling about tomorrow? Asked Griffa. I am rather anxious, answered Kedden. I don't want to fail you in any way. You will not fail me, Kedden. We probably won't run into any trouble. If we do, I trust you to keep me safe. My shields still aren't foolproof, Griffa. If something happens, what if I can't protect you? I am not helpless. I am an adequate fighter, even without my protector's presence. You just being by my side amplifies my power. We have also not been in a situation when I am in any real trouble. I believe your instincts and magic will know what to do if I am in real danger. Kedden nodded, but didn't look convinced. Griffa took his hand. Kedden, you don't need to worry. Nothing will happen tomorrow. If it does, we won't be alone. Ansel and Talon will both be with us. I also trust you. I trust you with my life. Please believe me when I say I know you can do this. I know this new role you have taken on is hard. I know it's a burden. Your magic makes you worry about me more than necessary. No, Griffa, that's not it. I care about you, said Kedden. I wouldn't have done this if I didn't care for you, no matter how much I wanted purpose in my life. I worry about you. I don't want anything else to happen to you than already has. It was very hard to see Philo hurt you, and that was before this new connection we have. Griffa smiled at Kedden. I care about you as well, Kedden. You aren't just my protector. You are my friend. I swore to Turin and your mother I would keep you safe. I am afraid I have done nothing but put you in more danger by allowing you to be my protector. Our relationship has to be built on mutual trust. I trust you to protect me, but you have to trust me to take care of you as well. Kedden nodded and gripped Griffa's hand. I do trust you. I trust you more than anyone I have known before. Good, said Griffa. We will both need that trust if we are going to be successful. Now, I really don't think we will have anything to worry about tomorrow. It will be good to get out into the kingdom. Stay by my side at all times, and all will be well. Kedden nodded. Griffa smiled and leaned forward, kissing Kedden on his cheek. We both need to go to bed and rest. I think we need to rest as much as we can now, because in the days ahead we will not have much opportunity. They traveled to the grasslands the next day. Griffa wore a simple black dress and her crown. She carried her staff as she visited small villages filled with those who were ill. She met with healers to give them the cure. She talked amongst those who were sick. She eased the passing of a few who were without hope. She felt most at peace when she was out in the kingdom helping her people. She felt comfortable and useful. Kedden stayed by her side, and she noticed he was very good at interacting with others. He put folk at ease, and he was good with words. He seemed to care about others. Griffa watched him as he charmed a young mother with 2 sick children. He finished his conversation as he smiled and looked at Griffa. Griffa took his arm as they prepared to leave the village. You are very handy to have around during these visits, Kedden. You must have been a very appealing leader to your people when you served as the Lord, said Griffa as they walked. I was always capable of talking to the others. I was very inept of actually doing anything to actually help them. They went to the last village of the day. Griffa had just given vials of the cure to a healer when she felt extremely light-headed. She felt herself sway for a moment, and she was afraid she would not be able to stand. She heard Kedden gasp, and he quickly grabbed her. "My queen," he said quietly, "are you well?" Griffa blinked her eyes and took deep breaths. She nodded. "I believe I am just tired. Maybe we should go home soon." Ansel and Talon had realized something was wrong. Ansel looked at her, and then at Kedden. "What's wrong?" he asked. "It's nothing, Ansel," said Griffa, pushing away from Kedden and standing straight. "I am just a little tired. It is nothing to worry about." Griffa noticed Kedden give Ansel a look. "I think we should leave. They have the cure. You need to get home," said Ansel. He took Griffa's hand and brought her close to him. Griffa went to argue when she again felt faint. She leaned against Ansel as Kedden reached for her quickly. Talon came up behind her. "Come on, Griffa," Talon said. "You have done enough today. You can rest for a few days and come back to check on things." Griffa was having a hard time thinking clearly, so she nodded. Ansel helped her walk to the edge of the village as Kedden walked closely by her side. When they came to the edge of the village, Griffa leaned into Ansel and depending on him to travel to abscond. By the time they had walked halfway to the manor, Griffa felt like she could barely keep her eyes open. Ansel must have felt her stumble because he quickly picked her up and carried her the rest of the way. Somewhere along the way in the warmth of Ansel's arms, Griffa fell asleep. Chapter 22. Max sat at the dining table for breakfast. He placed some toast and bacon on his plate and picked up his cup of tea, blowing on it lightly before taking a drink. He looked at the table to see Kedden constantly looking at the dining-room door. Max knew he was waiting for Griffa to come into the room. Ansel had taken Griffa to their bedroom as soon as they had arrived back at the manor. She had slept most of the afternoon, waking up to take dinner in her bedroom. Ansel only came downstairs to fetch her some food. Kedden paced throughout the house most of the day. He sat with Griffa after dinner, and Max went to check on her as well. She was sitting up in bed and seemed mostly well, only a little tired. She insisted she was well. Max looked at Kedden as Kedden again looked at the door. "Do you think she is all right, Kedden? Have you sensed anything?" asked Max. Kedden shrugged. "She shields me when she goes to bed at night. I am usually thankful for that, but right now I am anxious to know how she is." Max gave him a small smile as someone came into the room. Kedden and Max both looked quickly to see Talon coming through the doorway. They both turned back and slumped down. "Not a very enthusiastic greeting this morning," said Talon, sitting down across from Kedden. "I guess Griffa hasn't come down yet." "No," said Kedden. "I am hoping she feels better this morning. If she doesn't come down soon, I am going to go up and check on her. I am sure Ansel will let you know if you are needed. She has been working hard lately. She probably tired herself out as usual," said Talon, pouring some tea. Griffa and Ansel walked in the room, and Kedden stood up quickly. "Are you well?" asked Kedden as Griffa came to sit down beside him. "I am," said Griffa, smiling at Kedden. "I think I just needed sleep. I'm not sure why all the weariness hit me all of a sudden, but I feel very refreshed this morning." Kedden smiled and sat down. He started to finally eat the food that was on his plate. "Ansel, you are taking Kedden to train with the Protector's guards today, aren't you?" asked Griffa. Ansel looked up at Kedden. "I thought we might wait a day or two to do that after what happened yesterday." "No, you should go today, Ansel. I am well this morning. I will even take it easy if you wish. I will let Max and Talon handle the next batch of the cure if they are willing." Max nodded as Talon smiled at Griffa. "Are you sure, Griffa?" asked Ansel, looking at her. "If you aren't feeling well, your protector will want to be near you. I will want to be near you as well." "I am feeling very well this morning. It isn't as if you will be far away. You will still be around Abscon. I can have you both retrieved quickly if you are needed." "I will watch her, Ansel," said Talon. "If she starts looking even remotely unwell, I will fetch you quickly." Ansel looked at Kedden. "What are your thoughts, Kedden? You are in charge of the Queen's protection." Griffa put her hand on Kedden's arm. "You can tell that I am very well. I know you know how I feel at the moment. Please go do what you need to do today." Kedden gave Griffa a small smile. "If it will please you, I will go work with the guards today. You must not shield me, though. I would like to be able to check in on you at times." "I will not shield you. I do not like to shield you unless I feel it is necessary," said Griffa. She looked up at Ansel and grinned at him. Max looked at Talon and could tell they both had something to say. Instead, they exchanged glances and let it go. After breakfast, Ansel and Kedden left to meet with the Protector's guards while Griffa sat in the parlor. Max and Talon went to the cellar to start a new batch of the cure. Talon put the kettle over the fire and started adding ingredients to get the potion brewing there, so they could go up and start a batch in the parlor. "Max," said Talon as he threw some herbs in the kettle, "do you think Griffa was just tired yesterday, or do you think it was something else?" "Like what?" asked Max as he passed Talon the next ingredient. "Could something in the kingdom be affecting her?" "I'm not sure. I think she would tell us if it was something like that, unless she didn't know. I know the sickness has been around, but I wonder how things are in Oromist. If it has gotten worse there amongst the new released magical folk, it could affect her, couldn't it?" "I suppose," said Max. "If things get bad in Oromist, the kingdom will probably want her to act. I have been reading and studying the magic Golnar used to unleash the magic in the folk. I haven't been able to figure out anything we can do for those who become corrupted." "Maybe it won't be a widespread thing," said Talon. "Maybe it was just Kedden's wife and a few others. His mother hasn't written of anyone else becoming ill, has she?" "Not yet," replied Max. "I hope you are right, Talon, but I have a feeling we will hear of more becoming ill very soon." "We will need to figure out some way to help them then. If Griffa will have to do something, we need to know what it is." Max nodded as Talon added the last ingredient. Max stirred the potion as Talon adjusted the fire. "That should be good for a while. Let's go see about starting one in the parlor," said Talon as he gathered up some ingredients. Max gathered up the rest and followed Talon up to the parlor. As they entered, Max could see Griffa resting against the side of the sofa. As he got closer, he could see she was asleep. Talon sighed as he put down the ingredients on a table close to the fireplace. "I suppose she wasn't feeling as good as she thought," said Talon. He walked over to her and looked at her. "She appears to be sleeping soundly." "She has lost a lot of sleep over the past few months," said Max, putting the kettle over the fireplace. "Maybe she is finally able to catch up on her sleep." "Maybe," said Talon as he continued to look at Griffa. Max quickly put everything needed in the kettle for the potion, and Talon settled in on the sofa watching Griffa. As Max stirred the potion, he heard Griffa make a noise. He felt his head swim slightly and a knot form in his stomach. Max quickly put the stick to the side of the fireplace and turned to look at Griffa. She again made a noise and Max felt his head pound. Max walked over and sat in the chair next to Griffa. Talon looked at Max as Max took her hand. He squeezed it and let their magic mingle together, feeling something very wrong. "Talon," said Max urgently, "help me wake her up." Talon immediately turned to Griffa and shook her. Max let his magic mingle with hers, flowing through her. Her magic responded. It felt frantic and confused. It felt like it was being pulled away from her. "Griffa," said Talon loudly as he shook her. "Griffa, wake up." Talon moved her so she fell onto him, her head laying against his shoulder. Max let go of her hand. "What is wrong with her?" asked Talon as he continued to try to shake her. "I don't know," said Max, "but I think it's bad." Griffa suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Talon. "Talon," she whispered. "Yes, Griffa, what is it?" asked Talon, quickly taking her hand. "I don't know," she answered. She seemed to be in pain. "Something is wrong. I'm afraid." Griffa put her head back down on Talon's shoulder and shivered. "Griffa," said Talon fearfully, "it's going to be all right. Try to tell me what's wrong." Griffa shook her head. "Max, you have to go get Kedden and Ansel," said Talon, looking up at Max. "They have to come here quickly." Max stood up as Griffa suddenly gasped. She sat up and looked at Talon. She was breathing hard. She looked all around before looking directly at Talon again. "Helmer," she whispered, confused. "Forest." She reached for Talon, and suddenly she was gone. "Griffa!" yelled Talon, jumping up. "Max, what has happened? Where did she go?" "I don't know," said Max. He felt dizzy and disoriented. He tried to think. "What did she say before she disappeared?" "She said Helmer and Forest," answered Talon. He took a moment and appeared to be thinking. He looked at Max darkly. "Go get Ansel and Kedden and let them know what has happened. I am sure Kedden has already felt something. Get them and meet me by the gates of Abscon. I think I can find out where she is." Talon immediately left the room. Max heard the front door open and close. Max summoned his staff and quickly followed, grabbing his cloak on the way out. He watched Talon jog down the pathway towards the road. Max thought of following for a second, but decided he better do as Talon asked. He walked swiftly towards the outside of Abscon, where he knew Kedden and Ansel were with the Protector's guards. He got almost to where he knew they would be when he was met on the road by Kedden and Ansel. Kedden walked up to Max and grabbed him. "Where is she? Is she all right?" asked Kedden, holding on to Max's arms. "I don't know where she is," said Max, shaking his head. "She was sleeping on the couch. We couldn't wake her up. She finally woke up and said something was wrong. She then disappeared." "Disappeared?" asked Ansel angrily. "What do you mean she disappeared?" "She said 2 words, and then she just disappeared," answered Max. "I don't know where she went. Talon said he thought he knew, or he went to find out, or something." "What 2 words did she say?" asked Ansel as Kedden let go of Max. "She said Helmer and Forest. It seemed to mean something to Talon. He said he would find out where she was and meet us at the gates of Abscon." Ansel walked a quick circle while Kedden rubbed his head. Max stood there and tried to stay on his feet. He felt weak and dizzy. He knew wherever Griffa was, she was in trouble. Kedden seemed to know it as well. "If she said Helmer, do you think he is involved in her disappearance?" asked Ansel. "I don't know," answered Max. "It must have meant something." "We can't just stay here. We have to do something," said Kedden. "My queen needs me. I have to find her." "Talon seemed to think he could find out for sure where she was," said Max. "I think we need to trust him. We should go to the gates of Abscon." Ansel looked at Kedden. "I can't tell where she is," said Kedden, continuing to rub his head. "But she is not safe. Let's go meet Talon. If he says he can get her location, we have to trust him." Ansel nodded. He quickly turned and started walking towards the edge of Abscon and the gates. Max and Kedden followed. Max took deep breaths, trying to clear his head. He felt as though the blood in him was running fast through his veins to fast. It made his heart pound, and he felt sweat form on his forehead. He followed Kedden, keeping his head down and focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. They arrived at the gates of Abscon, and Talon was not there. Max leaned against the tree, taking deep breaths, and he felt his head clear a little. His heart still pounded, but it was easier to concentrate and stay on his feet. Ansel stood still with his arms crossed, but Max could see he was agitated by his hard breathing and his toe tapping slightly. Kedden walked around in small circles while trying to take calming breaths. "Did he say how long he would be?" asked Ansel, looking at Max. Max shook his head. "He just said he knew a way to find out where she was and to meet him here." Ansel threw his arms down and looked at Kedden. "How is she?" "She's alive, but something is very wrong. She's panicked," replied Kedden. He stopped to answer, but then continued to walk in small circles. "I think someone is hurting her." Ansel closed his eyes and shook his head. "If Talon isn't here soon, we will have to think of something else." They waited in silence for a few minutes. Max looked through the gates to see someone coming towards them. Whoever it was dragging someone with them. Max realized it was Talon pulling a large man along. Ansel motioned to Kedden, and both men looked at Talon as he walked up. Talon pushed the man ahead of him, so he stumbled slightly next to Ansel. "Darren," said Ansel, looking at the man, "what brings you out here?" "Talon," said Darren unhappily. "He dragged me out of my home, saying some nonsense about my father." "Your father has our queen somewhere, and I think it is in the forest," said Talon. "You said your father has a forest home, a tree dwelling, correct?" "Yes," said Darren. "Then you will travel with us there now," said Talon. "Why?" asked Darren. "I told you my father left Abscon like your queen ordered him. He has done nothing." "He killed Griffa's father," said Ansel. "It was an accident," said Darren. "He may have been angry at Griffon, but he would never do anything to hurt her." "If you really believe that, take us to his tree dwelling," said Talon. "Take us now, and we will see. If nothing is out of place, we will leave you alone." "What if I don't want to travel there now?" asked Darren, frowning at Talon. "You can't make me." Talon smiled at Darren. "Do you really want to try me, Darren?" Talon raised his hand, and a hard wind blew, causing 2 sharp branches to break off from a nearby tree. They landed on either side of Darren, just scrapping by his arms. Darren looked at Talon with narrowed eyes. He then turned to Ansel. "Are you really going to let him treat me like that?" "If it were me, I would have at least nicked your arm to draw blood," said Ansel causally. "Take us to your father's tree dwelling now. Explain it in detail." Kedden shuddered. "My queen," he whispered. He turned to look at Ansel and Talon. "We don't have much time." "Take us now, Darren," said Talon fiercely. Darren looked at Talon, who had his hand up, Ansel, who was staring at him with his eyes narrowed, and Kedden, who was pacing like a caged animal. "Fine," said Darren. "It's a large tree not far from the east village. It is an oak, so the leaves should be just about gone right now. It has one large branch that is crooked in the front. It is on a slight hill." "You will take us there," said Ansel. He put his hand on Darren's shoulder and nodded at Max. Kedden put his hand on Ansel's shoulder. Max came over and put his hand on Talon's shoulder as Talon grabbed onto Darren's arm. "I will take you there, but when you find nothing, I will expect some sort of apology." "Fine," said Talon, "but if your father has the queen, you might not want to stick around and watch, because I am not in the mood for mercy at the moment." Darren looked daggers at Talon, but then closed his eyes and bowed his head. Max felt himself travel. Chapter 23. Golnar stood in front of the large tree in the forest of the great surrounding. He pulled his robe tight to his body. It was very cold, and Golnar felt it in his bones. He was tired, and he felt weak. Journeying with Philo to the forest had taken a lot of energy. Golnar wanted nothing more than to go into Helmer's tree dwelling and sit by the fire. Instead, he stood outside watching Helmer perform the last of a blood magic spell. Golnar looked around. There were 30 Ormus soldiers circled around them, all at the ready facing in towards Philo, Helmer, and Golnar. They all stood perfectly still and looked ready to strike if need be. Helmer stood in the direct center. He had a stone bowl full of liquid that Golnar knew contained the queen's blood. Golnar could feel the power coming from the potion inside the bowl, and it made him uncomfortable. Helmer had said the spell he would use would summon the queen to them. She would be subdued and weak. They could easily take her inside to do the blood magic sacrifice they needed to transfer the ruler of Regventus from the line of Adalwin to the Quick family. Golnar felt sick at the idea, but the temptation of regaining his magic was too much. He told himself he should be happy. He would finally get to see Griffon Keen die. She would really be gone this time, and he wouldn't have dreams of her any more. She wouldn't tempt him with mercy and forgiveness. He would regain his power and go on to achieve his goals. He would finally be able to create the Regventus he had seen in his lifelong visions. He should be elated, but he was not. He was dreading the whole affair. Golnar watched as Helmer took the bowl, closed his eyes, and bowed his head. A few moments later he emptied the bowl in the middle of the circle. Philo stood close by watching as the wind picked up. It blew hard, almost causing Golnar to fall backwards. Philo stood tall, his long blond hair blowing in the wind. For a moment nothing else happened. Philo looked at Helmer, but Helmer just smiled. Golnar suddenly felt a change happen around them. The air became charged, and Golnar could feel his heartbeat quicken. He blinked, and suddenly she was there. Griffon appeared next to Helmer. She looked around and stumbled right into Philo. Philo smiled and picked her up, placing her over his shoulder. "Come on, let's get her inside," said Philo, looking at Helmer. He looked over at a couple of his soldiers. "Stay out here and keep watch. Do not let us be disturbed." Helmer touched a spot on the tree, and a small door opened. He stood back as Philo carried the queen inside. Helmer nodded to Golnar, and Golnar followed Helmer inside as Helmer shut the door behind them. They entered a large room. There was a huge fireplace on one end, and a long, wide table in the middle of the room. Philo placed Griffon on her feet next to the table. She swayed a little, but looked around the room with wide eyes. "Hello, Griffon," said Philo, smiling. "I didn't think I would get to see you again after our last meeting." "I have no doubt of that," said the queen with a grim smile. "I am guessing you will think this will be our last as well." "It will be," said Philo. "I'm afraid this time will be much more painful than my last attempt." Griffon looked over at Helmer, who was setting up a kettle over the fireplace. "I see you found your friend rather quickly, Helmer. You always were keen on joining with the powers in Ormist. I was fine staying in the safety of Abscon until you came and ruined everything, Griffon. I should have gotten rid of you a long time ago." Griffon turned again until her eyes were on Golnar. "Hello, Golnar. I guess I shouldn't be surprised to see you here a part of this. I had hoped you had learned your lesson, but I guess you truly don't want to change." Golnar said nothing as he just stared at Griffon. He didn't know what to say. She was right. He should know better. He should know that no matter if he got his magic back or not, he would gain nothing that would make anything any better. "Now, Griffon, I hope you don't mind, but I will need to do something to make this a little easier on all of us." He put his hands on the queen's shoulders and closed his eyes. She gasped and then almost fell over, but Philo caught her and steadied her. "I just need to make sure you are nice and relaxed. We can't have you fighting this, or it will just take longer and be messier," said Philo, walking around to her back. "I will also have to get rid of your dress." Philo moved his hands down, and her dress split down the back. He roughly took it off of her, leaving her in a simple, thin shift she wore underneath. Philo walked around, looked at her with a horrible smile. He looked her up and down. "You know I never could understand what Marcus saw in you, but I understand a little better now." Philo roughly grabbed her and took her to the table. He pushed her down, making her lie on the table. He waved his hands, and she went stiff. Her hands went to her sides and her legs straight. Philo smiled and turned to Helmer. "How long will it take to get the potion ready?" "I am almost done adding the ingredients. We will just need a little time to let it brew before adding her blood. You will need to kill her when the potion starts to bubble. Shouldn't be more than 30 minutes. Philo nodded as Helmer added a few more ingredients to the kettle. "What magic are you hoping to perform? If you wanted to just kill me, you could have been done already." "Oh, we want to kill you, Griffon," said Philo. "But first I will take something from you. I will take it from you and your bloodline." Griffon looked at Philo with a frown and a questioning look. Those of the line of Adowin have always been the true leaders of Regventus, and look where it has gotten us. We are a weak, divided kingdom. A new ruler is needed. I will take your right to rule and put it in my own family." "You think you can do this? How is that even possible?" asked Griffon. "Helmer knows how. He has the skill and the spell. We just need a sacrifice of the rightful ruler. Luckily, we have you right here." "So you are still doing blood magic, are you, Helmer?" asked Griffon from the table. "I hope you have gotten better at over the years. The one you did on my father didn't seem to work like you wanted." Helmer looked over at Griffon. He stirred the potion once, and then walked over to her. Helmer looked down at the queen and smiled. "Or did it do exactly as I wanted?" Griffon looked up at Helmer and frowned. "I knew what I was doing when I made that potion for Renweird. I couldn't tell Hector or the other ring members what I really had planned. They didn't have the stomach for what needed to be done. I just wished I had done away with you as well. I figured you would continue on being wild and unruly. I never expected you to actually come and lead the ring." Golnar saw the queen was breathing hard. Tears formed in her eyes. "I should have never shown you any mercy," she said venomously. "I should have killed you instead of banishing you from Abscon." "Yes, you should have," said Helmer, looking down at her. "But you are weak, just like your father. You could never do the ugly things that needed to be done." Griffon closed her eyes and shook her head against the table. Golnar could see tears fall from her eyes. He wanted to go over and comfort her. He wanted to help her somehow, but he knew he could not. He had worked too hard on his plan to turn back now. He had gone too far. Helmer chuckled and walked over to look at his potion as Philo joined him. They stood by the kettle, waiting for it to boil. The queen opened her eyes and looked over at Golnar. He wanted to turn away, but he could not. She stared at him for a while before she finally took a breath and spoke quietly to him. "What will you gain from this, Golnar? Do you think Philo will be a fair ruler? Do you think he will go along with your plans?" Golnar didn't answer. He didn't know what he was getting out of this deal. He found he didn't care about his plans as much as he thought he did. "You don't want to do this, do you?" asked Griffon, whispering. "You are tired, Golnar. You want rest and peace. You will not gain peace from this." Golnar knew what she was saying was true, but what could he do? How could he stop Philo? Philo had all the power, and Golnar had nothing. He stared at his queen. He looked into her eyes, knowing he wanted to help her. He wanted to set her free. What Philo was doing would destroy the kingdom. Golnar knew this. The kingdom needed the queen. It could not go on without her. He looked over at Philo and Helmer as they stared at the fire. Philo looked over his shoulder at Griffon, and she moved slightly on the table. "How much longer will this take?" asked Philo. "I don't know how long that spell will hold her." "Just a few more minutes. We can't rush this if you want it done right. If you are worried about her escaping, go get a little of her blood. I can do something to subdue her for a little while longer." Philo grabbed a knife and a small bowl off of the mantel over the fireplace. He walked over to Griffon and placed the bowl by her arm. He took her arm and quickly sliced it open by her elbow. Golnar jumped as she cried out. Philo collected her blood until half the bowl was full and then let her arm go. Golnar watched as blood flowed from the wound onto the table and the floor. Philo took the blood over to Helmer. Helmer took a vial out of his pocket and threw it into the bowl, waving his hands over it. Golnar turned to Griffon as she cried out. She twitched slightly, and then her eyes closed. Golnar could feel tears coming to his eyes. He could almost feel her pain. "That should buy us some time," said Helmer. He and Philo continued to watch the fire. Golnar walked over to look at the queen. He could not keep away. He looked at her pale face to see it was screwed up in pain. She was twitching slightly, and sweat had formed on her brow as her breaths came quickly. Golnar reached out and grabbed her hand. She squeezed his tightly and slowly opened her eyes. "Golnar," she whispered. She closed her eyes, seeming to fight off a wave of pain. "I am sorry, my queen," said Golnar quietly. "I am sorry for what I have done to you." "I forgive you," she said as she opened and closed her eyes. She let go of his hand. Golnar looked over at Philo and Helmer. He could not let them do this. He could not. Somehow he had to help her. He had to stop them from hurting her. He walked over to the side of the room, looking for anything he could use. He tried to think of a way to set her free. "I think it is time," said Helmer, looking into the kettle. "It is starting to bubble." "Good," said Philo. Philo walked over to Griffon with the knife. He stood over her, looking down on her with a smile. He reached down and cut 3 lines into her right arm. "I Philo quick take the right to rule from the line of Adalwin." Griffon cried out, and Golnar cringed at the evil feeling that invaded the room. Philo cut 3 more lines into her other arm. "I take it by force and with power." The queen screamed as the potion over the kettle boiled over. Golnar saw the blood run down the queen's arms. He felt panicked as he knew what would come next. Golnar looked to his right and saw a large silver bowl. He grabbed it and looked at Philo. Philo raised the knife and looked down at the queen. Suddenly there was a loud bang outside the room. It sounded like someone was trying to get into the dwelling. Philo looked in the direction of the noise, and Golnar took his chance. He ran over with the large silver bowl and hit Philo hard across the head with the bowl. Philo looked at Golnar and swayed. Golnar could see blood dripping down Philo's forehead as Philo dropped the knife and stumbled. He fell into a seated position on the floor. Golnar looked at the queen, and she sat up and threw out her hands. Helmer threw up his hands, but he still flew into a wall. Golnar watched as the door opened forcefully from the outside as fire flew through the opening. A dark-haired man wearing a hat ran in with his hands out. He looked at Golnar with a deadly look in his eyes, and Golnar stepped back. He suddenly felt himself being flung across the room, hitting the wall hard. He felt himself break as he fell to the floor. He looked up to see Philo with his hand extended towards him. Golnar looked over at the queen, who was standing up. She was the last thing Golnar saw before everything went black. Chapter 24. Ansel felt himself slam into the ground. He looked up and saw they were in the forest. He turned as he saw Talon throw out a curse. Ansel took in the area to see a group of Ormus soldiers turning towards them. Talon's curse took out 3. They laid on the ground, not moving. Kedden quickly took his sword out from the scabbard on his back. Ansel stood with his hands out, and Darren backed up away from them. "We have to get in that tree quickly," said Ansel. He threw his hands out and took out 2 soldiers as he felt Max put up a block around them. They moved towards the soldiers as Ansel threw a curse that caused 4 soldiers to rise up and fall down hard. Kedden swung his sword in an arc, causing a powerful spell to slice through 2 soldiers. Talon summoned a fierce wind that caused a log to roll over a small group of soldiers. They had taken out almost half the soldiers by the time they got close to the tree. Ansel could see Max leaning heavily on his staff. "We have to get to Griffa," said Max desperately. He raised his hand, and a solidar twisted through the air. "Ansel, try to break into the tree with Kedden. Max and I can take out the rest of these soldiers," said Talon as he conjured a wind that spun 3 soldiers together and threw them into 2 trees. Ansel looked at Max to see Max push off from his staff and nod before following Talon. Ansel and Kedden moved towards the front of the tree. Kedden blocked curses as Ansel threw out a few curses and spells to clear the way. He saw Kedden falter slightly as a curse hit his leg. Kedden grabbed his head and shook it. He turned to Ansel. "We have to get to her now," Kedden said urgently. Ansel felt panic rise within him. He grabbed Kedden, and they moved towards the tree. There were only 5 soldiers left, and Max and Talon were working together to take them out. They got to the front of the tree, and Ansel ran his hand along the front. He could feel something there. There was a ward up. He would need to break through it. Kedden, watch my back for a second while I try to break down this door. Kedden nodded and turned with his sword at the ready. Ansel pushed out his hand, and a fierce wind blew at the front of the tree. He could see a door give a little. Ansel turned to see Talon facing the 3 soldiers that were left. Max was at his side. "Talon," yelled Ansel, "I need your help with this door." Talon nodded. He sent a curse in the direction of the soldiers, and then turned towards Ansel. He conjured a fire in his hand, and then sent it blazing towards the door. Ansel joined in with a powerful wind, and the door blew away half-charred. Ansel ran in the large room before him with Kedden behind him. He saw Griffa sitting up on a table in her underclothes with blood running down her arms. An old man was standing by her with a bowl in his hand. Philo quick popped up from the ground and threw the old man against the wall as Kedden ran up to stand next to Ansel. Philo quickly put out his hand and sent a spell at Ansel. Ansel tried to block it, but was knocked backwards, falling hard on his back. He sat up to see Philo yanking Griffa off of the table. He held her close to his side as he summoned a knife on the floor to his hands. Ansel jumped up, his heart beating fast. He was about to throw a curse at Philo when he saw Kedden slightly raise his hand. Griffa turned to look at Philo as she put her hands on him. He shuddered and dropped his knife. Griffa pushed up, and Philo flew up and then fell down on the floor. He looked up at her angry before she raised her hands and threw him through the open door of the tree. She swiftly walked out. Ansel and Kedden followed her. Philo was on the ground outside on his back. He sat up looking at Griffa with a sneer. "Are you going to kill me, Griffon?" asked Philo. Griffa was breathing hard. She raised her hands as Philo looked behind her. Ansel followed Philo's gaze to see Helmer holding a bowl. He dropped something in it. Ansel turned to see Griffa fall quickly to the ground. Philo stood up and grabbed her, holding her to his side. Ansel stood by Kedden and saw Talon and Max close by on his right. They all circled around Philo. Ansel saw that Talon had his hand up. "You can't fly away this time, Philo," said Talon coldly. "Let her go now. If you even move to hurt her, I will kill you." "Would you really risk hitting your queen here?" said Philo. "Put down the wards, Talon, or I will kill her quickly." Philo looked over at Ansel. "Don't make one move, Ansel, or I will kill her before you can put any kind of block up." Ansel looked at Griffa. She seemed to be in immense pain. She struggled slightly against Philo. "Take the wards down now," yelled Philo as he pulled Griffa tighter to him. Talon held up his hand and looked at Kedden. Kedden nodded slightly. Philo grinned as the travel wards came down. "Come on, Helmer. We will finish this in Oromist." Ansel watched as Kedden raised his hand slightly. Griffa's eyes opened, and she pushed away from Philo, hitting the ground as Talon pushed his hand forward. His curse flew towards Philo. Philo put up his hands to block, but was pushed back hard. He fell backwards on the ground. Ansel turned and pushed out his hand, causing Helmer to drop the bowl he was holding. It fell to the ground, and Ansel could see dark blood spill all over the leaves at his feet. Helmer ran quickly while Ansel was momentarily distracted. Talon and Max advanced towards Philo as Kedden ran to Griffa. He kneeled by her side. Ansel joined Talon and Max as Talon caused a large branch to fall on Philo. Philo raised his hand and threw it aside. Ansel sent a curse towards Philo as Max sent his own curse as well. Before they could hit Philo, a block stopped them. Ansel looked over to see Darren with his hand up. His father stood next to him. Philo smiled. "We will do this at another time." Philo looked towards Griffa laying on the ground. "I will rule this kingdom, Griffon." He turned and looked at Helmer. "Let's go, Helmer." Talon moved his hand quickly, but Philo disappeared before the curse could hit Philo. Helmer and Darren quickly disappeared as well. Talon cursed and Max groaned. Ansel turned quickly to look at Kedden and Griffa. Griffa was sitting on the ground against Kedden. His hand was rubbing one of her arms. Ansel walked over and kneeled down by Griffa. "Griffa," said Ansel as he leaned down and kissed her forehead. Ansel looked at Kedden. "How is she?" Kedden looked at Ansel for a second and nodded his head. Kedden then looked back down at Griffa. Ansel looked at her as well. She looked tired. She looked at Ansel with weary eyes and gave a small smile. Her arms had blood on them, but Kedden had mostly healed the wounds. Ansel noticed she was shivering, so he took off his cloak and put it over her. She thanked him quietly. Kedden took his hand off of Griffa's arm, and he placed his hand on Griffa's forehead and closed his eyes. Griffa reached out for Ansel's hand. He took it as she took deep breaths and seemed to relax. Kedden took his hand off of Griffa's forehead and looked down at her. Ansel noticed Talon and Max had come over to join them. "Griffa," said Talon, crouching down, "are you all right?" "Yes," she said, looking at him. She let go of Ansel's hand and stood up with Talon's help. Kedden and Ansel both stood up with her. Ansel helped her fasten his cloak around her shoulders. "We need to go home, Griffa," said Ansel. "One moment," said Griffa. She stretched her back and stumbled slightly. Talon caught her hand and steadied her. She gathered herself and turned, walking back into the tree-dwelling. Ansel and the others followed her as she entered the large room and walked over to the old man who was crumpled on the floor. She knelt down and took the old man's hand. She placed her other hand on his forehead. He slowly opened his eyes and looked up at Griffa. "My queen," he said quietly, "I am sorry." "I know," said Griffa. "You can rest now, Golnar. It's over. You can have peace." "You have to save the kingdom, my queen," said Golnar, gripping her hand. "Only you can make things right. I almost destroyed everything, but you can make it right." "I will," said Griffa, looking down at the man with kindness. "I will make it right. You can rest. The gods will show you mercy, Golnar. You will have peace." "I don't deserve it," said Golnar, his eyes half closing. "I don't know if any of us do," said Griffa. "Take the mercy that is offered to you and travel well." Griffa leaned down and kissed Golnar gently on his forehead. He smiled slightly and closed his eyes. Soon he let go of Griffa's hand, and he was no more. "Journey well, dear one," whispered Griffa. She stood up and leaned on Ansel. Ansel looked down at this man. He was Golnar, the one who let Griffa be tortured, the one who caused Max so much pain. He didn't understand how Griffa could give this man forgiveness. How could she wish him well? Ansel looked at Griffa and saw tears coming out of her eyes. Ansel pulled her close and held her. "We need to go home, Griffa," he said as she cried softly against him. "I can't just leave him here," said Griffa, pulling away from Ansel. Ansel looked at Talon, and Talon looked around and sighed. "I will take care of it, Griffa. Let Ansel and Kedden take you home. Max and I will take care of it." She looked at Max, who took her hand. She squeezed it. Max looked at her. He then pulled her close and hugged her. "I understand, Griffa. I will make sure he has a proper send-off this afternoon. I will see you at home." "Thank you," said Griffa as she kissed Max on his cheek. She turned to Talon. He took her into his arms, and Griffa encircled hers around him. Talon closed his eyes and laid his head on hers. "Go rest, Griffa. I will bring Max home soon," said Talon before dropping a kiss on her head. He let go of Griffa, and she moved to stand between Ansel and Kedden. Ansel pulled her close, and Kedden put his hand on Griffa's arm. They traveled to the gates of Abscon, and then slowly walked towards the village in Keen Manor. It was afternoon, but it seemed later in the day. The sky was gray. It was so cold Ansel thought it might snow soon. Griffa leaned on Ansel as they walked. He kept his arm around her as Kedden walked close by. When they arrived at the manor, Kedden opened the door to let Griffa in. They were met by Maybelle. She looked at Griffa and then at Ansel. "She's fine, Maybelle. We all are. Can you get some food for everyone? We all missed lunch. Griffa will want to clean up as well. I will explain what happened soon." Maybelle nodded and walked towards the kitchen. They walked up the stairs, and Griffa turned to Kedden as they reached the top. She took his hands and looked up at him. "Thank you, Protector," she said. "You did wonderful out there. You need to check on your son and rest now." Kedden smiled slightly at her. "Yes, my queen, you can send for me if you need anything." He brought one of her hands up to his lips and kissed it gently. He let it go and nodded at Ansel. Ansel nodded at Kedden and turned with Griffa towards their room. They walked into the room, and Ansel closed the door. He turned to Griffa, who stood by the bed in his cloak. She looked up at him and smiled slightly. He walked over and took her into his arms, holding her close. "How do you feel?" he asked. "I am a little tired and sad, but I feel fine." "You will want to bathe," said Ansel, looking at her blood-stained arms. Griffa nodded as there was a knock at the door. Jonthon came in with 2 buckets of water. Ansel thanked him and took them from him. Ansel walked to the bathtub and poured the water in the tub, warming the water. He turned to see Griffa taking off his cloak and laying it on a chair. She took off her dirty shift and walked to the tub. Ansel took her hand and pulled her in for a quick kiss. He then helped her into the bathtub. After washing, she changed into a comfortable dress and walked to the bed. "Do you want to rest while we wait for Max and Talon?" asked Ansel. "Will you lay with me for a bit?" she asked. Ansel nodded. He walked to the bed and pulled down the covers. Griffa walked over and laid down in the bed. Ansel walked to the other side and sat down. He quickly took off his boots and laid down, taking Griffa into his arms. He wanted to ask her what had happened. He wanted to ask what Philo and Helmer tried to do to her. He wanted to ask about Golnar and why she had forgiven him, but instead he held her and kissed her. She leaned her forehead against his as he rubbed her back. She shivered slightly as tears leaked out of her eyes. "Are you in pain? Do you need me to get your protector?" asked Ansel. Griffa shook her head. "No, I just want to lay here with you. You make me feel safe and protected." "Do you want to talk about what happened?" "Not yet," said Griffa, closing her eyes. "I will wait until we are all together." Ansel pulled her closer, and she laid her head against his chest. He could tell she had soon fallen asleep as her breaths were even. He couldn't believe Philo had gotten a hold of her again. Was there nowhere or no time she could be safe? Ansel realized that she couldn't, not while Philo lived. Ansel realized with Golnar dead, Philo might be the most powerful folk in Oromist. He knew there was an ancient council, but he wondered how much power Philo would have over the council. If Philo's goal was to rule over the kingdom, he would want to take out anyone who opposed his rule. Philo knew Griffa was the true ruler of Regventus. As long as she lived, Philo could not rule over the kingdom. Ansel looked down at Griffa and realized they couldn't hide away and abscond much longer. They would need to mobilize a force somehow and take Oromist before Philo could finally succeed in killing Griffa. Ansel laid there holding Griffa while she slept, deciding to relish in the short peace they would have before everything would need to change. He wouldn't lose her, not after all she had been through. Not after all they had both done to be together. Losing her was not an option. No matter what, he would see her safely to the throne. She would rule, and he would stay by her side. Ansel closed his eyes and held Griffa close as he dozed off. A knock at the door woke Ansel up. He looked down at Griffa and saw she was stirring. She blinked her eyes and looked up at Ansel. He kissed her forehead. "It sounds like the others are home. Do you want to stay in bed?" "No," said Griffa, stretching. "I want to talk to all of you, and I am hungry. I will need to straighten myself up. Will you go down and have everyone wait in the parlor?"
"Yes, my queen," said Ansel, smiling at Griffa.
He leaned down and kissed her. She pushed away from him gently and stretched again as Ansel sat up. He swung his feet to his floor and quickly put on his boots. He opened the door to find Talon standing there. Ansel walked out and closed the door behind him. "How is she?" asked Talon as he walked with Ansel towards the stairs. "She seems well. She was tired, but she has rested. She wants to meet with all of us in the parlor." Talon nodded. "I can't believe Philo got away again. I should have bound Darren as soon as we got to the forest." "You couldn't have known what would happen," said Ansel as they walked down the stairs. "You realize as long as Philo lives, Griffa is in extreme danger. She is the main thing in his way to ruling the kingdom. He might be the leader of Oromist now. I don't know what he was trying to do out there to Griffa, but he could have killed her quickly before we even left Abscon." "I know," said Ansel as they turned to go into the parlor. "I think we are going to have to go on the offensive soon. We can't just sit around and wait for Philo to find new ways to get to Griffa." Talon nodded as they walked to Max, who was sitting in a chair by the sofa. He was taking a sandwich off of a platter in front of him on a low table. Talon sat on the sofa and took a sandwich himself. Ansel sat on the other side of the sofa and took a sandwich as well. Kedden walked in with his son in his arms. He sat in a chair next to Talon. Talon handed Kedden a sandwich. "You did well today, Protector," said Talon. "I was hoping you would understand what to do when I took those wards down." "I was focused on Griffa, but I wished I had thought to throw something at Philo as well," said Kedden. He balanced his son with one hand and ate his food with the other. "Griffa is your only priority," said Talon. "You kept Philo from taking her. That's all you needed to do." Ansel agreed. He looked at Max, who was looking towards the doorway of the parlor. Griffa came in wearing the simple red dress she had napped in. She looked tired, but alert. She had tamed her hair a bit by pulling half of it up. She walked over and sat between Ansel and Talon on the sofa. Talon handed her a sandwich, and she smiled at him in thanks. Talon got up and went over to a side table. He turned over glasses and started filling them with wine. He passed one to Max and Kedden and Ansel before grabbing two more and sitting down next to Griffa. He handed her a glass and then took a drink from his own. "Do you feel like talking about what happened, Griffa?" asked Talon. Griffa took a drink of her wine and nodded. "It was very strange. I guess Helmer did some sort of blood magic and summoned me to them. I'm not sure how he had any of my blood." "He must have saved some from that potion he made for your father," said Ansel. Griffa frowned. "Helmer told me he meant to kill my father with that potion he made. He admitted it. I never should have shown him mercy." "You didn't know, Griffa," said Max. "You did what you thought was right at the time. You can't blame yourself." "Now his son is in Auremus too, I suppose. I wonder if Helmer's wife has traveled there as well," said Griffa before taking another swig of her wine. "We can check tomorrow," said Ansel. "If she is still in Ebscon, we will have to question her and keep her under watch." "Max and I went by on our way home. She is gone," said Talon. "We can assume she is in Auremus then," said Ansel. "Their forest home is no more," said Talon. "I have already taken their place away in the valley, so if she is not in her Ebscon home, we can easily guess where she went." "So what happened after they summoned you?" said Max. "I was afraid Philo would kill you as soon as he got his hands on you." "I know," said Griffa. "I was very weak. I couldn't fight back. Philo said they had found a way to transfer the line of rulers of Regventus from my line to his own. He said they could perform a spell and sacrifice me." Talon made an angry noise. "I'm glad we got there in time before that happened." "Actually, you didn't," said Griffa, looking at Talon. "Philo was ready to kill me, but Golnar stopped him. If Golnar hadn't hit Philo, I would have been dead before Ansel broke through that door. He would have been successful and become the true king of Regventus." "Why do you think Golnar saved you?" asked Max. "He has been working to change the kingdom into everything we are against. Why would he help you and not Philo?" Griffa looked at Max and finished her wine. "I'm not sure I can explain it. I've had a feeling for a while that Golnar was conflicted. I don't think it was ever about power for Golnar. I think he really wanted a better way for the kingdom. He was wrong, of course. I don't know what changed his mind and heart, but in the end I could tell it he had changed." "Do you think Philo will try again to take the line of rulers from you, Griffa?" asked Kedden. Griffa shrugged. "I imagine he will still want it to happen. If he thinks he can take the line away from Adalwin and give it to his own line, I am sure he won't give up easily." "I have a feeling it would destroy the kingdom," said Max. "If he tries to take the line of rulers from Adalwin by force, the kingdom will fall." "We won't let that happen," said Ansel. "Griffa, I think we will need to start actually working towards you taking Auremus. I think we will need to start organizing a force to help you take the throne." Griffa sighed. "I know you are right, but we can't ignore the sickness that is spreading either. We will need to come up with a plan to do both. I will call a ring meeting next week. We will invite the Council of the Valley as well. Together, we will come up with a plan. We will also have to work to keep you safe, Griffa. I don't think you need to be away from your protector at any time. Wherever you are, Kedden needs to be close by," said Talon. Kedden looked up from his son and nodded. "I will not be parted from my queen any time soon." Griffa placed her hands on Ansel and Talon's knees. She used them to propel herself up. She walked over and reached out for Kedden's son. Zayden went to her happily. She walked over to the fireplace and turned to the others with Zayden on her hip. "We will need to make plans soon. I know we will, but I would like to take just a few days to rest and prepare. Talon, I need you to go to the valley and take care of anything you need to. I don't think you will be able to travel there very often after we start going out into the kingdom. I will need you by my side." Talon nodded. "I will go tomorrow and see if there is anything I need to do. I will check on my house and the council. After I come back, I will not leave your side until you are on the throne." Griffa nodded. "Kedden, we will need to arrange someone to help take care of your son while we are away. I know Maybelle wouldn't mind, but I would like to find her some help." "Very well, my queen. I trust you can help me find a proper caregiver for Zayden. Max, I need you to put together some sort of potion kit to take with us. Make it as light as you can, but include everything we need to help with healing or anything else you think might be useful." Max nodded. "Ansel, please help Kedden with the Protector's guards. We will need to have them organized and ready to go soon. We will need some to travel with us as we visit villages in the kingdom. They will all need to be ready to fight in Oromist." Ansel smiled and glanced at Talon. "Yes, my queen, it shall be done." Talon smiled up at Griffa as she kissed Zayden and took him back to Kedden. "What do you have to say, Talon? It looks like you want to say something." "You know how I feel when you act like the queen. You can try to deny it all you want, but you are quite a sight," said Talon, raising his eyebrow at her. He glanced at Ansel. Ansel smiled at her suggestively and nodded. He definitely didn't mind her giving him orders. Griffa rolled her eyes and looked out the window. "It's snowing, I see. The cold should help you mages cool down tonight. I think you both might need it." Talon chuckled and Ansel frowned at Griffa. She smirked at him before turning towards the kitchen. "I'm going to go check on Maybelle." Ansel turned and looked at Talon. "Don't give me that look. You're the one who agreed with me. If she kicks you out, you can drink with me tonight. I doubt she really means what she said, though. You know what that smirk on her face means even better than me." Ansel did know, and he was sure he would not need to spend the night drinking with Talon. Chapter 25. Philo sat behind the large desk in the study off of the throne room. He took a deep breath and shook his head. He was angry. Why was getting rid of Griffon so difficult? He should have just killed her as soon as she appeared in the forest. He would have been done with her, but he knew that would have been foolish. If he had killed her, the young king would have still been out there with his full Adalwan blood. He would have taken the place as the rightful ruler of Regventus. Philo wanted that power. He wanted the right to rule over the kingdom. He wanted to have the right to rule over all of the weak folk of Abscon, over all those families that thought they were better than the Quicks. Philo gave an angry snort as he thought of the simple little so-called queen. Why was she so important and so powerful? How could she be from a powerful line of rulers? She was a Keen. They had long been a weak-minded family who put too much stock in mercy and helping the non-gifted. They said they stood for peace and prosperity for all, but they actually just stood in the way of the powerful magic users ruling the kingdom as they should. The Quick family had never made it on the ring, even when there were openings. The Keens had always made sure of that. Philo had spent useless years trying to win Renuard's friendship, but he was met with polite suspicion. Philo had hoped his son could maybe find a way to marry Griffon. Philo wasn't fond of the girl, but it would have given Marcus a place of power. He should have known his stupid son couldn't pull it off. Philo could finally have his ultimate revenge. No longer would the Quick name be dismissed. It would be worshipped as it ruled over Regventus for the rest of time. Philo would transfer the right to rule from the Adalwan line. He would find a way to complete the blood magic ceremony. He would find a way to sacrifice Griffon. There was a knock on his door. Philo composed himself, taking deep breaths to calm down. "Who is it?" he called out calmly. "It's Cecilia," said Philo's wife from the hall. Philo smiled. His wife had moved into the palace this week with him. If he was to rule, he would live in the palace. "Come in, my dear," said Philo as he stood up. Cecilia came into the room and walked over towards the desk. Philo met her and gave her a quick kiss. He settled behind the desk as she sat in a chair in front of him. "I've had a letter from Marcus," said Cecilia, showing him the paper in her hands. Philo felt his eyebrows raise at this news. They had not heard from their son very often. He had written some nonsense to his father and mother after Philo took Griffon and the young king from the valley, but since then Marcus had been silent. "What does our son have to say?" asked Philo. "He is living in the Quick home in Abscon. It seems he has been reaccepted into magical society," said Cecilia. "He is concerned about you and your plans." "Well," said Philo, sitting back, "he always was weak and foolish. He should know my plans will help rise him above all those in Abscon. He will lead them all if he will just listen to me." Cecilia nodded. "He is also to be married." "Married?" asked Philo, surprised. "Who is he going to marry?" "Desmona Delis," said Cecilia. "They will be married after midwinter from Abscon. She will move into the Quick home with him." Philo looked at Cecilia carefully. "Did you say Desmona Delis, as in the daughter of Hector Delis?" "Yes," said Cecilia. "I am rather pleased. He was hung up on the Keen woman for so long. I think this will be a better match." Philo smiled. "Indeed, you should write Marcus and congratulate him." Philo pulled out a piece of paper and picked up a quill. "Who are you going to write, dearest?" asked Cecilia. "I have long been friends with Desmona's mother, Kasia. I shall write her and congratulate her on her daughter's betrothal." "Send her my congratulations as well. I become very close to Cassia after I moved to Abscon when you and I married." "I will," said Philo. "Why don't you go right Marcus? I have a council meeting in a bit. I will see you after for dinner." Cecilia rose and curtsied. Philo smiled up at her, and she left the room. Philo turned his attention to his letter. He knew Kasia very well. He knew how much she liked power and attention. He had a feeling she would like her daughter to be the queen consort of the king of Regventus some day. She might like the idea enough to even meet with Philo. After writing his letter, Philo walked to the meeting of the Council of Ancients. He knew they would have many questions, and he would put them all to rest today. Philo would leave no doubt of who was now in charge of Regventus. He walked down the hall and saw 3 of the leaders of his army nod at him. They were ready. Helmer met him outside, and they walked into the meeting room together. All 11 council members were standing around the table. They looked at Philo warily as he came into the room, and sat in the chair once reserved for the lord of the kingdom. "Have a seat," said Philo, looking at everyone at the table. Everyone sat down quietly. Now, as you probably know, Golnar was killed recently by the old magical folk. Kedden is now living amongst the old magical folk, and the false queen came in and stole Kedden's child. "How did Golnar die exactly?" asked Till, who sat at Philo's left. "We had taken the false queen to a secret location. Golnar and my friend Helmer here had a way to kill her and take away any right to rule she may have. Golnar was killed in the rescue attempt led by the false queen's protector." "And why is our king serving this new false queen?" asked Ollys, the viceroy of the grasslands. "He has been enthralled and charmed by the false queen. He is too far gone," replied Philo. Ollys looked at a couple of the other viceroys at the table and then turned to Philo. "This false queen, as you call her, has gained support in my land and some of the other lands as well. She has been known to cure the sickness that is running through the people. Kedden is often with her. He is still much loved by the folk." "These are all tricks the false queen is using. She must be stopped before she destroys our kingdom," said Philo loudly. "Stopped by who?" said an older man with gray hair. Philo knew he was the viceroy of the Riverlands. "What leader do we have? Kedden has defected. Our queen is dead. Kedden's son has been taken, and Golnar has been killed. Who is our leader now?" "I was the second in command to our lord, and then king," said Till. "I should take over until we find a new lord of the kingdom. That is the correct order of things." Philo gave a small laugh, and everyone looked at him. "Why do you think we will be going by the old order of things? We have been trying to remake Regventus. There will be a new way of doing things."
"What are you going on about, Philo?" asked Till.
"The ancients have laid out how we should do things. We never should have crowned Kedden a king. That was a mistake. We should go back to the way of the ancients and find a new lord." "Crowning Kedden a king was a mistake," said Philo. "But we will not go back to the old way of the ancients. We will have a king who is qualified and powerful enough to lead." "You have someone in mind, I suppose," said Till angrily. "Of course," said Philo. "I think I can guess who you think should be in charge," said Till, staring at Philo. "I will it say now, I will not have it. No one on this council will have it. You will not lead us, Philo." Philo smiled. "I believe I can change your mind." Philo nodded to Helmer, and Helmer walked over and opened the door. Ormuzd's soldiers filled the room, circling around the council of the ancients. Philo stood up. "I am in command of this city's army. It will soon be the kingdom's army as you help me to grow it. You will all submit to my command today. You will swear your fealty to me in this room. If you do not, you will not leave alive, and the villages in your lands will be destroyed by my army." "I will not submit," said Till loudly. "You wouldn't dare do anything to Ormuzd." "You are right," said Philo. "I would never damage the city, but the city is not under your watch any longer. You are banished from the Council of Ancients and stripped of your title as viceroy. You can stay in the city if you wish, but you will have no power. If you do not agree to this and leave, I will kill you with a flick of my hand." Till stood up and glared at Philo. "You wouldn't dare. I have seen over this city for almost 40 years. You will not displace me." Philo raised his hand. "I am feeling unusually generous today. I will give you one more chance to leave this room. You will go pack and leave the viceroy's manor within a week so the new viceroy can take his place." Till looked at Philo as Philo stared back with his hand still raised. "Fine," said Till. "I do not want to be a part of this mess anyway. I will leave the manor and the city. I might leave the whole kingdom." He turned to the rest of the council. "If you are smart, you will do the same." Till quickly left the room. "You could follow Till's lead," said Philo, "but if you stay, I think you will find I am a fair ruler. I will see that you keep your place of power in your lands, even those of you without magical blood. I will even let you choose if you want to release magical users in your lands or not. All I ask is your loyalty and your help in defeating the false queen and her followers." Alice looked at Philo and sighed. "I will swear my loyalty to you, Philo. You shall be our king, and the grasslands will serve as you command." "You have the river valley as well," said the old man with gray hair. "The great surrounding will do whatever it takes to see you keep your throne and our folk safe from the false queen," said Viceroy Clay of the great surrounding. Philo smiled as the rest of the council swore their allegiance to him. After all had their say, Philo stood up and looked at the council. "I have many plans to make sure Regventus stays in our hands, but there are things you do need to understand. The false queen is a threat, make no mistake about it. She does have power that you couldn't imagine. I know a way to take that power, but I will need all of you to completely follow my plans without questions. I will send them to you through the rest of this fall and winter. The false queen will continue to visit your lands to claim to cure your sick and to find new followers. We must find ways to build a kingdom-wide army and stop her. You must help me build that army. I will send you potion if you wish to release magical users. I will send you those who can help you identify magical-blooded folk. The potion will be made by my second in command and Viceroy of Oromist Helmer. If you do not wish to release magical users, build you army with non-gifted, all will be accepted."
"So you want us to find a way to kill the false queen?" asked Alice.
"No, I want her brought to me alive. You should kill any of her followers, including Kedden Bells. I will send you information on the false queen, her powers, and her protector. Once we have smashed down the rebellion of the false queen, we will talk of how to remake Regventus. I guarantee you all a say in the matter as long as you serve me well. Keep in mind, though, sacrifices will have to be made. You will lose folk in your lands. There will be those who will be tricked by the false queen. You cannot be afraid to put those out of their misery. The sickness will continue to spread. We do not have the resources to deal with it at the moment. I am afraid that sickness was sent by the false queen. Golnar was working hard to control it, and you see what she did to him. You will go back to your lands and prepare. I will send out regular correspondence, and I expect to hear back from you. If there are no questions, we will adjourn so you can all get to work." Chapter 26. Griffa sat on the back lawn of Keen Manor. The next day she had a very important ring meeting that would include the Council of the Valley. She was glad to have a moment to herself outside to think of what would come. Ansel had gone into town to see to the Protector's guards. Kedden refused to leave the manor if Griffa was home, so Kedden had given Ansel full authority to prep the guards for the upcoming war. Griffa would see that she started attending some meetings with the guards so Kedden could oversee his guards. Still, Ansel was her future king, and it would not be out of place for him to have authority over anyone. Max was in the village showing some potion masters how to make the cure for the illness. They would need all the cure they could get as they visited the kingdom. Griffa would need Max with her, so he could not focus on the cure as he had. She had debated keeping Max safe at the manor as they faced going out in the kingdom, but she realized she needed her diviner and her kin with her. She needed Max's strength to do all she needed to do. Talon had gone to the valley to make sure everything was in order for him to have a long absence. She hoped he would be able to leave his duties for a while. She wanted and needed Talon with her as she faced the challenges up ahead. Ansel was her lover and future consort. She had little doubt she had made the right choice, but she did love Talon. Her relationship with Talon may have been strange, but it was one Griffa depended on. As she was thinking of Talon, she turned as she heard steps on the lawn. She stood up and smiled to see Talon walking towards her. "You came back," said Griffa as Talon came and stood beside her. "Of course I came back. I said I would take care of what I needed to, and then I would not leave your side until you sat on the throne. I am here. I will not leave again. A part of me was afraid you would find you could not leave the duties of your village. Whatever you say, I know you take your responsibilities to the valley very seriously." Talon narrowed his eyes for a second, and then smiled slightly. "Will you take a walk with me out in the fields, Griffa? It is not very cold today." Griffa nodded and took Talon's arm as he offered it. They walked out into the field away from the house. "You are right. I do take my responsibilities to the valley very seriously. I love my village. I was taught my whole life. It is my first priority. Well, almost my first priority. What do you mean? Asked Griffa, looking at Talon. You knew my father well, Griffa. He was a good man, and he was a good leader to our village. He did his duty well, but when it came down to it, there was one thing more important to him than the valley. Griffa cocked her head and waited for Talon to say what the one thing was. It was my mother, said Talon with a smile. He searched a long time to find a woman he could love. When he found my mother, he loved her completely. She was everything to him. I suppose I was rather high up on his list of priorities as well, but in the end his heart was filled with my mother. He only lived a few years after she died. There was no reason for him to die. He was healthy and not very old for a magical person. He spent the last few years of his life trying to help me become who I was meant to be. After he was sure I could lead the village, he passed. I don't think he could stand being away from my mother another second. I remember your mother, Talon. She was a kind and interesting woman. I can see why your father loved her so much. I am sure he loved you very much as well. I think you are a lot like your mother. He did love me. I disappointed him at times, but I think by the end he was satisfied with who I was. How could he not be? I am sure he is very proud of you. You are one of the bravest, wisest people I know, Talon. I know you are an apt leader of the valley. You are the only one I want as the second on my ring. I am thankful for your trust in me, Griffa. I will not leave your side, perhaps not even after you are on the throne. I am thinking of staying in Oromist once you take the city. You would leave the valley permanently? I would transfer leadership over to someone temporarily. I could check in often. When I have heirs, they could take over the council as leader one day. Talon, I don't expect this. If the second chair on the ring becomes too much, you can give it up to lead your village. No, said Talon. He turned and grabbed Griffa's hand, stopping her. He took her other hand and made her look at him. Griffa, you say you think I am like my mother, and in many ways I believe I am, but in essentials I am my father's son. I fell in love with you years ago. It took me some time to realize it, but I know I love you completely, and there is no going back. I know you will never be my wife. I have made my peace with that, but I have still committed my life to you. My devotion and my heart will always belong to you. Perhaps one day I will marry. I will try to find someone I can enjoy this life with, but when it comes down to it, I know I will never love another as I love you. I will serve you, and I will stay close by you. You are my queen and the greatest love of my life. I vow to devote my life to you. I couldn't stand to be away from you. Griffa felt tears in her eyes. She stared at Talon, not knowing what to say. She did not deserve his love. She did not deserve his devotion. She reached up and touched his face. He leaned into her hand and closed his eyes. She could not think of the words to say, so she leaned up and lightly kissed his lips. Talon put his hand on hers, opened his eyes, and smiled at her. He took her hand and kissed it gently, pulling her closer to him. He leaned in and whispered in her ear, I hope you know that kiss doesn't count as the one you owe me. Griffa grinned. If you would like to claim the kiss I owe you, I would be very happy to give it to you now. Talon looked closely at Griffa before he kissed her forehead. No, I am saving that for another time. He then pulled her into his arms and held her. She wrapped her arms around him and closed her eyes. I wish I knew the right words to say, said Griffa quietly. I do love you, but you already know it. I could say I don't deserve your love, but you won't hear it. No, I won't hear it, because it isn't true, said Talon, holding her tightly. I will do everything I can to keep you safe during this war, my love. I refuse to live in this kingdom without you. I will see you through it as well, said Griffa, as tears fell down her cheeks. The next day Griffa walked to the ring meeting between Ansel and Talon, Kidden and Max following close behind. Griffa wore her crown and her ring dress with the Adawan sun, but she had decided to put on her keen cloak today. Ansel smiled at her as they walked. I forgot how fetching you look in that cloak. Why did you choose to wear it today? I'm not sure. Everything item of clothing have made now is all Sun's. I don't want to forget that I am very much a keen. It also makes me feel closer to my father. I could use his strength today.
He would be very proud of you, Griffa,
said Ansel, taking her hand. Griffa smiled and glanced back. I see Kedden is wearing a protector's tunic. Have you given him your family standard? It is the protector standard, and he should have it. I was thinking I would be wearing suns myself soon, if our previous agreement still stands, said Ansel as they approached the statue of King Nathan. Why wouldn't it still stand? Asked Griffa as she let go of Ansel's hand and walked up to the statue. You weren't a queen then. My position in the kingdom is not what it was. Things might have changed, said Ansel. You might have to ask again and find out, said Griffa teasingly. She turned and bowed to the statue of King Nathan and then to the statue of the gods. She then took Talon's arm. Will you walk in with me? Your council should be in there as well as the ring.
I will do whatever my queen wishes, said Talon, smiling at Griffa. He covered Griffa's hand with his own as they turned to walk into the meeting hall.
As they entered the room, they found everyone standing behind chairs around the table. Griffa's group found their chairs, and Griffa looked around the table. I'd like to thank of all you for coming today, especially the Council of the Valley. We need to be united together if we are going to save the kingdom. Now please sit. Everyone sat, and Griffa called the meeting to order. Now, things have changed in Oromist, and we need to take action, said Griffa. My queen, interrupted Madame Sidora, would you be so good as to introduce your new protector to the group? Griffa looked at Sidora and nodded. I am not sure who has heard what has happened. I am sure there have been rumors, but I have a new protector. The duties of the kingdom's protector was relieved from the line of Rhea and put into the Bells line. My new protector is Kedden Bells, said Griffa as she motioned to Kedden. What is the reason for the change, my queen? Asked Clara Venn. Griffa looked down and then looked at Ansel. It is complicated, but it was necessary, and was done with the full cooperation of both representatives of the lines. You went along willingly with this, Ansel? Asked Malcolm Delis. Yes, very willingly, said Ansel. I do plan to have a new position in the kingdom soon, but it seems I will get final approval from the queen first. Griffa smiled slightly at Ansel, and then turned to the ring and council. Ansel is my betrothed. He will be my consort and king. And Kedden Bells is qualified to be a worthy protector? Asked another member of the Council of the Valley. Yes, said Talon, looking up. Kedden has proven he is worthy of being the protector of the kingdom. He has served our queen well already. Ansel is helping him learn his duties. You should all put your trust in Kedden. I have. Griffa smiled at Talon and squeezed his hand under the table. I am proud to serve my queen and my kingdom, said Kedden. I will do whatever it takes to keep our queen safe. Griffa smiled and nodded at Kedden. She turned to look around the table. Now, we need to figure out the next steps to reclaiming the kingdom and the throne of Oromist. It is my belief we can no longer sit in the safety of Abscon and the valley. I plan to go around the kingdom and rally folk toward our cause. I will see to the sick as I travel, and hope to have a force of magical and non-magical folk. Who will you take with you? Asked Clara Venn. My protector, of course, Ansel, Max, and Talon, if the council will let him join me. They will, said Talon, looking at Clara. Clara will stay in the valley to lead. Clara nodded. Ansel and Kedden are also preparing the protector's guards to travel with us. I would like to accompany you when I can, said Cillian. I will, of course, need to be in the valley with my wife for a certain event, but otherwise I am at your service, my queen. Griffa nodded. I will welcome your help when you can manage it, Cillian. I will go as well, my queen, said Addie. Besides the council, I have no other responsibilities. I would like to serve you if you will have me. I would be glad for you to join me when you can, Addie, said Griffa happily. What about Abscon? Asked Sidora. If you, your protector, and your betrothed are gone, who will see to the village? Malcham, will you see to Abscon when I am unable? In fact, I believe you will have to see to the village if I am crowned until I have an heir for the Keen line come of age. I hope you will accept, but if you need time to think, I understand. I need no time to think, my queen. I am very honored to serve you in this way. I will see to Abscon and keep you informed. Thank you, said Griffa. I plan to go out in 2 weeks to the grasslands. The illness is spreading fast there. I will take the cure and travel to multiple villages for 3 weeks. I plan to stay in the villages overnight as I can, knowing all or some of my party may need to travel back to Abscon or the valley as needed. After the 3 weeks, I will come back to Abscon to rest and see what land needs to be visited next. Are there any objections? The rest of the meeting was spent setting up chain of command in Abscon and the valley. Malcham and Clara set up schedule for correspondence. Griffa arranged to have a bracelet made for Malcolm so he could alert Clara and Griffa if Abscon was in trouble. Griffa promised to hold a joint ring and council meeting after her trip to the grasslands. The meeting concluded, and everyone went their separate ways to prepare. Griffa again found herself outside sitting on the back lawn. The sun was setting fast, and Griffa had her keen cloak wrapped around her for warmth. She heard footsteps and turned to see Ansel come and sit by her. She smiled at him and took his hand. "Aren't you cold out here?" asked Ansel, scooting close to Griffa, still holding her hand. "A little, but I wanted to be outside in the quiet for a moment. I wanted to enjoy a sunset over the fields while I can. Everything will be changing soon." "Soon we can sit and watch the sunset over the river from the towers of the palace," said Ansel. "I will still miss this," said Griffa, laying her head on Ansel's shoulder. "I'm glad you still want to marry me," said Ansel quietly. Griffa took her head off his shoulder and looked at Ansel. "Of course I want to marry you. If anything, I would think you would be the one who would have second thoughts. I feel like I let you down so many times recently." Ansel turned to Griffa and grabbed her other hand. She turned slightly to look at Ansel. "It has been a difficult time for both of us. There were times I was angry or worried, but I never once didn't want to be with you. I will never have second thoughts about us. I will marry you, Griffa. I will marry you tomorrow, if that is what you want. I would love to be married to you tomorrow, but we should wait until we can do it in Oromist. I want to reclaim the temple and marry you in the city in front of the true gods. I want to marry you and then be crowned beside you." "It shall be as my queen wishes," said Ansel. He leaned forward and kissed her. He turned so they could watch the sunset together as she put her head back on his shoulder. "So we will have 2 children?" asked Ansel. "At least," said Griffa. "We will of course need the future king or queen, and I would like a keen to come and lead Abscon. If we have any others, I am not sure what they will do." "As a prince or princess, I am sure they could find something worthwhile," said Ansel. Griffa and Ansel both turned as they heard footsteps on the lawn. They saw Max walking towards them. "I hate to interrupt, but Maybelle says supper will be soon. She is worried you will catch your death from the cold, Griffa." "Come sit with us for just a moment, Max," said Griffa, holding out her hand. "We will go in soon." Max took Griffa's hand and sat down close to her. "It wasn't that long ago you were both out here swearing to serve me, the king," said Max, watching the sun go down. "No, it wasn't long ago," said Griffa. "I was happy to do it, too. You would have been a good king, Max. Perhaps even better than the impulsive, temperamental queen you were stuck with." "No, Griffa," said Max, smiling. "You are just what this kingdom needs. You will see Regventus put to right. I am much better off as I am serving as the diviner." Ansel chuckled. "I just realized we are completely different people than when we first met. I am not a protector. Griffa, you are a queen. Max, you are not a stable boy or a king. We may have different positions and titles, but I think we are still much of who we were," said Griffa. "I know my feelings for both of you have only changed in that they have grown. I love both of you very much." Griffa turned and kissed Max on the cheek. She looked at Ansel as he picked up her hand and kissed it. They watched the sun disappear below the field as they sat close together. Griffa's only thought was in the end. She wanted to be in Oromist safely with both these men by her side. In the end,